TheSeahawksNest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I appreciate you for tuning on in and all the new subscribers that have come aboard as we do continue on our way here with some awesome growth. But today is not about that. I do welcome you in. I do thank you for all of your support and hitting that like button as you guys have. But today, this week, it's about bounce back week, baby. That's right. It's time to come back. Time to return back to that victory column. See if our Seahawks can get back up on their horse after getting fairly well embarrassed by Jimmy Garoppolo. And hopefully they can get back on here with the Atlanta Falcons at home. So we're going to do a kind of a trifecta here on the opening part of the show here today. So I will be a little bit behind in answering any questions. I ask you guys to hold off on that just for the moment. But we're going to do a little quick first look here at Atlanta. Tomorrow, I'll be back on the channel here with Brendan at 7 o'clock, where we're going to do more of a full breakdown of this game. But I did want to give a little bit of just a once-over, quick little view of things and where we're sitting at as we approach this game, as we're looking at this upcoming opponent. And I think that does concern two different things. First, it does concern looking at Atlanta first off, of course, but also a little bit of a review of the film from this last week, because I went pretty extensively through this last game and looked only at all 22 shots of this game and to kind of derive away maybe a little bit of, a little bit of an extra details from the picture at hand in what happened in last week's loss. So we're going to combo that up at the start, and then we're going to finish it off with a nice big fat update on the college quarterbacks that are due to be coming out in this draft, because I think as many of us are hopefully, I think, acknowledging here, our quarterback probably isn't on the roster currently. And with Seattle sitting on 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks, there's a high likelihood that they're going to draft one in next year's draft. So I thought it would be a very good exercise for us over the course of this season to track these guys, not simply when the season has ended and then look at everything in retrospect, but to kind of in blocks and pieces here as the year goes along in college football, chart, monitor, see where they're sort of sitting at overall and how they're performing. Maybe a little bit better way, a little bit more of an expansive way, I think, to critique these guys and get a better picture, because you want to make sure you get your quarterback right? All right, well, let's start off, though, with this Atlanta Falcons team. A team that has been, I think, a lot more competitive out the gate than many would have foretold, considering their first couple of opponents. I'm not talking about us. No. It's been the Rams and the Saints in the first 2 games that they've dealt with here. And they have played both of those 2 teams tough. Probably should have had the win against the Saints, who came back furiously at the end. Jameis Winston fighting through fractures in his lower back to get them the victory there. And then this last week in the Rams, they were able to stay very close in that one as well. In fact, in these 2 losses to these there's good potential both of these teams, and the Saints and the Rams, are going to end up in the playoffs. They've only lost by a combined 5 points. So notable in the respect of this is not what you might have thought you were getting in the offseason, where you're looking at this nice chunky Atlanta team coming on in, and you're like, yeah, we're going to get that. We'll take care of business there at home. Yeah, not 10 a.m. on the road. Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Now it's going to be a little bit more difficult in that respect of things. They had a very good draft this last year. They didn't do a whole lot in free agency. Obviously, the biggest thing here is that Matt Ryan is gone, and you got Marcus Mariota there now. And Mariota, through the first couple of games, has not done anything to super separate himself as far as making you think, oh, maybe he's tapping into that number 1 overall talent that once made him that selection. Instead, it's a little bit more of that same old mixed Mariota bag that you get. You know what I mean? It's a mixed bag with him a little bit. He is very good in mobility. Certainly coming into this game, at the first view of things, you say, boy, we're going to need to make sure we're concentrating on stopping the run. And that's not just Cordero Patterson, who has certainly now fitted himself out into a nice role as he's gotten into his 30s here as a running back. So that's interesting, but he's been very good in that role for them. And Mariota, of course, gives them a nice counterpunch in his ability and willingness to use his legs. On the outside, if you're talking about stopping the pass in this game, which they're not going to be as tough as far as stopping the pass, even to what we dealt with last week, I would say. This weakness in this Falcon team is in pass protection. They have not been good for a while in that component of things. And indeed, a little bit of the stories I was reading up here, Mariota's been under a good amount of pressure to start things off this season, just kind of out the gate. So you can definitely take advantage there. Of course, that means we're going to need to get a little bit more consistent pass rush than we have necessarily seen, at least across the board. I think Uchenna has been pretty good for your Seahawks, but there's not been a lot of other guys really getting much kind of pressure very consistently at all. And that's going to be probably a big key here, but you're going to have to force them into being a passing team. They're not going to be, again, there's some echoes to 49ers last week in that you have a little bit of more of a run-based team potentially here, more of a balanced-based team, but they're not like, I would say, even the Niners were last year with a Debo and a Brandon Ayuk on the outside, in the way those guys can attack in a very specific kind of fashion. And Drake London and Pitts are themselves probably second to none, but they offer their own unique problems in what they are. They're very good players, but they're not the same type of what you're dealing. It's just a different blend. I think a Tariq Woolen matched up against a Pitts or Drake London, I think that's going to be a pretty good matchup for him because he's going to have the length to take away the things that, at least in the case especially of a guy like Drake London, he wants to do this. He's not going to get separation with his route running or speed or quickness. He's going to just want to body a guy up and moss him. Well, if you're a little bit longer, you're a little bit bigger, then you're going to be a little bit better suited, ideally, to deal with that a little bit. We saw this with Courtland Sutton in the first matchup where Sutton caused him to have a PI early on, but that PI was very close on that first one on Tariq Woolen. If he just turns his head around a little bit sooner, it's not called in that moment. So he was pretty good in that day with staying with Sutton. I think he's going to hold up pretty well again these kind of matchups. With Tariq, it's going to be those small, skittering kind of guys like your Tariq, Tyreek Hill type guys that would be really bit worried about there. As well as I'll say the Falcons, I thought, had a really great draft this last draft. Drake London, Arnold Ebiketie, Troy Anderson, Desmond Ridder, D'Angelo Malone. That was their first 5 selections, and I feel like all of those selections were top notch. They got all those guys probably a round later, just about, than they probably should have gone, with the exception of London and Ebiketie, which were first and second rounders. Your Seahawks were very high on Ebiketie. He was a guy that if Ebiketie was on the board and Boye Mafe was on the board, based upon the Boyle article that came out this offseason talking a little bit of a behind the curtain look at the Seahawks process, that did seem to indicate that they were a little bit higher on Arnold Ebiketie than they were on Boye Mafe. And Arnold does at least have a sack here out the gate for this team. That is Troy Anderson, another guy that I liked for our Hawks, a middle linebacker who's going to be, I think, a good player for them. So they're playing well. They had a good draft. They seem to be coming along somewhat under Arthur Smith. They're 22nd right now in passing. Again, some of that comes down to Mariota's limitations and their inability in pass protection a little bit to make that better than that. But they are 7th in rushing, and they are 9th in points, which is probably the most important thing for your offense at the end of the day, isn't it? Now, they are 27th in points allowed. Defense has been a little bit floundering out the gate. Saints is not necessarily an offensive juggernaut, but certainly the Rams were going to be pretty tough coming off a bad opening game against the Buffalo Bills. So they haven't had any weak opponents to go through either. They are coming into this game relatively healthy. They're only down, it looks like, about a corner here, so they're going to be coming out with all of what they've got laid to bear. Again, from my standpoint, it's going to come down to trying to get them forced into the box of getting him into pass. I just don't think Mariota back there is going to be able to make the decisions to slice and dice you over the course of a day if you can force them a little bit into that particular box. Defensively, offensively speaking, Coach Carroll has been speaking about in the postgame press conference needing to have us take more of the deep shots, that we've got to build in a little bit more of these chunk plays. That's certainly a little bit of what we'll get to in a second when I break down a little bit of the film and what I was seeing on the All-22. You do need to get a little bit more of the shots down the field. There was a little bit too much of the just simply dink and dunk, and we're going to take out routes all day and hope that we can thrive on just simply that. Now, again, this is a defense you can kind of come at. It's an interesting defense. As I was doing some studying on this, this is kind of one of the things that jumped out to me, and this is mainly from last year. And again, they do continue to struggle this year. So this kind of story is still pertinent to what's going on with this defense, even with a couple of additions, mainly through the draft this offseason. And here's the article. It says, to say the Atlanta Falcons struggled offensively last season would be a bit of an understatement. The team ranked 29th in points allowed and 26th in yards allowed while racking up the fewest sacks. The root of those struggles isn't due to a lack of creativity on the behalf of Falcons defensive coordinator Dean Pease. The Falcons run one of the two most unique defensive schemes in the NFL, according to PFF. One of P's trademarks is his ability to confuse quarterbacks by providing different looks before and after the snap. He was also known as one of the most aggressive coordinators in regards to blitzing, but the numbers in his opening act in Atlanta don't tell the same story. Atlanta actually disguised coverages at a top 5 rate, but the team also ran stunts at a bottom 5 rate while using below average rate of man coverages and blitzes, writes PFF's Eric Eager. The unique nature of P's scheme is nothing new. During the 72-year-old defensive coordinator's final season holding the same role in Tennessee, cornerback Logan Ryan described P's unit as the most complex defense in football. And you don't want your unit ever described as the most complex defense in football. I'm just going to say that right now. So you're going against a defense that's going to have a lot of moving parts, a lot of stuff going all over the place, attempt to confuse. To me, this is a better matchup for our offense in certain regards, because we're not really trying to, we're just going to keep it pretty simple anyway. So your confusion's we've got a simple answer to your confusion. It's those defenses, I think, that just kind of sit down or run a lot of blitz. I mean, we'll see. Gino's going to get tested on the blitz this week, but I think that this does fit a little bit more into Seattle's hands just from a stylistic standpoint versus them maybe wanting more of those teams that are trying to be the pass-happy attacks with those quarterbacks that are back there who are wanting to throw more 40-plus times a game. That kind of seems more like what this defense is wanting to, ideally fit up against, as opposed to an offense that's just going to come out and try to run the ball and theoretically not pass as much, though, of course, we've passed a ton through our first couple of games. So that's just a quick snapshot of the opening game here against the Atlanta Falcons. Again, I'm going to dive into this much deeper with Brendan tomorrow. We're going to get into some of the individual matchups here with that and kind of our thoughts there, but I do think this is going to be a very winnable game, especially if our Seahawks can make some adjustments on their end of things. And this leads me forward to the all 22 video and going through that this week, painstakingly so, because the interface sucks in regards to NFL.com with that. It's just a nightmare, but I went through it. I went blow by blow through it, went back through plays, kept looking at everything. I wanted to make sure that I could make a fully educated assessment of what I was seeing. This is beyond the television copy, of course. Again, for those that don't know, on this, all 22 is tape that will show you the whole shot of the field. I can see everything. Free safety does not suddenly leave the camera view and he's gone. I can tell exactly what is happening. So standing out right out from the gate, I think the most important part here, sorry, one sec. Still getting over a little bit of a cold here, folks. Standing out right outside the gate here is Geno Smith the problem? Because many in my chat post game of this last game were telling me that he was indeed the problem. It was on him. He's absolutely we've got to make the change to lock now. It's what are we doing? Let's go. We got to make this change. No, this is not on Geno Smith. Geno Smith is executing the offense as he's being told to do. Everyone that is asking for Drew Lock, maybe a component within that is that you think the coaching staff is magically going to change the way they call the game for Drew Lock than Geno Smith. And I know that to your evidence on that would be the scrimmage game from this last summer, when indeed they, by all accounts, seem to be doing that. That's potential that they could change everything in the way they're running the offense with Lock back there versus Geno, but I think not. I think that they would probably run it the way they're running it now. And the way they're running it right now, Geno's executing it as he's being asked to do. There's not a lot of deep concepts in those moments in this game where they did get the deep concepts down the football field. You saw a lot of bracket coverage, quarters coverage. You saw multiple 49er defenders deep down the football field to take those passes away. They were leaning into asking Seattle to be a little more of the dink and dunk. Now, as you got into the second half, as you got into the second half, there was a little more of tightening down by the 49ers a little bit until they really softened up when they knew they had the lead and there was no chance Seattle could get back unless they let them just have deep plays. But as you got to the early parts of the third quarter and fourth quarter, things started to get just a tiny bit. You could see the coverages getting tighter on that short stuff rather than where it was prior to that. I can't see where the issues are with Geno, where he's missing wide open guys or he's not hitting that deep play that's wide open. I'm not seeing that moment that's occurring out there on the all 22 tape. What you'll have moments where you'll pause the tape 2 seconds post play. What I like to do when I watch this stuff is go, okay, pause it. We're 2.5 seconds after the snap. Geno's at the top of his pocket. Receivers are into their routes. I can see what's going on conceptually from which routes are running where. Who appears to be the open guy right here? Because this is about right the spot where Geno needs to make that snap judgment. And then I would hit play, and more often than not, watching the Niner game, that's where the ball was going. It wasn't perfect in all the reads, but the reads were going to the right place that they needed to go on the field, where there was an actually opening to throw the ball to. So again, it doesn't come down to Geno Smith. He may indeed be proven to be the problem. We may learn that he can't throw deep. That's what they're trying to cover up, and they're trying to we don't want to put that limitation out there because then people will really know what's out there. Maybe, but they're not giving him enough of those deep route concepts or asking that to be his primary read in those moments to have him make those throws. Again, this is backed up by Coach Carroll's comments in the post-game presser talking about a need to trust their tackles more, because why didn't they do the deep concepts? You need time in the pocket to run the deep concepts, which means you're going to put your tackles more on an island for longer than you would like to. For a coaching staff that has 2 rookies on either side. That's not what they really want to do. But they're recognizing that this is what we're going to have to do. We can't just win by doing this because, frankly, the run blocking game is not good enough. And that's a part we'll dive right now into the next part here, which is that you're getting no push up in the interior of this offensive line on the tape. Guys are getting just blasted back easily. I'm watching Gabe Jackson lose his feet really a little too often. It makes me think about a guy getting over that hill state where he just doesn't have the athleticism anymore. Too many hits, too many legs out on the Sunday field, just not there anymore to be able to really pull through. He's not being able to move in space. He looks like a guy that needs to be in a man-to-man scheme and just go up against your guy, and you'll be asked to move about 1.5 yards, and that's good. He may at one time been a really mobile guy and a guy you like to have pull in space, which is part of what you liked about bringing him here. But boy, I didn't see it in this game. A couple of moments where it was really kind of painful to watch a little bit when he's just kind of fallen over and he's not even had barely any kind of contact going on. Another thing that stands out from the offense is that we're running not as much pre-snap as I sure would like to see. It's a huge difference when you're going from watching the Niners. Every single play has got pre-snap motion, fullback, sometimes tight end, sometimes wide receiver. And then you got Seattle, who'll just kind of crop dust. They like to crop dust the pre-snap motion. It's not fully, you just don't want to fully let it all go through, just a little dusting of the motion, I guess. And again, it makes it tough because this is supposed to be a little bit of a foundational piece of this particular brand of offensive styling that we're trying to, I've been told, run. Let's go to the defensive side of the ball. On some of the all-22, flood zone concepts are still kicking your defense's butt. And you're not running a lot of variances of coverage. One of the things with adopting the cover 2 shell this offseason was we thought this would bring a lot of different coverages. Maybe you get some maple, maybe you get some quarters coverage, maybe even do a little bit more man. God forbid, run a little bit more man coverage. But indeed, the majority of the snaps, much of like what I saw last year on the all-22 tape, is that you are again saying cover 3, cover 2, 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 cover 3, cover 2. That's your two defensive coverages on the back end. So this opens the door to flood zone concepts. The Niners were a little different than the Rams. They're not as imaginative as McVay with his flood zone concepts, where he'll literally have the 2 guys running back to back like they're handing a baton off on a track. And he'll do that in the middle of the field to clear out a defender in zone, as he likes to do. The Niners would do is that they knew that your corners playing cover 3 meant that the young boys are going to go back and they're going to try to maintain their depth and make sure they don't get beat over the top. So if they run a go route on the outside, they can run that corner out of that zone instantly, and then they just run an in-cutting route back behind the go route. And it would be there kind of whenever they wanted it all day long. And it's what you have is then you go, well, what about the slot guy then? Why doesn't the slot guy stay in coverage on that? And a lot of times there was moments you had Kobe Bryant. It's not even Kobe's fault. He's got inside leverage pre-snap before the play. So he's already, if you've got a guy running, if you've got this guy here is going to run this out route here, and Kobe's here with inside leverage naturally, he's off the snap kind of already catching up to get to that out route. And he's being asked already to keep that inside leverage for a reason. That's where the coaching staff wants him in his coverage naturally. So he's got to read the play well enough to, at the stem of the route, then get out there to make that break when he's already a couple steps behind that player who's running into that zone that's been flooded already, right? By the 9 route. The 9 route's taking the first corner on the outside out of there. And so it does put, again, your cornerback in quite a pickle, your slot corner in quite a pickle in those moments. If you're not having him really play true man, if you're having him just play a leverage to zone situation and then try to read it, especially having a rookie do it who's playing that position, I think, for the first time in his career, as he's been an outside corner, I think, for the majority of his time. Individually, Al Woods was awesome and active all over the place. I know his Pro Football Focus grades weren't amazing, but I still felt like the guy was really on top of it in this game. You needed a play from the interior of that line. He gave you one. This was a little bit of, I felt like, the case last week against the Broncos, where it's at a key moment you can count on Al Woods to come up and do something. And I know there wasn't really a key moment in this game, but there's just times where you needed a little bit of life from the inside of that defensive line, and he gave it to you. Again, not to be a negative Nancy on this, but this is what the tape tells me. So when we have great stuff going on the L22, I'll give you the guys the good stuff as well. But the bad stuff on this too is that Jefferson and Poona Ford are struggling. Poona used to be really good against double teams. And I had a couple times in this game where double teams locked onto him and sent him a rowing down the shore. And he couldn't quite get anchored in at any point, and the hole was there. So I don't know what to kind of make of that. It used to be a little bit of his bread and butter, as he could hold a double team down from the one tech. But he was struggling in that game quite a bit. Jefferson being asked to do the gap and a half stuff. He can't seem to really yet on the tape, as far as what I'm seeing, be able to do the gap and then get back to the half. Jefferson can do the gap, one gapping. He can go in that one direction, but having him pull back to his gap if he picks wrong or chooses wrong, or they tell him to go in the wrong direction as far as the way the play is being dictated to him, I don't know what it is, but he's not having that ability to come back. It's very tough. It's, as I said, this kind of gap and a half scheme is the toughest scheme to run on a defensive lineman. It's much tougher than 2 gapping. It's much tougher than 1 gapping. Those things are very clear in what they want you to do and what your responsibility is. You either have 2 lanes you got to control, or you got 1 lane you got to control. And with this one, it's like you have 1 lane to control, but get back to that other lane if you can possibly do it. So Quentin's still kind of finding his way here in the gap and a half, and Poona's definitely, Poona wasn't all bad, but boy, there's these moments with them this is where you're seeing a huge holes opening on up, and even on single blocks, not necessarily making a whole lot happen in those moments either from that standpoint. This is also then causing, of course, Cody Barton and Jordan Brooks to get swallowed up. It is kind of painful how much they're getting eaten whole by guards. Centers just coming downhill, free run at them. They're standing there. The guys are coming right at them. There's not much they can do other than I got to take this block on, or I got to try to shoot around it, and they're just not getting off those blocks. Then now, is it the fault of the defensive linemen not doing more of a better job to create problems to make those offensive linemen have to deal with them first, as opposed to feeling so comfortable with getting down to the second level? Perhaps. I'll let you guys kind of debate that in the chat on that realm of things. I don't have a sure answer. I'm just saying that's what the film is showing me, is that they'll come down, swallow these guys up, and it's, you can see then again between the lack of your ability to hold up with the double teams, and then your linebackers getting swallowed down the football field, and then you've got a diverse rushing attack like the San Francisco 49ers employ. It's no wonder that you end up giving, I believe, up 185 yards on the ground. Those things don't equate out to success. My only last kind of point on this with the individuals, Tariq Woolen's tape is just awesome to watch. I'm not just talking about the plays where he makes a play where you've got the Brandon Ayuk deep down the field out routes like a skinny post to the out, and he's right there in coverage to make the play. A couple other moments where he's really close. Even when you're beating him, it's on a really good throw and a really good play, like where Ayuk gets him on the inside or later in the game, comes in on an inside route, and then Garoppolo throws it really high up in the air. I mean, he's asking Ayuk to get up there, and Ayuk's got some hops, and it's just a play where with Woolen sort of trailing in coverage, it's a good call, good play, good catch, good throw. But that's what it takes to get him. That's what it takes to kind of beat him right now. You're not just getting him on cheap and easy free stuff like you think you might usually get on a rookie, which again, this is why I say just so encouraging when watching Tariq's tape right now, because it's showing up snap after snap, play after play, even when you're not seeing him do something within the course of the play, even when he's not being thrown at. He's very aware out there with what's going on. He's not getting fooled. We got ourselves a keeper here in this one. My other one on this would be the Boye Mafe. To me is sturdier than Darrell Taylor in the run game right now. I don't know what it is with Taylor, but he's a guy that he looks suitably big enough to handle himself on the outside there, but he just gets hit and it's like he'll go flying. He gets tapped, he's going to go, it's like he's got some helium in his britches. Not sure what it is, but Boye has got a little bit of ability to more hunker down over there. Just a little bit more ability, I feel like, to hold that edge a little more firmer as they need right now, where just Darrell's going to at least give up a couple of steps even as he's setting the edge. You're still setting the edge, but you set it with you giving up a couple of yards wider and wider and wider against a team like San Francisco that wants to get wide in the rushing attack. That's a bit of a problem. Versus Boye being able to come off the snap and just set where he is. And you're not going to move me, and I'm going to hold, and I'm going to two gap from here, and I'm going to set my edge. I like a little bit more of what I saw from Boye Mafe in this game in that respect of things. Some good in this tape though, some not as much. I liked what I saw out of Geno. I know 80% no points is not a good look. Not his fault they went to the trick plays like they did, which were not any easier to watch on second and third viewing as to what was going on with either of those. But while I like the flea flicker play, that was okay. I do think for those folks that the one qualitative point I will say with Geno that people are right on is that Geno does indeed need to, on the deeper stuff, let it rip. There was a time or two, they didn't run a lot of deep stuff, but there was like a little time or two where you got DK going up the field, breaking deep there. And if Geno just lets it rip, lets it go, he's got probably a big play there. San Francisco was running a lot of 8-man boxes in this game. They were running a lot of, we're going to crunch those boxes. We're not going to let you run the ball. So you eventually, when that happens, you've got to hit it deep. You've got to pull the trigger on those deep shots. And that's a little bit, again, this all makes sense to me then why you hear Carroll say, one of the first things he said out of the box is that we've got to start to hit this stuff. We've got to start to concentrate on this stuff a little bit better because it's obvious that it's open. It's obvious that it's there to be hit. And thank you for on the donations. If I'm a little bit behind on getting those, just bear with me. I'm going to be a little bit longer here on the opening with this. So I just want to kind of get through a couple of these initial thoughts, but I thank you for that. I'll be right with you guys on that. There wasn't a lot of other thoughts from the game from that aside. Nothing outside of anything you guys don't already know about what you saw from the game. These would just be things that kind of stood out to me. Just watching the game from that edge of things. Again, just stands out. You're running the ball up in the middle of time and time again. You can just feel the Niners from the start of the game to the finish, even more and more so. They kept crunching down there in the middle. They kept tightening things up in the middle, kept kind of daring you to do something to the edges. And Seattle wasn't willing to do so. If Seattle's not willing to do so this year, teams are going to get hip to that more and more and more, and it's going to get tougher and tougher to find any kind of holes up inside there. They've got to find a way, even if it's just to show me, even if it's just to show a little leg. Just show a little leg. Don't throw just a little leg out there. That's what you do when you get to the edge. You just show a little leg there, Seattle. That's all you're doing. All right. Give them a little bit of that view. And then they're going to have to at least respect the outside stuff. Whereas right now there's not a lot of respect. They're not putting a lot of respect on our outside run game name. Okay. All right. Well, that is a little bit of what I saw from the All 22. Let's bend this forward to my final third portion of this segment, which is a fun, hopeful segment. Fun, hopeful portion. Okay. Fun, hopeful portion is what we're looking at here. And, we're QB hunting here, folks. QB hunting. We all know right now that we're more likely than not going to need to get a quarterback in the next draft. We've got 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, plenty of ammunition to go out there and start firing all shots. If we got one particular guy we want to go pick. But I don't necessarily think that we're going to have just one particular guy. That we're looking for the freak show prospect, the 5-tool guy. He's got it all. I don't necessarily know that we're looking for that. I think they'd love to have that. They'd love to land that. But I do think that there's going to be a specific type of quarterback our Seahawks are going to look for in this upcoming draft. And nonetheless, they're going to look for one. One of these guys, one of these young up-and-coming quarterbacks on the college scene right now is more likely than not going to be a Seattle Seahawk. So we're going to do this as a normal segment here on the Hawks Nest, and that is to go through and look at where these guys are performing at in the current spot of this year as we go along. And the first out the gate I wanted to look at is let's also monitor what we're looking at competition-wise as far as those teams who are likely to be looking for a quarterback. So I went through the list really quickly. As far as I can tell, my teams right now that I go, I almost have no doubts in my mind that these teams are going to be looking for a quarterback 100%. So they're definitely going to be in competition for us. If they've got a worse record than us, that means they're likely to take a quarterback off the board. And that's the Texans, Colts, Giants, Panthers. You got 4 teams, no doubt about it, right out the gate that I think are going to. Maybe Daniel Jones does something miraculous this year, but I think Brian Daboll, that new head coach there, is going to want his own guy there when it's all said and done. My AB's list: New York Jets, Washington Commanders, Chicago Bears, Atlanta Falcons, maybe, depending on what they think about Desmond Ridder, Tennessee Titans, maybe, depending on what they think of Malik Willis, New Orleans Saints, maybe, depending on if Jameis Winston can keep himself there. I'm thinking they're probably going to look for a QB, especially in this draft, as deep as it is. And then you've got the Detroit Lions, who's also a maybe. Their offense is doing really good right now, but are they completely sold on Jared Goff? So that will be a little bit of our competition, I think, of teams. I don't think it's going to be beyond that. I know a lot of people were worried there's going to be 7, 8, 9, 10 teams, but I don't think it's going to get to that extreme of view. But we are going to have to potentially then package if we want to get to a guy that we really, truly love in this draft. So let's monitor, for my money at least right now, let's take a look at the guys that are, essentially where I would put the top of the list is I'm kind of sitting right now. Now, you're free to definitely disagree with this list. It's not 100% going to be the final list that I put out. It's going to be fluctuating. It's going to be a little different. I'm going to go a little bit all over the board. Some of this list is pretty concurrent to what I've done in recent history in looking at these guys. But this is going to be a list based on what I've seen so far this year, in addition to the prior tape that I've watched of these guys, that being last year. A lot of guys on these lists started last year. It's part of why you're going to like these guys this year. You're not getting necessarily a lot of one-year wonders here. You are going to get guys who have multiple years of starting for their teams at the college level, which is a little bit more of a rarity now in this day and age. But let's start up with the first guy here, Will Levis. Will Levis, to me, has really been number one guy for a little while now. He is for many different Seahawks fans out there. And at first blush, people go, well, why? Is this just lazy because you guys are all just sort of fall in love with the same guy? And so one guy hears from somebody else, another guy hears from somebody else, and then somebody else hears that. So then they just all by sort of an echo chamber decide we love Will Levis. I don't think it's that myself. I don't. I would tend to give people a little more credit than that, frankly. And I understand with Will Levis, when you look at the first blush of stats, you'll get concerned. You'll get concerned by 53-3 QBR, 4 INTs here to start this year off. You look at last year's stats, 21 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, and you've got a little bit of concern there in that respect. Well, he seems to be a little wild with the football. And indeed, he is a little bit wild with the football. His game is just a little bit wild. I do give college kids a little bit of room if their game's a little bit wild, though. It's a matter of, do I see the flashes of them being able to get it under control? And we'll get to his interceptions here really quickly in a second. He has started out pretty well this year out the gate. He's got a very nice signature win against Florida, where he's matched up against another prospect we're going to be talking about in a second, which is Anthony Richardson. He's thrown for a lot of yards. Definitely the interceptions there. The touchdowns are there too. But beyond that, you see it there in his mechanics, in his throwing motion, in his footwork. Everything is very clean, very polished. There's not a lot you pick apart in his delivery going, he's going to need to fix this. He's going to need to fix his front foot. Sometimes everything's just fluid and easy, and the ball is coming out, as far as a notable this year that I've seen different from last year. The ball is coming out at a little bit more RPMs. I would say it's a guy going from last year who was probably at a good 90, 92, 93 maybe on his fastball. And now you're seeing him hit 95, 96 occasionally on that fastball a little bit this year. Just a couple ticks this year that I'm seeing, which again, something that you might normally see on these college quarterbacks as they do go through their development. The interceptions are a concern for myself, but I do have a little bit of an explanation for that. And I'm not going to say it's the end-all be-all, because this does not explain away all the interceptions with Levis. This is just my reasoning behind why I give it a little bit more room. That being that, he's playing in a pro-style offense, and not just a pro-style offense. He's playing in your Seattle Seahawk offense. Yeah, he's playing literally the Los Angeles Rams, the McVay, the Waldron, vis-a-vis the Waldron offense. And so he's going to have a little bit of a easier transition to the pro game when you ask him to take snaps under center. He's going to have literally run these route concepts already in college and being very well aware of them and where to maybe avoid and where I can take a little bit more of a risk. That really does appeal to me considerably when you put all those other aspects together, being that he's clean as far as a prospect goes, as far as his arm talent, mobility, good, relatively fearless in the pocket, great arm strength, can layer the ball over the top when he needs to. And again, the mobility is awesome. He's again a little more wild in that respect, where he's going to get whacked a couple times because he doesn't get slid down, and he will take a little bit of a beating this year. You watch as he goes through, because he's not doing that. So that's a part where he needs to learn. He's not a finished prospect necessarily. And we also have to acknowledge he's going to be 24 years old coming out in this draft, which makes him a little bit older as well, as far as versus CJ Stroud, let's say, who's going to be a 21-year-old guy coming out. So maybe at that point you could look at Levis and say, well, maybe he's a little topped out. Why I like him for number one for our Hawks, beyond all the reasons I just mentioned, is that, again, I think he's going to be pro ready. That 25-year-old age doesn't hold me back as much when I look at the fact that he's ready to go. I'm going to be able to insert him into the lineup from day one. And my theory on this has been that the Seahawks are trying to fit back to that 2012 blueprint that they implemented that helped them successfully get to back-to-back Super Bowls. With that approach, there was Legion of Booms within that, Marshawn Lynch's within that, and Russell Wilson's within that, but it was that approach of building the team first out. And then when you brought the quarterback in, not merely bringing a quarterback in, not merely bringing a talented quarterback in, but bringing in a talented quarterback who was pro ready, who wasn't going to have to sit on the bench for 2 years. Like we watch the 49er fans as they wring their hands over the fact, well, was Lance going to take a year? Is he going to take 2? How long until he's going to finally be ready? I mean, when? And that's a little bit of a question you can end up asking when you get into that, going for those 21-year-old guys. At the end of the day, Levis's completion percentage is up this year. His average per attempt is up this year. His arm's looking stronger. He's definitely not necessarily been highly tested yet. The schedule is going to get tougher. And again, this is subject to change, this list, but I love what I see from Levis right now. He's my number one guy for your Seahawks. I would love to get my hands on this guy. I think he eventually, no matter what, will be minimum top 10 pick. Next up is that 21-year-old guy I was just talking about on my list. This is my number 2, and that is CJ Stroud out of Ohio State. CJ is a guy for a lot of people that is their number 1. He is neck and neck with my guy Will Levis right now. The difference between these guys is not distinct. It's not far. These are both, to me, top 10, maybe perhaps even top 5 first-round picks. He had a real tough game in the opener against Notre Dame, which was probably his stiffest competition of the year so far. He lost his main playmaker, the hyphen guy. I can't figure out how to say his name quite yet, but I'll learn how to say it eventually. But the guy that was going to take over for the 2 receivers he lost in this last draft with Olave and Wilson, who were drafted. So he was down a couple of guys. He's definitely light a few playmakers in that respect. They're trying to run the ball a little bit more there. But he did struggle a little bit in that Notre Dame game, and it was a little bit eye-opening. He didn't make any real bad mistakes necessarily, just wasn't making a lot of plays. Now he's really, really gotten hot. He started to move along. He's really starting to cook here this last week. 307. Let me get to CJ Stroud here. He really cooked this last week to the tune of 367 yards, 5 touchdowns. They were out ahead of that game really, really early on. There's some standout throws with him that just always come back with me on him again and again. He'll make some throws that are so close where you'll feel like the cornerback's closing. The cornerback might have a chance on this ball, and the ball always gets through to just the perfect spot. And you question and you start to go, boy, he got away with one there. I think he got away with one. But then you come back and go, well, he makes that completion a lot, though, where he can just trust his arm to have, I know I got enough to get there, and I know my ball placement is going to be so precise. It was really interesting watching on one throw where he throws it over the top in this game against Toledo, and there's 5 defenders over around the sideline route where he's got one guy. And he just drops that like a lollipops that ball right over the top of the 5 defenders all in space there. No one's even close to making a pick. No one's close to knocking the ball down. But it's that type of stuff that shows up time and time again. You guys seen it last year with him and Wilson, where he would throw those acrobatic tosses to Wilson, and Wilson would go up and have enough room in bounds to be able to go up 39, 40 inches in the darn air and then catch it, come back down, still get a foot in, because he would always put the ball inside to where it's not far out of bounds and you're just going to drift with the ball out of bounds. He's always going to keep you inside in his ball placement. It shows up over and over again of just how accurate he is. And it doesn't matter if it's a 5-10 yard route, 20 yards down the field, he's going to put it right there on the spot that it needs to be. And sometimes astonishingly so. He also is doing a really good job this year, especially. I saw it last year, but it's even being built more. Quarterbacks, when they're going through their reads, sometimes you'll see their head move, but the rest of the body doesn't move as they go through their reads. So if I'm looking here, this is okay if I'm throwing to you, but if I got to throw over here to this side, I need to get my shoulders turned to that side and get set. And sometimes if I see it and then have to turn my to get the shoulders set, that's too late to get the ball and get it out. He's already getting his shoulders turned as he's going through his reads. It's unique to him. You'll watch it on tape and notice if you really look at it. And what that allows him to do is then that's where he's getting that accuracy, is the mechanics are then going to be clean when he sees it at that point. So he's always sort of in that threat to throw that ball as he's going through his reads. Bryce Young's a little bit like this as well, but Young does more of just getting his arms started. Young's more like he's pulling like a lawnmower, trying to start it, and he's pulling the chain on the lawnmower. That's a little bit what Young's doing. Whereas Bryce, it's full shoulders, so he's really setting himself in with his mechanics as he's going through those reads really nicely, really smoothly. 12 touchdowns, no interceptions, 1 sack, 71.9% completion percentage as it stands right now, 11.1 yard per attempt. Obviously, Notre Dame is the biggest test at this point. None of these guys have really truly been run through the ringer yet. They all have got about one opponent on their schedule so far, at least that they've been marginally tested by. But I love CJ's game, 21 years old, might have the most upside of any quarterback in this draft. Definitely, that's definitely something that I'm starting to get more narrowed in. The only question with him is a little bit of mobility. He's not exactly the guy that's going to be fleet of foot. He moves well in the pocket. He understands how to climb the pocket. He's got those kind of natural instincts. I wouldn't say he's a statue back there, but he certainly is going to be one of the lesser mobile guys of these opening guys that we're going to be taking a look at. KJ Jefferson would be my next guy here. He is obviously your kid out of Arkansas, a guy that is an absolute clone for Cam Newton, no doubt about it. I mean, he's got the towel hanging off him. He's got the number 1. He's got the body style that looks like Cam a little bit. It's like a couple inches shorter version of Cam. And he started off the year with maybe his best game against the Cincinnati Bearcats. 3 touchdown passes, a Bearcat team that, of course, last year was playing in the playoffs. It was very much a trendsetter type of win in that respect of things. It's been a little bit up and down over the last couple of weeks. Arkansas is getting their wins. They're still highly ranked. He's going to be a guy of high acclaim as we go forward. Certainly his stats aren't bad. As you can see here, he's fine overall. The thing I do like about him is that he's got a bit of an ability when he throws the ball to seem like sometimes you'll say the quarterback's pulling the string on the football. He definitely has a little bit of that. He looks like he's kind of pulling the string on the ball, even on balls where it's 15 yards down. And it's almost like at the last moment, the ball leaving his hand, he can still kind of control it, even if it's just by the fingers on the threads of the ball. It's very, very interesting in the way that he does it, and he's very good at it. I do like this year, too. He's doing a better job of improvement over last year of getting his step in the right direction. He's planning, putting his spot to the right point as far as where he wants to point and press to as far as where he's trying to throw the ball. Very, very impressive from my standpoint of looking at KJ as he's showing some improvement because it's his mechanics he most needed to clean up this year. He still gets a little bit too dead-footed for me, where he gets set down and he just sort of gets hunkered down like he's sitting down in that sofa, and he's, I'm kind of comfy right here. No, get up on those toes a little bit more. And again, it hasn't been as great here lately. He did throw for 385 yards last week. He had a couple moments where maybe the team let him down a little bit. The one thing that did stand out to me from the game last week that would have been nice with KJ was his team was down by 10 points heading into the fourth quarter. Then the running back busted off a 74-yard run. His punt returner took one back to the house. It would have been kind of nice to be able to see him in that moment if he could have overcome a little bit of that 10-point deficiency and how he would have matched up against that, as we'll see with another guy here on our list. But a guy that I do still see as being a first-round talent. His completion percentage is up this year. His average per attempt is about a yard higher. His touchdown interception is even a little better this year, and it was great last year. So awesome mobility for this guy. You can run him a little bit like a running back at times. Again, think of Cam Newton. Think this guy. They're very similar in their type of games. I don't know if I see top 10 necessarily still yet with him, but I could see him into a top 15 type area of things. Bryce Young would be our next guy, a guy that I'm not hot for our Seahawks to draft, but I have to admit he's going to probably be a higher end guy and where he's picked when it's all said and done. He is a guy that has not necessarily lit it up. He's had a good year so far. The Texas game stands out, though. You guys, I'm sure, are all readily well aware of the play that happened where he was sacked in the end zone. Would have been a safety. Would have changed a lot of the dynamics of that game, probably. Instead, the officials call a targeting penalty on Texas, which seems to have bailed out Alabama on that play. And if you talk to certain Texas Longhorn fans, they will tell you that Alabama was bailed out on quite a few calls on that particular game, a game where they won by a mere 1 point to a currently unranked Texas team that certainly Steve Sarkisian is starting to turn in the right direction. Nonetheless, he's been pretty good overall, but maybe a smidge below where he was at his Heisman pace last year. There's not been anything that he's done in his game to go forward or back from where he was to me from last year. He definitely has a live arm. I mentioned a little bit of the difference between him and CJ, where CJ's more of a shoulder turner between his reads, and what you see with Bryce is a little bit more of that. I'm gonna get the lawnmower up. I'm gonna get the lawnmower. Nope, not gonna yet. And it works for him, but there's just kind of a lot of giddy up to get himself over to his over the top delivery style of things. And he goes over the top, of course, because he is a smaller guy, because you can't afford to go sidearm when you are a little bit of that bigger guy. And a guy that just at this point doesn't excite me a lot. He just had 2 interceptions in this last game against kind of a weaker opponent here, where the University of Monroe Warhawks. 1 interception was absolutely on him, where he had about 3 years to throw in the pocket, and he's back there looking and surveying, and back there looking and surveying, and back there, and then he's like, oh, well, the hell with it. I'll just throw it 50 yards down the field and see what happens. Bad throw on that one, and one that just, again, if you're going to be that mobile guy that can buy yourself extra time, you need to be pinpoint going down the field there. You can't be kind of lazy on those type of situations. And then the interception later in the game, his receiver just dropped the ball flat out, which isn't necessarily his fault on that. But again, not really high on where I'm looking at right now with him. Takes a long time to kind of assess things in the pocket. He's got the benefit of doing that with an Alabama offensive line in front of him that's very good. He's not going to have the benefit, I don't think, of doing that at the pro level. So still a lot in my mind to be proven with Bryce, though I do think he would sneak into the first round as far as consideration right now. My list has changed a little bit here. My newest guy that I'm going to add to this list, and I'll be going through these a little faster as these guys are a little bit lower down, but the newest guy that has vaulted to the list here is Hendon Hooker out of Tennessee. This guy has, again, I'm looking for progression this year from what you saw from last year as far as the tape goes. His completion percentage is up. His yards per game is up. His touchdown to interception ratio is up. He's leading away, it would seem, from his mobility to better develop himself in the pocket versus last year where he ran for, I believe, well over 600 yards. He has a 43 to touchdown to 0 interception ratio since he's been named just full-time starter of the Tennessee Titans. He's taken this job and ran with it. When you watch him this year and throwing the ball, it feels like he's a little bit less messy in his overall form. Last year, and watching Hendon Hooker, everything was always going in every different direction, including when he would scramble. It was a weird, just kind of mess of things going on. And he could get the ball out, and he could get out relatively accurately. And to me, the delivery is a little more consistent this year. It's a little more snappier and quicker in how he gets through it. I like how the ball's jumping off of his hand really well right now. He's a real fun prospect to look at, and I think he's developing more and more. He could get higher and higher on this list for me as I watch more and more of him because he's not doing anything as far as really bad goes on the field. He's just been very, very solid. And in every game here, they're a team that does want to run the ball, but he's been very good in every single game, very consistent in every single game. This is a guy who might start to move up a little bit the more he can kind of build on this early performance so far this season. And I believe Tennessee's going to have some good opponents. He's also got a nice signature win against Pitt this year on top of that. This brings me to Tyler Van Dyke, who has dipped down on my list a little bit. Haven't been quite as impressed with Tyler as I was on last year's tape. The completion percentage was really weak this last week against Texas A&M, who the Miami Hurricanes lost to. I mentioned that moment with KJ Jefferson being down by 10 points to start the fourth quarter, and what can you do, kid? Well, Tyler Van Dyke got put in that same kind of situation this last week, and they just weren't able to really pull anything off. Tyler is not being helped or aided by his receivers right now. They're dropping balls right and left and forward and back and around again. So that's definitely impacting things, but it's not like the whole sole reason here either. I feel like his delivery is getting more and more sidearm the more I watch him. If it's less over the top than what I saw last year. He's got a weird thing on read options where he gets so squatted down. It's like he's popping a squat on read options. It's really weird. His legs get really wide and he just kind of, am I going to hand it off? Am I going to hand it off? Kind of odd. It's a little strange. And the more I watch him, the more I'm starting to feel like he's a little bit of a clunkier athlete. Maybe Mario Cristobal's offense doesn't do him any favors there. Certainly didn't help Justin Herbert when he was at Oregon, but I don't think that that's the sole explanation. He's just dipped down to me just a little bit here so far this year. Yards down, just hadn't looked good. Again, impacted a little bit by his wide receivers here who aren't helping him a considerable bit. We'll go through our last two guys on this list, and I thank you for bearing me with me in the live chat. I wanted to go a little longer here on just a couple of other guys here. Last guy is going to be Anthony Richardson, another guy like Hendon Hooker, who's kind of my riser on my board right now. He burst onto the scene against Utah in the opening week, played really well, heady game, wasn't throwing for a lot of yards, but was efficient in his throws, showing off good arm strength, even hitting in-cutting routes 15 yards down the field and putting it right on a spot, just a nice little dot. He also has some real upper-level talent as far as mobility goes out of the pocket. Him and KJ Jefferson are your 1-2 guys as far as their ability to really do damage if you're talking about as a scrambler and you're talking about as runners. They do a great job in that respect of things. I like what I see from him. He's a redshirt sophomore. I do see still a very raw, young guy to the position. There's things that just don't naturally fit him on the position quite yet that he's going to have to kind of build into his game. He's got the physical potential to do so, but he's throwing at about 50% of completion percentage rate right now in a very simplified offense. This is not an offense having him do a lot of different moving parts. Still tantalized by what you see from a physical potential, but I do wonder a little bit of this fit for our Seahawks down the lane if he does announce for this upcoming draft, in the respect of, do you want to wait a couple years for where he could really get here? Because I think it's going to take a little bit of time for him. I would be expecting him to do a little bit better than what he's doing right now, considering they do a fairly good job of staying pretty consistent running the ball, and the offense is fairly simplified overall. It's not asking him to make a whole lot of reads, but Anthony is definitely a pretty insane talent as far as overall goes. My last guy is going to be Cameron Ward of Washington State. I didn't get the deal up here for him, but 4 first half touchdowns against Colorado State this past week. The more tape I watch of this guy, the more I like. He's another one of those guys like Hendon Hooker, where it's just I'm starting to get warmer and warmer and warmer to him. He stands really brave in the pocket. He'll deliver a ball and take it right in the chin, doesn't care. He's got a great control of the line of scrimmage, does Cameron Ward. He comes up, he's got people set, he'll audible if he needs to audible, he'll change protections if he needs to. They had one moment in this game where the Colorado State came up in a full house casino blitz. He recognized it fully well within time, audibled to a screenplay, a running back screen, hit the running back screen, and it was able to get them a first down. It really stood out to me just how comfortable he is at the position in there at Washington State. I like his arm strength, really good arm strength, and can throw with some touch. Not as much of a layer thrower, but it's as much as he's going to throw it hard, or he's got a little bit of touch to it. He's not kind of got that in between sort of way he kind of throw the ball at times. If you're looking for a little bit of a visual picture for Cameron Ward, picture Kyler Murray's delivery style. The way his leg sets out, the way the ball starts out low and comes up. It's the very same thing with Cameron Ward that you see. He's like a bigger Kyler Murray, but not he does none of the mobility stuff necessarily. He's mobile enough. He can move in the pocket. He's got a little bit to him in that respect. He's again, no statue back there. We got no statues really on this list, with maybe exception of, you could probably say Van Dyke's pretty close to statue-y. He's got some statue elements. He's definitely got some cement feet there a little bit, but Ward's not that way at all. And I really do like the way, as I say, a gunslinger quarterback's that guy that's back there and just, he's going to trust his arm. He's going to let it rip, can make every throw, doesn't have to be crow hopping 2 steps to get into put all that juice on the throw that he wants to put it. He can just hit back leg and let it rip. And it really does impress me with him in what I've seen so far. Of course, he's got the notable win this against Wisconsin this year, where they really surprised a lot of people by winning that game. They've started out 3-0. He is a guy that will, I think, continue to rise here, and a guy that I'm very excited for here this as far as his stock, and if it does rise into this draft as a potential. I really like his game. Again, not a lot of gun. There's him and Will Levis to me are the real true only gunslingers in this draft. The rest of the guys are pretty under fairly well constraints and control for the type of throws they can make in their offense. And he's out there letting it rip. And that's always going to endear me to any college quarterbacks that are doing that versus these guys that are under sort of clinical like conditions and how they're being asked to manage a particular offense. Though that's my list here early on of guys that I see here out the gate for this upcoming draft that are going to be, that's my list as it stouts as far as where I would stack them. Will Levis would be my number one guy, but I would say the thing that we had hoped for coming into this year was that these young guys would continue to develop beyond the top guys, that there would be a plethora of potential quarterbacks entering this draft. And the early version of this to me looks like you're going to probably have at least 3-4 guys taken in the first round. But I would say that you're going to easily see probably 11, 12, even 13 guys taken in the first 3 rounds of this draft. So there's going to be quite a few QBs taken. And as I'd say, I think we're very likely, of that list I just read to you right now, one of those guys, in my opinion, is very, very likely to be a Seattle Seahawk. I know Russell was taken a little bit later on, 3rd round in his particular draft. This draft would have that kind of depth for you to go and do that again. So it might be a guy beyond my list because of that. But I do think with having 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, where the team is, where the state of the team is, I think they're more likely to at least take a quarterback in the first round. And if they do, it will be probably one of these guys. So that is my little list for you guys today. Thank you for bearing with me on all that. I had a lot to say here to open things up. I know I went an hour right out the gate here with you guys. So thanks for bearing with me. Let's see what your guys' thoughts here on this upcoming week and where you guys are on the state of things. I know we'll get some questions about the Sherman and KJ Wright podcast that happened. So we'll talk a little bit about that, no doubt. I have no problems going into those discussions, but I would appreciate it if you guys do like what you're listening to. Please do me a favor and hit that like button for me. It does help the chat grow. We're having some great growth already, but we're having that great growth because you guys are hitting that like button. And if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. I would appreciate it. I'd appreciate it, and you'd be awesome for doing it. Paul Third, I am real late on acknowledging your super chat. Sorry, my man, but I do thank you for that $5 donation. He says, I watched the end of the Falcons-Rams. They are a lot better offensively than I expected. This has gone from a preseason sure thing to a winnable game. Shaking my head. It's very well said, Paul, and I would match that. That's probably right where I would be with the same sentiments on this. I think that we should win this game, especially because it is at home. And I think that we do have enough more talent than them and a better team than them at this point, even if it's just by a smidge. We do. But they are certainly playing better than I thought they were going to this year when we came into it. And the fact they've hung as hard as they have against the Saints and the Rams in back-to-back weeks. I mean, they had a tough Saints loss after that week 1 matchup, and then they come right back into week 2 and still give the Rams everything that they can deal with. I think that's very impressive. It shows that's a team that's got a little resiliency to them maybe there. So let's see what we can get out of this game. It's going to be a tough game, Paul. It's going to be a tough game. It's probably going to come down to the 4th quarter once again. But I am predicting a win this week. So I'm 2-0 for the season so far. Let's see if I can keep my undefeated predicting streak alive. Empower Code, what's up, man? Maxwell Stern, D-Mac. What's up, D-Mac? It's good to see you, bro. Bash Gordon, hello. Empower Code, what's up, everybody? Chase, William Leonard, yo. Nick Carrick, I'm going to push the Michael Penix Jr. conversation for our quarterback issue. I've watched Michael's games. I'm not sure quite yet what to think exactly. So I like his delivery. He's got a poppy arm that he's got some good oomph there. He can really go through his progressions really well and read the field excellently. Can't deny that. I'm not quite sure yet to where I quite land with Michael, though. I'm not certain of where I have him fitting at as far as prospect status goes, Nick, but I do like him. So it's a little bit of a TBD on Michael Penix for me. Mash, if it wasn't for work, I wouldn't have left my bed after that Niner loss. I hate losing the 49ers. It just ruins my whole week. Well said. I know what you're saying, man. They're our rival. They're our main rival. There isn't any doubt about that. And being that they are that, it sucks to lose against them. Luckily, at least we get a chance to get back at them here a couple weeks, Bash. Kel, yay. I didn't know we were streaming. Yes, Jamal had successful surgery. Hopefully he can bounce back really fast from it. Maybe we get, there's maybe the last chance here to bring him back in and see if we can pull something from it. That's good to hear on that, Kel. And I want to get a good couple hour stream on here with you guys today. Like I said, during this season, I'm wanting to get more streams. I might not go as long on the 4 or 5 hour stuff here as we get in these streams this year, but I'd like to lock in on trying to get a couple more here during the week with you guys as I can over the course of the year, because I can't quit you guys. I like talking my Seahawks. Osama bin Diesel, go Hawks. Go Hawks. William Asumbako, go Hawks. Danny B says Bryce Young time. We're going to have a lot of people loving themselves in Bryce Young. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Andrew Wynn, go Hawks. Robbie Red, how are we tonight? I'm doing awesome. It's bounce back week. I got that loss kicked out of I got the all-22 done. I've kicked. It's out. It's out there. It's in the past. It's only about the future now, and it's bounce back week. Bounce back week. Paul says still bummed about Sunday. You will get there, Paul. We'll get there. What's up, Megan Gog Roger? How you doing? Good to see you in the chat. Ethan, hey, what's up? Currently on the most concern so far is Darrell Taylor. I think we all knew he would struggle against the run. Is it me, or does he just look lifeless, lazy out there rushing? I don't know if he looks lazy. There was moments that he did have flash in the run game as the game went on to nearly the end. He kind of started to show up a little bit. But to me, it's a little bit to me in watching him, Ethan, of a situation that you ran into with Bruce Irvin. With Bruce Irvin, it wasn't a matter of want or will. It was a matter of he was just not big enough. Just not big enough to sustain. If an offensive tackle was going to come down on him and he was going to give up 35, 40, 50 pounds at times, that was going to be too much for Bruce. And I think with Darrell Taylor, he may be falling into kind of the same place where it's just not quite heavy enough to be able to sustain on early downs as a run defender. And that's why I'm kind of advocating, Ethan, right now for more of a flip the Boye Mafe Darrell Taylor roles. Put Boye Mafe out there as your early down defender, and then flip in Darrell Taylor as your rotational pass rusher. Megan, I would love to say I'm sure the Hawks will win against the Falcons. If we play like we did last week, we will get beaten badly. Very well said. Very well said. Washington Fistquest with a $2 donation. Thank you, Washington Fistquest. Says the hardest working man in the showbiz, Brandon Kane. That's right. Gotta kiss myself. Good guy. Good guy. Gotta go live. Kick my stream. For you young kids, that's a James Brown reference. Gotta make sure I mention that Washington Fistquest when I make those older references. So thank you for the $2 donation. Gotta go live. Empowered code. Gabe Jackson is concerning. We need to move Lewis back to right guard and slot Haynes in at left guard. I was just thinking that very same thought today, Empower Code. I had that same thought cross my mind today. After I watched that all 22 last night, I was like, I'm kind of over the Gabe Jackson experience. I'm just ready for Lewis to go back to right guard. I'm ready to have good right guard play again. I'm kind of ready for that. B. Russ, I'm curious if DK is getting open when given single coverage. It's a complicated question because they didn't run a lot of deep routes, B. Russ, off the all-22 tape I watched. And so when DK is running deep, there's a single high safety back there for the Niners, and then the safety drifts back into DK's lane because there's nobody challenging on the back end of the field at that depth down the field. So, I mean, is he getting single covered technically in those moments? Yeah, until he gets to the depth of the route that you'd call a deep route, and then he's doubled. And you have to get around this, you've got to run a couple of concepts deep at times to pull the guys away at that. But then again, you're getting to more guys you're needing out in routes and less guys in now necessarily pass protecting. And that seems to be the part, as Carol referenced, that they had some concerns in trying to do that. Daniel W. says, we are investing a lot in our defensive tackles. Puna's $10 million. Shelby Harris is $10 million. Monet's contract. Al Woods, he's been nice. But what is happening? I see zero pressure, zero run lane clog. I think Al Woods is doing his share of what I would ask him to do at 35 years old. I've got no problems with him whatsoever. Now, the rest of the guys you mentioned, Shelby Harris was injured after 3 plays last week. Brendan was telling me he was doing great in the first game. I didn't notice it as much against the Broncos. It may have been the case. But when it comes to Poona Ford and Jefferson and Monet, these are guys that you have to look at right now, and I think you have to take a firm they're due to be asked, what are we getting for what we're paying you guys? We're not stopping the run, and you're not getting any pass rush. You're not keeping our linebackers clean. There's a very minimal amount of what they're bringing along to the game right now, and I'm being hard on them, but I'm sorry. I just watched the tape. I didn't see any points there. Poona might give you a play here or there, a la like the LJ Collier style of play there, but it's not good consistently in there. And Jefferson was just miserable. I think Jefferson in this game, if I'm not mistaken, you guys can see the scroller here beneath me on the side, but if I'm not mistaken, Jefferson came out of this game with a PFF grade of a 39.6. That's hard to get a 39.6 on your grade. And the tape backed it up. Daniel W. says, Boye Mafe needs to start over Darrell Taylor more. Hey, so we've got another guy. Hey, like mine, Daniel. Move Taylor to a third down pass rusher role. Thoughts? It's unfortunate, but man, he has been horrendous in the run and then gassed during pass rushing downs. I think you put that really well in the end. That was even a part that I've said so far, Daniel, that you added that was very apt. He's gassed trying to hold up in the run game early downs. Then he doesn't give you the one thing that's his real true benefit with it, which is then as a pass rusher. Very well said in that respect. Mafe looked better on the tape. Better setting the edge. He wasn't getting moved as much. He was able to get off of the block. I mean, and Taylor's got free runs at guys. There's a play that I think Corbin showed on his Twitter where it was with a one play. Poona actually shot a gap in that game, presses it back because he gets single coverage, blows the running play up in the backfield, forces the running back into Taylor, who's scraping down the line of scrimmage unblocked, and Taylor just whiffs. Completely just whiffs on it. And the guy gets down the field. And it's like, we saw that also on the Debo play, didn't we? It is showing up. It's showing up a variety. And the thing too with it is that Niners were attacking Taylor in the game. They weren't just like, oh, well, when you're over there and we're running it there, we're going to get some good yards. Like, oh, we're going to go after this guy. Let's get this one. Let's hit this over and over again. AI, it's all the result of horrible drafting since 2014. What's that? Taylor's not through down player. No, he's not. Not the moment he's not. Paul Third, Woolen and Mafe, only real rookie dogs on defense. You could sign me up for that being the case. I'll still reserve a little judgment on Kobe. But you could potentially sign me up for that. Alexander Wheeler, at least Taylor was getting into the backfield. He just needs to follow through on tackling and hopefully get some holding calls going his way. Holding calls are good. He's getting in the backfield at times. Sometimes it's him being unblocked, though. I mean, take the Deebo Samuel play, Alexander. The Niners purposefully left Darrell Taylor unblocked on a play that was going to have Deebo Samuel run right at him. That tells you their level of fear in Darrell Taylor's ability to tackle Deebo Samuel in the open field, which is to say they had none of that. They had no fear. You're not often, you might have a defensive end unblocked, but you're going to have him on the backside of the play, right, Alexander? So you'll have, if you're running the fly sweep and it's coming this way, then the defender's unblocked here, so he's got to run all the way across the backside of the formation to get to the play. The Niners ran it strong side at Darrell Taylor's side, the fly sweep. So it's that right there again shows you, we've got targeting, sucky player on the run, 70 yards for the running back. Alexander says, in my opinion, he was improved in getting into position to make plays in the run game than he was in game one. I'll give you that. He had more moments. He flashed, Alexander. He had more moments. There were more rushing plays in total, though, too, Alexander. I mean, there were more, the Niners ran the ball 45 times in this game versus, I think, the Broncos that were at like 16, 17, something like that. So he had more chances in this one, too. Tommy Eden, and I like Will Levis's measurables and the way he plays. I sometimes work out of Kentucky, so I catch some of his games. He is going to be a productive NFL quarterback, just not sure he falls to us. Valid, man. I think those are all good points. And, it's a chance that he could vault up and become the number one quarterback from a physical, measurable standpoint. The fact that he's played in a pro offense is going to endear him to probably some teams. Some teams are really going to like the fact that he's at a place like Kentucky that doesn't have the greatest of offensive lines or skill position players on the outside. And so it's not him, a little bit like you get with, frankly, Ohio State and Alabama, where those guys have a lot of time to sit back there and survey the field, and it's all very clean and easy for them at times. Whereas with him, it's very hard. It's very hard at times. Will gets the ever-loving crap kicked out of him in that pocket, and it's not his fault a lot of those times. It's not him holding the ball too long. It's a matter of it's more a matter of the line will get beat right off the jump, right off the rip. I'm trying to get my cat here. Hold on. I need my kitty here. I don't need you facing away. They can't even see you. That's awesome. Megan says, I'm more on Stroud than Train than Levis, but each are good. They're both very close for me, Megan, as they are 1-2 on my list. They're right neck and neck. Neck and neck. Saijin, are we beating the Falcons 23-17? I don't have a score prediction for you yet, Saijin. I'll have that for you tomorrow when we do our full game preview with Brandon. We'll be here on this channel, by the way, guys. But yes, I do think that we have this game as a win, and yes, I do think this game will be more than a field goal we win this by. Bold statement. Unknown, I like Tyler Van Dyke and Young, but I can be swayed. Hey, I can be swayed through this too, Unknown. The thing that I think everybody should be trying to as much as they can, and I include myself in this, is that we remain in a sort of unbiased state on this to let this process play out. Let the whole rest of the year play out. Many of these guys out the gate are playing against their, powder puff teams on their schedule, right? To prepare for the big dogs. And the big dogs are going to dictate what we really see from these guys. But I do like both those guys. Van Dyke has dropped a little bit for me so far this year in what I'm seeing from him. But Young has basically maintained the path. And on both Unknown, I think Young's probably a back-end first-round guy, and I think Van Dyke's a second-round guy, probably as it stands right now. Rob Terrell, I like Penix Jr., but he does throw in the old spread offense that Oregon basically ran where he's in shotgun the whole time. Would like to see him take snaps under center. It gets hard on the projection when they're just in shotgun all the time, man. It does. It does. There are a couple guys like that are going to basically be in the same mold for the most part. Guys like KJ Jefferson, really. But the point stands. That's why I like Levis as much as I do. So you don't have to wait for the guy to have to learn how to take, it sounds silly probably to say they got to learn how to take snaps under center. That's dumb. It is dumb, but it's a process to learn it. And it's like the footwork is like learning a dance to get your footwork right on a drop back and understanding how the footwork needs to be on a 3-step drop. How does the footwork need to be on a 5-step drop? How does the footwork need to be on a 7-step drop? How many steps do I need to take? All of that stuff then takes a little bit more time in the developmental process if you got a guy that's a little rougher in that road. I'm not quite sure what to think. I've watched all Penix's games, and I usually have an opinion of a guy by this point that's more of in a certain spot, but I'm still kind of in just, I like him. I'm fairly well impressed. I'm not lights out impressed, but I like what I see. I just don't know yet quite where to put him as far as pro status kind of stuff goes. Megan, CJ Stroud at 2B, seriously, he's better than Levis. Not off the tape I've watched, Megan. Not off the tape I've watched. And don't forget with CJ, Megan, he's got 5-star guys all around him. As I said, don't forget with that offensive line with him and Bryce Young. You have 5-star tackles, 5-star guards, 5-star centers. They're getting the best of the best blocking in front of them, and it's going to make them look good. Especially, again, when you look at these early schedules some of these teams play. Alabama playing UNL Monroe. Ooh, Alabama really testing themselves on that one, huh? Ooh, they're really trying to iron sharpen iron on that one. But I like CJ, Megan. I do. He's my number 2. Again, don't get too caught up on these two guys at the top, Megan, because we are talking at that point of two guys that I forecast as 2 top 10 picks. It's not like I see Levis as a top 3 and I see CJ as like a second round guy. It's the difference here is so minute as far as really on a projection status. Alexander Wheeler, Levis is running similar offense to our Hawks. He's running exactly the same offense as our Hawks, pretty much. And consistency of scheme has proven to be super important for a quarterback coming to play at the NFL level. Very well said. 100% agree. 100% agree. And it's easy to understand, right, Alexander? Because you're getting a chance to play in what you're going to play at the pro level, and you're already getting your chance to do it. It's like if I'm in college and I go through and do semesters where I'm actually doing a job that I'm wanting to go apply for once I get my diploma, that's going to help me once I land at that job. Very easy to understand why that would be the case, and well said. Unknown, there's got to be like 6 to 8 good quarterbacks in the next draft. Yeah. That's why I think it's not as going to be the guys the high end as much, which will get people thrown off a little bit as far as they'll go, well, it's not that good. There's only going to be like 3 guys taken in the top 20 picks. But it's got some depth to it. And again, if you're fitting into that blueprint of old, which is perhaps maybe the requirement isn't the necessity for the guy that is the high first round pick, if they're fitting to what they've done in the past. Sajid says, thank you, Brandon. KJ Jefferson. Yeah, I like me some KJ, man. And he's number 3. I do see him as a top 15 first round pick as it currently stands. I do like he's taking steps forward in his development. Rob says the Hawks should wait until Caleb Williams declares in 2024. Boy, that'd be 2 tough years of, you'd have to be bad for 2 years then, Rob. I don't know. Alexander says, with minimal research, I'm not seeing a single Ohio State quarterback besides potentially Fields that has performed well in the NFL. I mean, it's a valid point. Burrow was at Ohio State at one time. How about that, Alexander? Is that enough? But there's been plenty that haven't done great. It's again why I say what they're playing with around them as far as helpful matters. Just like you would hold it against a player for having a schedule where they weren't playing against tough teams, and you would want to have to make that built into your assessment. Well, this is the part that you have to be careful of when these guys are with having so much help around them to make them look good, is that can succeed in happening, and it can succeed in happening when the player themselves isn't all the time that good, isn't all that in a bag of chips, isn't all that worthy of really truly being even an NFL quarterback. They just were in the right scheme, in the right system, and had the right players around them at the right time with the right coaching. And I'm not saying that that's the case with Stroud right now. I don't think that's the case, but I do think that is a little thing you have to look at with the Ohio State, Alabama, blue blood type programs in this league. And you can't just go, well, you can't knock him for having a great offensive line. Yes, you can. It's not that you knock him. It's just that, okay, I'm watching Bryce Young sit in the pocket for 9 seconds. He's benefiting from that great offensive line in that moment. He's not being asked to play the quarterback position as true blue he will be asked to play when it comes to NFL Sundays. And that's got to be built into definitely into your evaluation. But I get where you're coming from, Mr. Isaac. The Ohio State quarterback thing is a real hesitancy. You know, it's been an issue. I do think it can't be the thing enough alone on its own that holds you back, you know, from selecting a guy just because they have been so bad in recent history, but you've got to take it into account. Alexander, in recent years, I would say offensive scheme and lack of adversity would be a big reason for that. I was reading 2 different things there. Potentially Fields has performed well in recent years. I would say his offensive scheme. Yeah. I mean, you're playing, that's the other thing, Alexander, is you got a lot of help and then you're playing in a simplified offense. So simplified offense, awesome things around me to help me flourish. I flourish. Does that mean that I necessarily just have awesome talent? No, that's where you got to get more into the picking of the player. And it gets a little harder because there's so much of them looking good and on display. Sam the Great, wish Caleb Williams was in this draft. Looks like a gamer. Oh, he does. I know Megan would be way above for Caleb over Stroud. But yeah, no, I like Caleb. I just don't want to wait a year. Just don't want to wait a year. WrestleMar Alexander have the best of the receivers and really all line. Insert color would bring back Mudbone. He has the Chad Powers kind of energy. He did have some Chad Powers energy. Moss Productions. Levis isn't good, buddy. I'm sorry you feel that way. I like the tape that I've watched so far, and I can only go off of what my eyes tell me. Mario Cristobal is just killing Tyler Van Dyke. He was actually having him run read option. What the F? He's not that type of quarterback. Poor kid. Certainly is not his game. Certainly isn't what you'd like him to see. And he certainly looks different this year than he did last year. And you could say that is a little bit on Mario and what he wants to do with quarterbacks. I can be talked into this because you do have the Justin Herbert situation where part of the reason that people were not able to understand how good Justin Herbert could potentially be when he got to the NFL level was the fact that he was being somewhat kind of tampered down there at Oregon and the way Cristobal was having him play the position. It's apropos. Third color, just give me a quarterback with early moon release, John Kitna kind of energy, and Dave Craig potential to ball out on deep routes. Just that insert. Who would be that guy in this? Insert, I think that would be Cameron Ward. If you're looking for the guy that closely resembles what you just said, that would be Cameron Ward, I think. And Power Code says, did you see the podcast with KJ and Sherm today? It's really interesting to see their comments regarding Russ. He was apparently never held accountable by Pete until recent. It confirms what many people were saying was going on in the background of this process. Certainly, I don't think they offered anything new today versus what we've heard throughout the course of this offseason as more of this stuff has come out. KJ himself has said a lot of the stuff he said in the podcast with Sherm over the course of this offseason. So that is clear. And we know in retrospect that there was it's kind of like the worst, not the worst fears, but you would hope that everything's just lovey and happy spirit and that there's no animosity for a team that crew has put together the best team in Seahawk history and got us to back-to-back Super Bowls. But instead there does appear to be a bit of a rift there, and a rift that comes out of what they talked about today. It begins from the fact that you're not held accountable, and then continues onward to things like I talked about, where you're visiting Russ in a box in a baseball booth and he has you sign an NDA. It's like, why are you having me sign an NDA? I'm your teammate. And what if I break this NDA? You're going to sue me as your active teammate? I'm sure things started to rub them the wrong way, but there's some vitriol there. And we saw it a little bit from Coach Carroll too. There's a bit there. It does seem to come back to again and again accountability to me. Certainly there's some ego in here mixed in as well, but there's a feeling of just a lack of that for us early on, and that it did, where it actually clicked in that there was accountability for him. I'm not sure on that, but it seemed to be that he got a little bit of room, at least as far as what the players are telling us. Insert color for metaphor. I'm working on a time machine. Plan on kidnapping a great UW quarterback from the late 70s. I wish we had drafted Moon. That would have been awesome to see. Do you imagine the alternate universe where Moon is drafted from the University of Washington, your Seattle Seahawks in the early 80s? Just as Chuck Knox comes aboard. Get out of here. Just get out of here. Mark Hoppercorn. Hi, all. Like and sub for this hard-working man. I have no trust in Pete anymore. As I said this year, people have asked me about in Pete and John we trust, or are you all the way back? And I've said, Mark, it's a process. You don't lose me all the way as they have and bring me back with just one good draft. You've got to do it through a succession of drafts and choices and decision-making. And right now, there's some waning of trust based off of the season so far, not because of results, but because of lack of progression, especially schematic progression. Tommy says Van Dyke isn't getting any help from his head coach either. That offense sucks overall. Well, between the head coach and the wide receivers, it's certainly at the detriment of Van Dyke. I will definitely give the ground on that. Why do I? Will Levis will make 2 to 3 brain dead throws each game. He will also make 4 to 5 throws that only a few NFL quarterbacks make. You can coach not making those 2 to 3 bad passes. You can't coach those 4 to 5 amazing throws. Wow. Very well said. Very, very succinctly put, and I love it. I'm with you on board with that. I'm going to trust my processes with my coaches to be able to get those parts out of his game. The willingness to make those certain other throws and the ability in those other throws I can't teach. Unknown says Tyler Van Dyke has like 10 total starts, doesn't he? That's about right. Yeah. I think he had maybe. I think he had a little bit more last year. I think he did just about the whole season last year, Unknown. Alexander Wheeler, wait. Richardson doesn't have a single passing touchdown? Doesn't he? I wasn't looking at. Yeah, he's got a touch. He's got to have a touchdown. Hold on. Nope. Not a single one. Not a single one. And yeah, I think Wide's right in that. I think Anthony Richardson looks to me like a guy that needs another year. I would, if I was talking to him and his people, I would say, I know you want to get the clock started, but you're not going to be ready for multiple years to start in the NFL. Do you want to do it at the college level, or do you want to just wait and sit on a bench for 2 seasons? Rob Terrell says AR is more raw than Malik Willis. Yeah. I also think he's got a lot more upside. But I'll agree with that. Ava. Hi, Brandon. What's up, Ava? Good to see you in the chat. Benelli, as far as I'm concerned, the master plan is still on track. I'm with it. I'm with it. Mark says, yeah, as bad. Yeah, he is bad as Russ at talking on both sides of his mouth. Hope they can get him next year. Yeah, he is bad as Russell. Russ at talking both sides. They can get him. They can him next year. Couldn't quite make that out, Mark. Alexander, I know a lot of people were hyping up for the season as a high first rounder, but I was wondering why he has very little play time last year. Yeah, he only got 67 attempts last year. And it's what he needs right now. He needs games under his belt. He just needs games. Randall McDaniel with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. I really do appreciate it, man. You're awesome, as always. So it's been really disappointing. I've been really disappointed in Taylor's play through 2 games. It seemed like he missed several tackles on Sunday. Get the feeling he was believing his own hype, but not working on fundamentals. You notice anything on the tape? I guess the main thing you could say is he's not coming in under control. That's always the thing that stands out to me. So when you look at even last year, when you saw this, where he would make a great move, he would get into the quarterback's kitchen, and then he's just moving so fast. It's part of being, I guess, as quick as he is. He's not a guy that's like going to stop on a dime either. And so that's, when you go outside of, let's say, Randall stopping the run, just being a pass rusher, Darrell Taylor's main thing that he needs to finish and get refined as a pass rusher is flattening to the quarterback. You round the arc, then you flatten to the quarterback. What happens with Taylor is you round the arc and you just keep on rounding because you got the road runner, a little bit of the beep, 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 trying to stop as your feet are hitting the ground, and it's just, you're pulling up tufts of ground instead of coming to a stop, and you just keep moving. He's got to find the way to get that gear pulled down and then snap in and then flatten the route to the quarterback where he's under control, and he's not figured that out. Likewise, in the running game, and a lot of these run game misses, he's left unblocked, Randall. Like I talked about in the Debo play, there's another play in this game very similar where Punas gets penetration and stops the whole play in the backfield, gets it all muddled up, and then he comes up in there and he should be the cleanup man there. He's coming down the line of scrimmage, scraping down it. He's unblocked at that moment, but he's still just completely under control. And then he just kind of slides off of them when he tackles them, which to me, again, yeah, he's under control, but some of it's just like not strong enough to bring the guys to the ground almost. It's like they're just fighting through his arm. He just doesn't have the ability to bring him down. Uchenna had a play like that later on in the game where Uchenna knifes into the backfield, Randall, and stops the whole play in the backfield, basically brings the running back to a complete stop. They get around Uchenna and they get back up to speed. Here comes Taylor right at the original line of scrimmage, should be there to make a play. Again, just sort of hits him and slides off. Hits him and slides off. And I don't know if that's hype. I don't know if that's a lack of benches in the weight room. I don't know if that's a lack of technique. At least he's there to make the play, I guess. At least he's to be there in position and doing it. But it is showing up quite a bit here where he's not then making the play and he's whiffing a lot. Remember in preseason against the Chicago game, I believe, he does an inside jab step, loses the tackle right off of the snap, has a quick beeline right to the quarterback, untouched. Whiff. It's a little bit inexplainable at times, but it's becoming too often we're seeing it to say that it's it's just some freakish thing that, oddity for a couple games. It's a sample size thing. You saw it through last year, saw it in the preseason, saw it through the first 2 games. It's going to need to be corrected. Thank you for the donation, though. Paul Third with a $5 donation says, I think the Hawks schedule is looking a lot harder. Some of Lambs, Giants, etc. aren't going to be easy dubs. How do you think the win total looks now? I still think when it's all said and done, it's 7 wins. I'll still lean on my initial early prediction on that, Paul. Stuff fluctuates over the course of the season. Where teams are at right now, Paul, is not going to be where they necessarily finish at. And that includes us. So I'm gonna lean into historical regulars on this as much as anything else, being that Coach Carroll has, I think, a pretty high floor for a given team that he'll bring and put on the NFL, that he'll put on the field. You can go back to Jets, you can go back to even Patriots when he was a head coach with them. When, even in those times, he was able to churn out that sort of middle of the road kind of team in general terms on that. So I still think he's going to have that ability to pull that off. And I still don't think that those other teams, like you talk about, Lions and Giants, I don't know if they're necessarily going to be at that same state throughout the course of this whole season. Start out a little bit hot, start a little bit good, but it is only still just 2 games. And there might be other games on that schedule, Paul, that we're looking at that are tough right now, where those teams down the line sustain some injuries and things get in a different place, and they're not as tough when we arrive then at those games. I think there'll be a lot of ebb and flow in that respective things, but my ebb still does sit at 7 wins. Thank you for the donation, though. Tommy says, whatever happens at quarterback, I just hope John has a huge say in it. He seemed to have a really good eye for quarterback talent. He was on Josh Allen when he was still a Willis-type prospect. Well said, man. Mahomes as well, Tommy. Mahomes as well. And I have a lot of trust and faith right now in Schneider and looking at quarterbacks. So I think he's going to have a good eye at it. Not to mention he was the guy on Wilson. Can't forget that. It wasn't Carroll. It was Schneider that was on Wilson initially, hot to trot. And so I think he'll do fine with it. When he gets his guy, he's going to know and lock in, I think. Empower Coach says, did you see Chancellor was nominated as one of the 129 candidates for the Modern Hall of Fame? I did. Empower Code. I don't think he's going to get enough to get in there. But it's cool. It's cool to get nominated. Like the Academy Award. Just good to be nominated. But he just won't quite have enough longevity to get in there. Insert colorful metaphor. If Pat McAfee gets in before Cam, I swear to God. It's probably going to happen, insert. They'll probably give it to Pat for his, as much some post-career accomplishments in broadcasting or something too, Alexander Wheeler, as much as Cam didn't have the longevity and stats of a Hall of Fame safety, I think he represents the end of an era for his type of safety and was irreplaceable on the greatest defense of all time. I think all of those things are completely true, undoubtedly. I do think, though, that to say you were the most irreplaceable player on one of the greatest defenses of all time, is that enough to vault you into being a Hall of Famer? I don't think so. I don't. I think, he has, as you make the 2 points, neither longevity, neither stats. That's just not quite enough then. It's worth a lot. It's worth a lot to get him even, it's saying something that he's getting nominated, but not enough to kind of get over that hump. Insert says, Patterson gives me pause considering the run defense. He's good, man. He's become a very, very good back in this league when they just gave him the full-time role as it. And they can run a lot of read option stuff with Mariota because he's a threat to keep it. So it's going to make it even harder to defend that run because of that. Sygen says, I've always known the deal with Pete, Russ, and LOB, as well as some of you have known. Nice to be confirmed. It is. It's nice to know we're not taking crazy pills on what we thought we were seeing. And a lot of people are like, no, they're fine. They're just talking. It's like, no, there's some animosity here. Deadly, I just noticed the team grades on the bottom. Love that feature. Thanks. Yeah, absolutely, man. Try to keep expanding on this a little bit where I can. Benelli, for the first time in 41 years, I hope the Seahawks lose every game from here on out. CJ Stroud, leave us. Here we go. I feel you, Benelli. You're not alone. Not alone. Tommy says Jamal Adams' quad tendon repair is a minimum 4-month recovery, more like 6 to 8. Yeah, he's out this year. He is not coming back. Not this year, at least. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. It'll always be next year, Jamal. Sam the Great says Penix is second in the league in yards. He's been dealing, man. He's been dealing. No doubt about that. Some guys I just take a little bit longer to figure out what I think of them. Some guys I can see it off the first tape, just the first couple quarters. I can tell you what the guy is. Other guys just not quite get my head wrapped around him. Aiden Simmons says my highest fear is DK demanding a trade because we are ruining his prime years. We need to start airing it out, or we will end up in a dangerous situation. It's a worry. I think that if DK were to come back to you 1 year after signing the big deal he did, they would tell him to pound rocks and he can go retire if he doesn't like it. So I don't think he's going to have any kind of leverage to force that type of trade. He's got to be near the end of his contract to say something like that. But would be nice to try to find a little bit more of a method and approach to maybe featuring him a little bit more. You see other teams with guys with similar kind of talents as DK finding ways to get them the ball in space and feature it. In the first week, he was making every catch you threw his way, even on the short routes. So they're not, as we've seen last year, Waldron's not done a good job out the gate of necessarily scheming ways to take advantage of the talents that he has on the outside consistently. Fish questions, how the heck did D. Eskridge have a 57? He doesn't do nothing. He was out on the field a couple times. He read a few routes, watching Fish Quest. Gino didn't look his way, and he didn't run any amazing route. They just had him run like a little 5-yard in route. Tommy says right guard is a big time for our run game, left guard for the passing game. I never thought I would say this in a Pete Carroll team, but we need to run the ball better and also tackle better. Put Lewis back at right guard. 100%, man. 100%. I'm with you on all of that. Green 80 is Puna's a one tech. He is a one tech. He is indeed. That's his best position. Alexander players are graded on the Tommy says Pete mentioned getting Q going on the defensive line. He saw the same thing you did. Expect that to change. Puna, who knows? He is not ideal for this system. Look for us to pick up a lineman. Yeah, I think Puna's days are going to be numbered here as we move forward, quite frankly. He's not done a lot. They made that signing hoping he could change to a 3-tech and be more of a 3-tech, and he's just not that. And I'm not sure what he is even more as a 1-tech, to be honest with you. But yeah, you watch the tape on it, Tommy, and those guys are getting rolled over in the middle. They're just getting pushed back. They're not getting any penetration whatsoever. When you're asking them to 2-gap, they're still losing 2 or 3 steps. It wasn't fun. It was not fun watching that tape. Green 80 says, HawksNest, do you think Woolen and Mike Jackson keep their spots, or do you see Sidney rising soon? Something's been odd with Sidney on this Green 80. I think it goes beyond the concussion. The fact that he didn't take over for Michael Jackson after he came back from his concussion, considering how good he was playing last year, especially at the end of the season, it's a bit strange to me. Maybe he came back off this offseason not looking as good to them. I think Mike Jackson probably will keep that spot because of that until Trey Brown comes back off of the IR. I do think once Trey Brown comes back, though, that they're going to put Trey out there instead and start him over Mike. That'd be my prediction. HB, maybe I'm overreacting, but I don't have the same optimism with this young group compared to the young group we had in 2011 and 2012. Oh, that's a good point. That's a very good point. Well, if you look at it too, this is the beginning of a 2011 HB. If I'm not mistaken, and obviously this is going back 12 or 13 years from my memory, but I believe that you probably started out that particular 2011 season in a lot worse shape than you finished it. I think Richard Sherman wasn't even starting, for instance, for you on the outside at corner. I think that's the first season you had Cam Chancellor out there. So, it definitely is a different group, but give it time for maybe that optimism to start to bloom over the course of this season if these guys start to get better. In a younger roster, you'd expect to get better. Rookies, you'd expect them to get better as the year goes along versus where they start. And I think that that's where maybe this can grow into that HB. Maybe it's not that right now, but let's give it to the end of the season and for some of this rebuild to kind of take hold a bit, and then maybe we can get to that spot. But I would say 2011 was probably a little rugged where you were sitting, where we were sitting, and where we were looking at that team. We weren't sure at that point quite yet. We thought Carroll was the right one, but he'd been there a couple years, and it was still kind of turning over a bit. Daniel Bailey, last year Pete mentioned Darrell Taylor's ability, promise, and versatility was part of why the reason they were becoming a hybrid. And Adams was a key factor too. With both nullified, should we go back? I would think not, because I think that you've come to find, Daniel, as we've seen the last couple of years, that old scheme has sort of an end point to it and what it can do for you. It's topped out, and you're not going to find some third wind within that scheme, in my opinion. So even though this one might not be any better, at least you're running something different to try to adapt it. I think if you're going to run this scheme, you've got to run it though, Daniel. If you're going to be pressure-based, then be pressure-based. If you're going to adopt the cover 2 shell, then you have to run a variety of different coverages. Seattle is not showing a commitment to the scheme. It's a little bit like offensively speaking, Daniel. It's like, well, it'd be like coming to me and saying, do you think this West Coast offense is an offense we shouldn't utilize? Well, it's hard to make that assessment when we're not fully embracing this modernized West Coast offense and all of the turns that it needs to implement. And so, this makes it impossible to determine whether we have the right scheme or not. Is it when you don't embrace what the scheme is supposed to be? It's one thing if you go, okay, we're trying to blitz and we don't have the right guys to blitz and teams are seeing us blitz. We don't have to hide it. But when you're not even doing the baselines of the scheme, then you start to go, well, okay, how do I make, like you mentioned about going back to the old, we're running the old. We're running cover 2 and cover 3 as far as our secondary goes. That's part of the old. Yeah, we are running some 3-4, but we're running a lot of 4-man fronts as well. And it's not bringing out about very much success. So they are doing a lot of the old still within whatever kind of new stuff they've said that they're going to really bring in, which is really just a small number of snaps in 3-4 based defense and the weird 2-1 techs and 2 outside linebacker approach they've tried. HB says Darrell Taylor looks like a deer in the headlights. Pretty apt. It's pretty apt. Nick says, I'm starting up the Michael Penix Jr. conversation. I think he can make all the throws. I like what I see so far of him. I'm going to continue to watch him. Tommy says, do you remember when I think it was last year Pete was talking about how Darrell Taylor was making the most out of his second chance? Is it possible he runs out of a chance with Pete? I mean, maybe. It's possible. He's going in through what it would be his third year. I don't think that they're in danger of cutting him, but he's in danger of potentially being slid into more of a rotational pass rusher who has to be protected a little bit when he's brought onto the field. Carl Nerney, I don't watch college. Can you give me 3 prospects if we have 2 picks in the top 20? Ooh. I haven't dived as deep, Carl, necessarily on the rest of the prospects in this draft quite yet. Let's go with, let me give you the Texas running back. So go watch that Texas running back. I know it's a running back, and we're talking about top 20 in the first round, but we are going to be moving on from Rashad, and I like that kid a lot out of Texas. He's fun to watch. Let's go Jalen Carter from Georgia. So I'd have you take a look at him. Obviously, Will Anderson, Carl. It's another guy to take a look at out of Alabama, defensive end. Who am I missing? I'll have another name for you here. Let me see if the chat can help me on another name with it, Carl. I'm just diving into the regular prospect stuff because I've been kind of deep on the quarterback edge of it so far, and looking at some of these prospects. But give me a sec. I'll give you another name. MSR Rook Stroud's going to be the guy for us. Bryce Young. Oh, Devin Martz. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Didn't see I had another donation. Thank you, Devin, for a $5 donation. It says, hey, Brandon, just wanted to say hello. Well, hello to you, Devin. Thank you for the dono. Trusting the process and looking forward to the future of our team. Appreciate you, man. Go Hawks. Well, I appreciate you, one of my longtime supporters here on the channel. Thank you so much, Devin. And man, I'm going to try to trust it too. I'm going to be patient with it while still trying to employ a little bit of a critical eye where I can. I know that's a little bit of a, balancing two different sides of things at once type of thing, but I think it can be pulled off. And overall, I'm optimistic. HB, I'm already done with Waldron's slow-paced style of losing. Hopefully his last year. He's got to prove something this year to me too. I'm going to become a little impatient with the guy here, and the excuses do start to run out this season for me with him. It's your boy. I picked your Hawks in my Pick'em League, so I know some of y'all want to tank, but I need a win from y'all. We got you this week, boy. We got you this week. Why? Will Levis has thrown 4 interceptions in 3 games, 3 interceptions against Miami of Ohio and Youngstown State. There's a dangerous downside I don't see in CJ Lewis. Levis has a high upside too. It is very true. The interceptions are a part of Levis. Let me give you a little bit of why I have a little bit of a difference on this. Why with the Levis interceptions? If I've got a guy like, let's say, KJ Jefferson of Arkansas, and he's running the Cam Newton read option and out of shotgun offense 24/7. And so he doesn't have to do his drop, doesn't have to just turn his back to quarterback. What he does is he hikes that ball, play action, puts it in that guy's gut, pulls it away, then takes his one read and looks at that read across the field, takes a long time to assess that read, and then throws it or not. Now, if that guy gets picked on that, and Jefferson doesn't get picked very often, but if that guy gets picked on that ball, that's a much more worse pick to me than let's call one of the interceptions Levis had this last week. Levis is under center, play action pass. So he's running a pro style offense, back turns to the defense, comes back and whips around. First takes a look, as you can see with his helmet turning. First, he looks to his first read on the right, looks back to his second read, just a little bit more to the left, then twists his shoulders to come back to his third read, throws a nice ball that the cornerback undercuts just perfectly to make the catch. Now, Levis has also had some boneheaded ones too. The opening week of the season where they're down in the red zone and he just determines he's going to throw the ball pre-snap. It's like the lock interception that he threw in the preseason where it's a 7-yard in-cutting route that he decided prior to the snap that he was just going to throw. There are those moments there, but more often than not with the interceptions he throws, it's him going through progressions and reads and doing pro-style things that some of these guys and some of these other college kitschy these kitschy systems aren't doing that same kind of thing. And Levis and Stroud's been great. And as I say with Stroud and Levis, for me, they're neck and neck on where they're at. But Stroud does a little bit more of those college stylings of offense and a little bit more of how it's put for him. And when it's been made hard, as far as he doesn't have the guys on the outside, he struggled a little bit. When the one thing that he doesn't have, being those outside playmakers that are top-notch across the board and everybody's ready to roll, he's been held down a bit. The other thing you've got to factor into this is how often Will Levis gets hit. If you watch Will Levis play, he's getting hit every other snap he drops back to throw, whereas CJ Stroud's got a complete clean pocket every single time. 5, 6, 7 seconds to throw. So that's going to build parts into Will Levis's game where he's going to be a little jumpy. He's going to feel a little more pressure. And Stroud's going to look a little more comfortable in that pocket. And it's like, wow, he's so comfortable back there. Yeah, because he's never under any duress. So he doesn't get any of that built in if there's a clock in his head. He can sit back as long as he wants. So this is where, again, the interceptions, if they've got a little bit of an excuse for him, I think you've got to factor that in a bit. Levis is wild. The part of his game he's got to clean up is that wild aspect of things. I have faith that I can clean it up. I think he's being asked to carry a big load for that Kentucky offense right now. He's not playing at Alabama. He's not playing at Ohio State. He's not playing at Georgia. He does not have 5-star prospects across the board from him in any respect. So he's got to overcome a little bit. And I'm going to give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt from that because of it. But again, I love Stroud. Tom Eden says Mike Tomczak might be the best NFL Buckeye in history. That's sad. Yeah, Tomczak was even as a kid in the 80s, you knew a Tomczak, like he is not the one. That was when the Bears were trying to go through a variety of quarterbacks too. Addicted to Hawks. Hey, Brandon. Wow. No rest for the wicked. No show. No way, man. Good show with Brandon yesterday. Thank you. I love talking shop with him. We're going to be back at it tomorrow. We'll be doing more of a breakdown of this Atlanta Falcon game. Aiden Simmons, as it sits now, if we had the 4th overall pick, Stroud, Levis, Young are the first 3. Is Will Anderson your guy, or even at 4, you go quarterback? I don't think that, Aiden, I don't think the quarterbacks are going to go 3 out the gate first. I can't remember one draft in NFL history that you saw 3 quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3. You see a 1, 2, but you don't see the 3. I'm going to say history is going to probably hold here, especially because in my own evaluation, I've got as far as my list is concerned, I've got 2 guys in the top 10. I've got 1 guy in the top 15. So you wouldn't be taking to me Jefferson at 3 at that point. I think Anderson probably goes top 3 in this draft. And my instinct on it is he probably goes in the Hutchinson spot right now. He probably ends up in that number 2 when it all settles out. How you doing, Abba? Lance Johnson, it wasn't Emmitt Smith's fault. He had a legendary offensive line in Dallas, but I will never stop thinking, what if Barry was behind that line? Draw play and you could drive a Mack truck through that hole. Lance, I think it's a phenomenal discussion point, and it's a really important discussion point within NFL history, because that's a spot where this whole perspective kind of argument on how you look at players really is most lit, because you have 2 guys that are 2 of the better running backs in NFL history as far as statistically speaking goes. But you have those folks like me, and I think like you, that say Barry Sanders was vastly better than Emmitt Smith. I think Barry Sanders was an all-time talent. I think he could have played in any era. I think if you had given him Emmitt Smith's offensive line, he would have probably added about another 5,000 yards to his career over the top of what Emmitt did in the same amount of time. Wouldn't have retired, obviously, early and all of that. So, for me, that does matter. You got to build it into your assessment. It's a little bit of like when we talk about Sean Alexander, what I do in my assessment on that situation as well, because it does matter. You've got a great line up in front of you blocking. You got a good quarterback, you got good receivers. Teams can't just focus on you, even if you're really good. That's going to help you out considerably. Tommy says, the podcast just confirmed what we already knew, but I was hoping it wasn't true. They were respectful of Russ. They were respectful of Russ, though. That is good. Good news is Woolen may be 1/3 of the new Legion of Boom. Needs a new name. Avatar, man. The Avatar is awesome. Avatar is perfect for me. I'm going to go with that one until somebody else comes up with another one. Tarika Stan isn't bad too, but Avatar is just too good. Insert color for metaphor. Cameron Ward, I'm not too familiar with him, but I like the idea of home state quarterback coming to 206, missing out on Moon, and then Bledsoe. Oh, what could have been is right. I think we would have grabbed Bledsoe if he had dropped, if New England had gone for Meyer instead. But boy, we missed the boat on Moon. Did we ever? What's up, Herbicide? It's good to see you in the chat, buddy. Empower code Brandon, I'm sure you'll be exhausted by the time you see this, but give us Jerry Jones impression for one time. Just much love. I'm going to tell you something right now. Okay, Power Code, the NFL's against us, okay? They're against the Cowboys. They don't want America's team coming out here now. They don't want that. So they come out there, they break our quarterback. They do it every year. They did it with Tony. They did it with my grandson, Tony Romo. I don't know why they got to do it every time, but they got to do it every time. We need a quarterback now. Where's my GD son, Steven? We need ourselves a quarterback. We're the Cowboys. Who's this guy we got? No, that is not who I'm going to go with. I need to get me right now. Right now, you need to get me a top-notch guy. Steven, top-notch guy.
Daddy, I'm trying. It's just that Dak's costing so much money, Daddy, and you already spent so much money. I just can't do it, Daddy.
Shut up, boy. What have I told you about that? No is not an option in Texas. We only say yes. The answer is always yes in Texas. Go get me somebody good now. Give me somebody good. Can we get Aaron Rodgers?
Daddy, we can't get Aaron Rodgers. There's too much dead money.
Shut up. You with your dead money. Always with the money. We got more money than anyone knows what to do with. What are you talking about, boy? God, you suck.
Daddy, I'm trying my best. I'm so.
Shut up. Shut up. I'm now running this show. Look at me, boy. Look at me. Look at me. See, I'm the cowboy now. It's the Cowboys, but I'm the captain now. Okay? Get in the seat. You're no more VP. You're now my no VP. Get in the closet.
I don't want to go in the closet again, Daddy. I'm a grown man. Why are you going to make me
get in the closet? As good as I got right now in power. You know that's the argument that I see going on between those guys right now. Is like, I got to kick this whole system. The whole season's got to go to hell. Hell in a handbasket because you can't get me a backup goddamn quarterback. What's wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with me. You just spent so much money.
Always the money with you. Always the money with you. Are you even my child? I'm a billionaire. This is the Cowboys. I got a stadium worth more than your life. Get me a goddamn quarterback, boy.
I can't, Daddy. I need my draft picks.
F your draft picks. I'm going to die tomorrow. Addicted to Hawks. I wonder if Taylor dropped weight during the offseason to get faster. Should have bulked up his arms and make better tackles. It's possible Addicted to Hawks because, of course, he's sliding out to an outside linebacker role from a defensive end that he would be occasionally playing last year. And by the sheer nature of that, a 4-3 defensive end is going to run usually more closer to the 270-ish range in the modern era. And then you'll normally probably have an outside linebacker at about 255. So it's about a 15-pound difference most of the time between those two situations. The tough part for him at times too is that they're running that 4-man front where now he's the 255-pound outside linebacker, but he doesn't have a 3-man front in front of him protecting him at that point. You know, there's no 2 defensive ends and 1 defensive tackle. He's only got 2 defensive tackles on the inside. So now it's a bit of the tough, rough road of this 4-man front they're running out right now and what it's asking of the outside guys. So Chenna's pulling it off pretty good on his side, but Daryl's struggling with it's tough. It's not making it easy on those outside linebackers with the 2-man fronts in front of them. Danny W says, you're spoiling us. Show yesterday, show today, show back tomorrow with Brendan. You know it, man. That's all part of the expansion of the channel here, Daniel, is that we want to keep growing on this. And, I want to come back. I had some other kind of topics I wanted to cover with you guys today. I'd been meaning to do this quarterback talk a little bit sooner and just hadn't had a chance to get around to it. But I always love talking with you guys on this stuff, man. It's never worked for me with that. And I'm behind on the chat a little bit. Sorry. Randall with the $2 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says Tim Couch, McNabb, and Achilles Smith went 1, 2, 3. Did they? Well, I stand corrected then. Nice reference on that one. I guess that's right. I guess that is right. Tim Couch. Boy, that's one of the stupidest number 1 decisions ever made. There's been some bad number 1 picks. That one might almost be worse than Jamarcus Russell because at least Jamarcus had the big arm. With Couch, it was like the arm was not there for a number 1 overall pick. But, okay. Well, I stand corrected. It's happened one time in NFL history. 1, 2, 3. Chase Stern has been celebrating 7 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you, Chase. He says, will the defense ever not start out slow? I think the nature of Carroll in general is that he's going to have teams start out slow because I think that there's a give and a take. I think you have a bit of an active choice that you can have as a coach where you either start out with your team pedal to the floor, ready to roll, all good to go day one, but that you're going to maybe wear out a little bit as the year goes on versus keep them fresh at the start of the year, protect them as much as possible, and then they've got a little bit left in the tank when you get to the end of the season. I think Carroll does that purposefully. Within that purposeful nature of it is going to then be the starting of the slow. And it's happened now for 2 straight seasons prior to this, Chase, right? So until we see it be different, I'm not going to predict it to be different, which sucks, but I just couldn't. You're probably going to walk through it again there with it. Randall with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. I appreciate it. He says, I disagree a bit on Barry. He improvised to running a ton. It's why he had the most negative runs in NFL history. Great back, no doubt. Look when Emmett held out 0-2. So I guess there's a little bit to unpack there, Randall, on that. And thanks for the $5 donation. Part of the reason that he improvised a lot, it's the same thing that you get with a quarterback like a Levis in Kentucky as a modern reference for you, Randall, even though it's not the running back position, but it's the same sort of situation where you have a guy that understands that the team's on his back and the team's only going to go as far as where he takes them. And I think Barry very much understood that that was the case. On top of the fact that there was a lot of times when on those negative runs where it was quick penetration in the backfield, Randall, where he had to get around the fact he had a guy right in front of him after getting the ball, get around him, and that sometimes meant losing a couple yards back to then get back to forward. But that was a lot because of how bad that offensive line was. I mean, I know you wouldn't make the argument that Barry, if we say Emmitt Smith had a 98 run blocking offensive line, what would you put Barry Sanders during his time as an overall rating for what he had as a run blocking line with Detroit? Maybe 83, 82 at being kind of like nice about it. I mean, you had guys like even Ray Roberts, God bless him, who was a first overall pick over here in Seattle, didn't play well, and then ended up being a stalwart there in Detroit when he moved on. So I do think that there's reasons for that improvisation stuff. I think if he had gotten more consistent holes, Randall, like you had with Emmitt Smith, that would be a different story. I do think also the 0-2 for Emmitt Smith when he was holding out that year is a little bit of sample size, saying just 2 games, we're going to make a determination that then Emmitt was the end-all be answer for that team as far as being the real difference maker there. I haven't heard many people make the argument that he was the guy that pushed that Cowboy team over the top, even amongst former Cowboy players who have a lot of reverence for him. To me, that offensive line is the thing that you hear about referenced in retrospect, Randy. It's those guys on that line and how well they blocked, how good they were. That's what you hear talked about more to me than even Emmitt at times now when we hear about those teams. So I just think he benefited a lot from having a really, really great offensive line in front of him. And I love me Barry. Randall. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, Jody's going to sell this team in 2024. And I want Pete to be here losing until then, acting like America's oldest teen till he strokes out like a loser. Well, I don't think he's going anywhere, Garth. I don't think that, even if he has a bad year this year, Jody's going to be in a position to want to fire Pete or in a position to fire Pete. I think she's been told this is a rebuild season, so maybe expect it's going to get a little dark at times. The other part of this is that if she does intend to sell the team within a year and a half from now, chances are she's not going to want to go make a new coaching hire out there for that short period of time, knowing that whoever she hires is very likely to probably have somebody else come in as a new owner and want to hire their own guy. So all signs on this though look like, Garth, that it does appear as though Pete will be here into the foreseeable future, kind of no matter what. But thank you for the $5 donation. Chase Stern with the $5 donation says, good point. I would rather have Carroll than Kingsbury. Now I just need to know why we won't run a 3-3-5 instead of a 2-4-5. I want a 2-4-5. Oh, I see what you're saying on 2-4-5. Yeah. Don't know. Definitely haven't seen a lot of 3-3-5 man fronts. No 3-3-5 man fronts from your Seahawks team. And I guess, yeah, the 2-4-5 is a good way to put it. Sounds like an area code, not a defensive alignment, doesn't it? No, I'm from the 2-4-5. That's just how we roll out here in the 2-4-5. But it truly is. Two down defensive linemen and then 4 linebackers. Wow. Kind of hadn't thought of it that way, but that is truly the way it is. And yeah, I'd rather have Carroll than Kingsbury. Kingsbury is hot garbage. He's a hot, fiery diaper in a trash bin. So Carroll's not that. Randall McDaniel, thank you though, Chase. Appreciate you on the dono. Randall with a $2 donation says 2-game sample size because he didn't miss games. No, that's very true. I mean, I would not knock Emmitt in any respect for not having great toughness and being able to play through injury. I think he had the shoulder injury in that one game that he kept fighting through and did really well on, where you think he separated the shoulder in the game. So I don't hate Smith as a player. I just think that he really did benefit from having the best of circumstances and situations to play with. And it's a good player, not a great player that was then given a lot of great things around him to work with. And I think that it then kind of elevated him a little bit. It's just my perspective on it, watching it at the time. And you go back and watch the highlights of Emmitt Smith. It's not him making moves or he's making some brilliant cut back against the grain. He's going right where the play's telling him to go. And there's a gargantuan size hole that he's getting to run through. I can't give him as much credit in those situations versus then I see Barry who takes a handoff and he's got a guy smacking him in the face and then he spins off the guy and then he's got another guy penetrating him and then he backs up a couple steps, jukes that guy and then gets through and then you go, well, he did so much dancing. It's like, yeah, well, the other guy had all of his guys blocking right and opening up holes and it helped him. It benefited just vastly. But your point's valid too. They did lose those 2 games, Randall. I can't deny that. Like the Cowboys lost the 2 games that he had held out that particular season. I also say again, though, there's always these reasons for stuff. They didn't have a great backup behind him either at that time, right? Like they didn't put a whole lot of value into drafting a guy or having somebody amazing that was going to, come in there and fill in for him. But they did lose when he wasn't in. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Randall Medano should be a Bronco fan after 2 games. They've given up on their coach. Already like Randall has given up on Dallas without Emmett after 2. I don't know what you mean by that, Garth. This must be somewhere down deeper in the chat. Is Garth getting spicy already, Garth? It's only 7:30. You already getting spicy? They've given up on their coach like Randall giving up on Dallas without Emmett. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying on that now. Hey, there's some pro Emmett folks out there, but there's also those Emmett haters out there, and I'm probably a little bit closer to being an Emmett hater, just that I would knock him down a rung. I would bring him down versus where some people, not that I wouldn't say he didn't earn to be in the Hall of Fame. He should be in the Hall of Fame, but boy, that was a good line that he had. Ethan E says, bold prediction. We win every home game and lose every away game. That is a bold prediction. I like it. Insert color from L4. After the show, I'll be watching more highlights of Ward. Could only give so much attention while focusing on what's important right now, this show and the chat. That's right, man. You can get it for afterwards. Snail says, Lucas played better than Gabe. PFF is garbage. It's a diagnostic tool, man, and it's not the end all be all, but it's a diagnostic tool to use nonetheless. Tommy says, Michael Jackson's been very impressive. Sure, he is making penalties, but he's making plays too. Kid can play some ball. Oh, he's good out there. I like what I'm seeing from him overall. I think the coaching staff loves what they have in Trey Brown potential-wise, but I think that they feel very confident with what he's doing out there, and it says something that he's out there playing over Sidney Jones, especially, again, considering the year Sidney Jones had last year to finish things off. Or hey, Brandon, if the Seahawks want good passing game on third downs, they need both Fant and Parkinson, tight ends with DK, Tyler Goodwin, wide receivers, DJ Dallas or Homer running backs. Definitely featuring the tight ends could be helpful they've got to find a way to get the tight ends into this passing attack a little bit deeper down the field. It's a little bit too much of the short stuff for me at times with them where it's like 3-yard routes they're throwing to those guys, but they do need to feature them more. Just get him down the field a little bit more. Give me some seam routes. Give me that Parkinson route against Denver going up the seam. Give me that. Give me the 3 tight ends with that again a little bit. Seattle Supersonic, boom shakalaka. Yeah, I'm waiting for our new defense to take effect. It's like the hot tub. Seattle Supersonics, boom. They're warming the hot tub. They've changed the dial to 102, but it's about 97, so it's just kind of slowly going up a little bit, Tom Eaton says, West Coast offense, I would say we were playing like Midwest Coast offense. Typical Pete, though. He loves to go 1 foot in, it seems it. Yeah, it's definitely not purified West Coast in any respect of what you're running right now. Not a lot of modern designs built in either. We've yet to run a fly sweep, I think, in 2 games now. Supposed to be, watch the Rams. They'll run one a quarter. No, we probably run, I think, 2 or 3 bubble screens, most of them to DK inexplicably. I don't know, yeah. Midwest offense might be the right way to put it. Elena McCollum. What's up, Elena? Our linemen are ass on both sides of the ball. They literally got owned and outmuscled by Niners linemen. It all starts in the trenches, and we lost horribly. Niners know how to be physical. They do. I think our tackles did relatively well on the outside. Certainly, Lucas didn't do as good in the run game as he did in pass protection. That's where his grade got knocked down in this particular game. But you're right, Elena. I think on the interior of the line especially, from Lewis to, your center to Gabe Jackson, those guys got owned. They got pushed back. They could not get any push. And if that's going to be the case over the course of the year, it's going to be a long season for us because that means we're not going to be able to run the ball, especially with how much we want to run the ball up the middle. Wicked Garden, Will Levis. Yes, sir. Hawkso, if Sean Payton come back to coaching, would you take him over Pete? And would Levis fit in Payton's scheme? Levis is going to fit in just about anybody's scheme, Hawkso. I don't know that there's a kind of modern offensive attack that he wouldn't be good in. Maybe you wouldn't want him to do maybe the spread stuff of Josh McDaniels, I guess. Maybe I wouldn't want him to do necessarily that. I would take Sean Payton over Pete if he were to come back for coaching. I wouldn't want to give up 2 first-round picks, but I might give up 1 first-round pick. If I look at the success and history of our Seahawks in hiring coaches, we have been at our best when we have hired the big name, when we have gone for the best of the best, when we haven't just tried to find the guy that's untested and we'll find the next great coach. Let's just go get what is the great coach out there. You did it with Mike Holmgren. You did it with Coach Carroll. So if you went and did it with Sean Payton, that has been a recipe for success with this franchise in the past. Let's try to make it happen again in the future. Yes, I would absolutely be in favor of something like that. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Says, Emmett is the Russell Wilson of running backs. By the way, I'm feeling spicy, Brando. I can sense that you are. Is Russell the Emmett? I don't know. Troy Aikman is kind of the Emmett Smith of quarterbacks, isn't he? Oh, I feel like there's one more because Garth, it'd have to be a guy that's like high volume passing attack, but has all day to throw all the time, has an amazing offensive line in front of him, rarely under any kind of pressure. Where Russell's been under pressure in recent years, he's had to deal with that. You can't throw that. You can't say that about him. So he's had to overcome. Then it's really, if you're going to talk about reference, it's got to be a guy that has not had to overcome. Just put in a complete position to succeed. Randall with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. 4 weeks is the measurement for the team. The Bronco game was all emotion. Niner game on a short week and a letdown. I bet we play a lot better this week. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. And yes, I think that what you just kind of applied would be the way I'd look at it. I do think we're going to play better this week too. And I think that there's a thing, the short week thing, I think is something Hawks fans weren't thinking a lot about in this last week against the Niners, but short week on the road, it does factor in a little bit. And it shouldn't be the end all be all excuse for why you lose in that game. There's other things at play there too, but it certainly did impact it at least a bit. I do think we bounce back this week, though. And the home crowd in that stadium is going to help out quite a bit, I bet. This is why I've got us as a W in this game, Randall. But well said. And I think 4 weeks is going to give you a bit better view of the team for sure. We'll be able to know if we're bringing on the schematic adjustments or not. Are they just slow to come along, or are they just not coming along? We'll know where maybe a little bit more of the rookies are at. Are they developing? Are these going to be the guys in the spot to go forward? Probably. Feel better about it then, too. Snail says next year we draft some 3-4 defensive linemen and linebackers early. Looks like those are places of need right now as it stands, Snail, for sure. Aditya Hawks, is there a future Pro Bowl center in the 2023 draft? That would be sweet. Then get a free agent guard at top dollar. I don't know the guy's name, but I think that there's one guy that's stepped out so far as to been kind of what looks like that late first round pick. There's always one center, it seems like, addicted to Hawks that's going to be taken in the first round. You'll never see a guy in the top 10, top 15, but that's about the money spot for those guys to go. I can't think of the guy's name, but there does seem to be one guy there that would be, good in that respect. Right now, there's no free agent guards that I believe are out there. There was, for a while there, Quentin Jefferson was due to be a free agent, but I think that they've signed him to a new deal. And remember, too, addicted to Hawks, you're looking specifically for a left guard, not necessarily for a right guard. I think you can get right guards in other places. The left guard's the hard one to find. So we're looking for our Hutch, That's what we're looking for. But I don't know of any free agents quite yet. There will be guys available in the draft. There were guys like Zion Johnson this last year out of Boston College in this draft who's been pretty good for the Chargers out the gate. Left guard would have been a good left guard to take a look at. Those guys will be available. It just, of course, just takes the team being willing to draft those guys that high when in the past they haven't valued as much center and guard in that way. I'd love to see it, though, addicted to Hawks. I'd love to see them make more of the foundation of this team built around a great offensive line, especially if you want to be a team about toughness. Tony Wright, what's up, Tony? He says, what's up, Brandon? I just want to wish your Seahawks squad a good game on Sunday. Of course, I'm expecting a Falcons win, but I have nothing but mad respect for you, your team, and your fan base. Well, Very well said, Tony. And same back to you on your guys. May you guys come out of this game fully healthy and nobody beat up or any bad season injuries or anything like that. And, I don't have to tell you, we're feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good about this game for us too here this week. It'll be a good fight. AI says, yeah, I'm not high on Levis. Fair enough. RA Brandon of Seahawks want a better middle inside linebacker coverage than the Hawks need. Jared Wilson, Kobe Stevens, Daryl Johnson, get Mayowa. I think we've kind of seen from Mayowa what he's got left to go, or he's kind of done at this point. But it would be good to see him to make some kind of move. Certainly, I'm open to whatever we can do to improve it. Bijan Robinson. That's who the kid is out of Texas. Sorry, I couldn't think of the name. MSR Rook says, Brando, Stroud is the guy for us. Bryce Young will be a Lewin. Good arm will work well. They're young wide receivers in Swift. Use the play action, get him out in space, and use his arm. Too small for us. We already had Russ. Lions will be a good line. Good arm will work well with their young receivers in Swift. It's potential there for Bryce Young. I could see him going to the Lions. That makes a lot of sense, especially in that stadium. That seems like a good place to kind of put him in there. And I'm okay with Stroud. Like I said, he is my number 2 guy on my list. I'm more Levis as far as my guy of favorite, but it's not that I don't like Stroud. I've got a lot of love for Stroud too. Oh, and D Nugget, thank you for reminding me, man. If you like what you're listening to, do please hit that like button for me. Just go up there, smash that thing for me. Give it a little click. Helps this channel out, and I do appreciate it. Addicted to Hawks, Brandon, I forget, is Kentucky in the SEC? If so, he can cement a top pick spot if he plays well against the SEC, but I still love KJ's arm. Hey, I like KJ too, man, and he's got a great arm, buddy. Like I said, the thing that jumped out and doing a little bit more film review here so far this year with him, Addicted to Hawks, that really jumped out with KJ that didn't jump out to me as much last year is that pull the string kind of thing that he does with it. We're really late into his release. He can control that ball and put it kind of right where he wants to put it as it's leaving his arm. It's very impressive. Yes, I do believe that they do play in the SEC indeed. So, yeah, he's going to get a chance. That schedule is going to get tougher. We're going to see what he can do. And again, watching those games, watch as you're watching, if you get a chance to check out Kentucky, watch how many dropbacks he gets hit. How many dropbacks his offensive linemen just whiff on a block, and there's a free rusher coming right in the face of right in the face of Levis. Empower Code. We need to grab a center next draft. Maybe not as high priority as some of our other needs, but still important. It's a high priority for me, Empower Code, because I would love to have, as we build this team into the future, that one of the beginning places of building a strength on this team that we really put the attention into is the offensive line and making sure that that becomes a strength of this team. As Russell Wilson walked in the door, you had more money invested in the offensive line than any other team in the NFL. This is the lesson that they had learned prior. This is the lesson I hope they regain and learn once again here now. So that would be a place that you'd be able to operate from by doing that. I'd love to see it in Power Code, and yes, it is a need. Pretentious Cameron says, talk me out of Van Dyke. He's my favorite quarterback. I want him even though he didn't play the best this week. He's still there on my board, and I still think he's a second-round guy, and he's got some reasons for struggling, Cameron. Obviously, Cristobal's not maybe the most pro-friendly kind of head coach in a college scene. That's one. And then he's got guys dropping passes a good amount. That's another thing. But he's just looked a little bit not as smooth this year in just everything about what he's doing. And maybe it's the coaching staff having him run read option and him just looking very uncomfortable in that kind of offense and running that kind of offense at a high rate. But it just hasn't looked as in command this year as I saw in last year's tape. Snail, TVD has a weird throwing motion. I'm not sure that will work in the NFL. Yeah, and it's getting more sidearm by the game. Well said. Sam the Great says the 2011 draft was the best draft. All teams, not just us. Yeah, I guess that was a pretty strong one. I guess that's true. Insert color from L4. The show's been great. Thank you, Insert. Appreciate you. Randall McDane with the $2 donation says, why not sign Landon Collins? he really fell off the last couple of years, and his career trajectory has been really weird, where he was originally fairly high pick, a lot of potential that people saw in him, then struggled out the gate, then got good for a couple of years and was really strong, and then really fell off. But I think if you look at like his pro PFF grades the last couple of years, it's like 40s, I think, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, let me check right now. So if we look back to 2021, Randall, he was at 54.7. And 2020, he was at 60. 2019, 69.2. 2018, 70.9. So that's 4 straight seasons, Randall, of his PFF score continuing to go down and kind of crater a little bit. And obviously, I haven't had the view of him on tape necessarily. I haven't watched him as closely along in his career so far. But I would wager to guess that he's probably not the same player he was coming into the league. And he's just probably viewed as a little bit limited. But that's the only kind of excuse I can have for Randall, because it would seem that you do have a need for this position with Jamal going down, and that you would want to address this much further than just Josh Jones, who played reasonably well in this last game, but certainly doesn't offer a whole lot as far as a playmaking capacity goes that we've seen so far. I know he's laid it up in practice, but at least as far as what we've seen on the field, it's not necessarily been there to our eyes as of yet. So I'm not sure, Randall. We may as of yet. They may still be just doing some research on that, and you may eventually see him signed when it's all said and done. They're just having to sort of slowly react to this Jamal situation and find the right viable answer. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, Randy McDaniel, I measure my weighing every 4 weeks. It never gets longer like Pickett's fingers, but I always test it for stamina, and it varies week to week. Well, as long as you're testing it comprehensively, I guess, Garth. Thank you for the donation. You be nice to Randall now, Garth. No go after Randall. It's my OG. Aikman wasn't putting up massive stats, 28 attempts per game. Emmett was the best of the big three. You could sign me up for that, Randall. I think Aikman, in retrospect, historically speaking, is certainly didn't. He wasn't amazing, and the wide receiver was good, great, but yeah, I'm with you on that, Randall. I'm 100% in agreement on that. I'd go with Emmett over the other two. Wicked Garden's with me on this one with the Barry Love. I can feel it, Wicked. You're with me on the Barry Love. I think Docs agreed with Brandon on Detroit offensive line being way less than the Cowboys offensive line. Yeah, and it's a significantly so. Understanding that Cowboys as a run blocking unit, that might have been the best run blocking offensive line in NFL history. Whereas the Lions were, what did Barry have? Maybe like 2 Pro Bowlers his whole career on that line in totality. Randall says, yes, Barry is an all-time great back. Extremely fun to watch. If it's a 3rd and 3 in the 4th quarter, I'm taking Emmett. Well, the question is, Randall, if it's a 3rd and 3 in the 4th quarter and you have the Lions offensive line and you got Barry Sanders to pick or you got Emmitt Smith to pick, who you taking? Not the Cowboys offensive line. You got a 3rd and 3, Detroit Lions offensive line. You going Barry or you going Emmett? I'll be interested to see on your answer on that one. Tell me, if it's not even close, Sanders was dominant not only in the NFL but in college. Don't forget, Dallas had a quarterback and receivers too. What did the Lions have? Charlie Patch. Oh, they made that one big free agent signing from the Dolphins. The guy they took over for Dan Marino for a hot minute, Mitchell. Boy, he was a mess, wasn't he? Scott Mitchell, that's right. Wicked guard, even Bo Jackson was more talented than Emmett. I'm gonna kind of agree with you on that one too. I mean, I like me some Bo too. To me, Bo and Barry were the complete. You might put I don't know if I'd even put Dickerson in that list on that for the 80s. I think those were my two backs of the 80s that were the guys that were could play in any era running backs from a talent perspective. Randall says, personally, I think Eric Dickerson better back than either Barry or Emmett. I have a hard time with Eric. I have a hard time with him on that one. I can't knock him for anything in particular. These are all good backs. Let's face it, though. And Randall, you're right. Dickerson's first 4 years are better than any back ever. You can't deny how dominant it was in that first 4-year period. But he's just, I don't know. What is it with Dickerson I don't quite like? It's not the goggles. There's just something that felt like to his style that just felt more finesse-like. It was all about him getting up to speed and then just outrunning everybody. Which, it was effective. Can't deny that. Randall says, Marshall Faulk, my favorite back not named Bo Jackson. Marshall was awesome. He was so fun, too, at San Diego State. Tommy says, Dickerson just wasn't as good as long as Barry was, but then there's Earl Mitchell, too, and AP. It's hard to choose when you get to that level of player. It is. I mean, when we talk about these guys, it's the same thing. It's like when I talk about this Levis, CJ Stroud kind of debate, where it's like, for me, it's like you really got two guys very close to each other. Usually when you want to parse between guys, you want there to be a difference that you're really, really able to kind of glom onto. Addicted to Ox, damn, Bo Jackson's lame hip. Guy was such a stud. So sad he got hurt. Brutal injury, man. Tough injury. Wicked says O.J. Simpson had the best 5-year stretch ever in terms of numbers. He did, man. Did it in 14 game seasons, too, at that time, I believe. Austin WK, will Darrell Taylor recover this season? I think the chat's been somewhat in agreement with me on this up until this point, Austin, and I'm in this lane from my standpoint. I think that he needs to be swapped out with Boye Mafe as the early down guy. I think you got to put him in more pass rushing situations. Make him earn back getting that spot. Don't just give it to him. And right now, Boye is outplaying him on rundowns at least. Randall says, but if the O-line was parting the Red Sea, then any Jag should have put up numbers. To a degree, that's true. That's where, again, we get to Randall a little bit of the sample size aspect of the first 2 games of that season. You know, were those first 2 games up against good run defending teams? Were those against good teams in general? Who was the running back that they had back behind him? Was it such a steep drop off that you had one of the upper level backs in the league to going to far, far, far below average to where it's just such a stiff drop that then that would hurt? I think we would have to do more of a intelligent assessment on that, and so that we have all of the context at play. But that's where, again, to me, it gets a little bit hard on just taking 2 games of that versus all the other games on the other side of that we have as a balancing. As Wicked says, we got more people in the chat than likes. Please do hit that like button if you could for me, please. I do appreciate it. What's up, Jose? Seahawks Jose Rodriguez. Good to see you, man. Randall says AP was great, but he'd cough the ball up. Definitely had fumbleitis. He had a deep, deep case of fumbleitis, and there was no talcum powder that was making that rash go away. Wicked Garden, time to cut Gabe, Garbage Jackson, and maybe even Jefferson and Puna too. Well, time to cut Gabe was going to be prior to the season to save that $3 million, Wicked Garden. Now it's too late. Now you're going to get him for the whole darn year. John Ruiz, not seeing anything new, just SOS on both sides of the ball. On the offensive side, no bubble screens, jet sweeps, lots of vanilla pass, lots of vanilla pass plays, and less running. On the defensive side, soft zones. Aptly said, aptly put, aptly saw, John. That's exactly what I'm seeing as well. Offensively, very little pre-snap motion. Like I said, no bubble screens, no jet sweeps, not even really any misdirection. An obsession with hammering the inside runs constantly. You're not confusing defenses in the least. They are very well aware pre-snap about where it's going. And then, defensively, soft zones across the board. Cover 3, cover 2, and a whole lot of soft zones, letting a whole lot of easy yards in front of them. It's very, very well said. Sam the Great, Sean Alexander Beast Mode, and Le'Veon Bell are my favorite backs. Some good backs. Tommy says, hot tub. Well, we need to hurry up and get that hot tub machine going. Not sure I can sit through 2 to 3 years of 6 quarter point droughts. Hawks, if Brown can't come off of IR after the 4 weeks, does he stay there all season or can he still come back later on? I think they can extend it another 4 games, I believe. I'm a little hazy on that one right now, to be honest with you. I don't think it's, you got to make that choice of either active roster or just full season IR at that point. But I'm not sure. So I'll look into that. Snail says, Kirk Cousins or the Tennessee quarterback, probably the Emmitt Smith of quarterbacks. Yeah. You got to get ones, though, that have, we got to have ones that have success, though, too. But that's close. You're getting close with it, at least with that. Randall says, I think the Notre Dame center is the cream of the crop. That sounds right. That sounds right on the button, Randall. That's what I think I heard was the Notre Dame center. So that's the one we probably want to target it on. Giovanni Cazares says, we had the refs lose us the 49er game. Otherwise, we did well. Well, we definitely didn't get the benefits of calls working in our direction, Giovanni. I don't know if I would put that whole game, though, on the refs. I think we kind of thoroughly lost it. That's the tough part about losing as bad as you did then, which you could point to a couple plays on the refs, but you lost by multiple touchdowns over, which then does start to speak a little bit more to just the team itself also failing. Computer enthusiast, the 49ers defense shut down the Hawks offense. What happened? Hawks offense is predictable, vanilla. It's not bringing on any of the modern innovations that they said that they were going to try to bring into this offense when you hired Shane Waldron. And they didn't attempt to hit anything down the field with any depth in the passing game. Very predictive in the run game. Ran the ball up the middle on every single rushing attempt. So predictable and easy to prepare for on offense. You're then easily going to be shut down, and then that's no surprise. Sam the Great, the receivers on Atlanta are going to eat harder than a hungover dude in Las Vegas hotel buffet. But I got Seattle winning 31-24. I like it, Sam. I like it. I got them winning too. And I don't know about that. We'll see. To me, it's maybe the smaller jitterbug type receivers that are going to give our bigger corners, a little bit of those problems. We've got the big corners to match up against the big bodies. Pitts and Drake London are your problems in this game. You've got the ammunition to deal with that. Tom Eden says, speaking of centers, is D. Eskridge one of the worst picks we have ever made considering we could have had Creed? Pete said he saw him more as a guard, shaking my head. Oh, my God. Pete would see Creed Humphrey as a guard. Oh, the guy that was the highest rated center last year in the NFL, but you saw him as a guard? God, Pete, come on, man. Sometimes he's slapping you in the face, coach. Is it a worse pick because you didn't get Creed? Yes. But is it the worst pick of all time? No. We've got so many other picks that have been worse. LJ Collier is a worse pick that happened in the first round. McIntosh from Wisconsin would have been a worse pick. He didn't play a snap for you. You selected him in the first round in the early 2000s. Didn't play a snap for you. I mean, there were guys like Lamar King through the Holmgren years that wasn't very good. You've had your share. But you can add him with the rest as it stands right now. And it's a head scratcher on that one. Big Country, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Hope all is well on your end. Austin WK, can we get a recap of your quarterback take for the people that joined late? We can, Austin. I'm also going to clip this section and post it separately from this live stream. So you'll be able to kind of, if you want to just, I'm going to try to do a little bit more of that from these live streams. If I've got a certain section I talk about, clip it away and repost it up because I know there are people that just want to kind of get a little bit of the shorter content going. Will Levis and CJ Stroud are my two far and away number one guys right now. I see them as top 10 picks. I think they've built upon what they did last season. They look even a little more improved this year in a couple of different ways in their own sort of methods. I've got KJ Jefferson as my number 3 guy. I think he's gotten a little bit better in his mechanics. Certainly playing in a simplified offense, but I like what I see from him. And then I've got Bryce Young as sort of a back-end first-round guy. I think he's kind of plateaued and maintained serve off of what he did last year. He definitely is benefiting from having an offensive line that gives him a lot of time to sit back there and throw. He didn't look particularly great against Texas. I would again ask you probably go through and watch my expansive thoughts because I put about a half hour, 35 minutes just talking about these guys alone. But those would be my top guys. My next kind of tier down, which would be more of your probably second round looking kind of guys as it stands right now, would be Hendon Hooker out of Tennessee, who's got a 43 touchdown, 0 interception rate since becoming starter about a year and a half ago, full-time starter. Completion percentage up, yards per game up, touchdown interception rate is also up, obviously up with off of what he did last year. A little snappier in his delivery, a little bit stronger arm this year. Like what I see of him. He's overtaken Tyler Van Dyke for me on my particular pecking order list. Van Dyke has taken a little bit of a step back on this list of any of my other guys. His mechanics look rougher this year. The sidearm delivery looks more exaggerated. He is not looking very athletic. He's looking clunky. It's just it's not as smooth as it was last year for me. Anthony Richardson from Florida is jumping up as the next guy behind him. He's got a long way to go. I think he's going to benefit from having another year in college. He's got a lot of talent. He's got a lot that he tantalizes you with, but he's also throwing at 50% completion rate and a 5.5 yard per attempt average, which is very, very low. He's got a long ways to go, but he might be one of the most, right next with KJ Jefferson, those are the most two dynamic runners probably in this upcoming draft. And then Cameron Ward was the last guy out of Washington State. He is coming up with a bullet. Love him. Gunslinger, 4 first half touchdowns this last week, showing control at the line of scrimmage, showing an ability to audible into the right play, get his guys in the right positions, very comfortable back there in the pocket, doesn't panic, doesn't get flummoxed by a pass rush up in his face. He'll take a shot and still deliver that ball on time with some accuracy and some velocity. So he is really coming along for me. And I think, again, with the camera, and if you watch him, just get a visual picture of Kyler Murray as far as delivery. Low delivery, come up. But those are those guys right now. I think all those guys are that I mentioned on that back end are in the second to third round variety of things, but that would be where my top of the list is right now. There's some other quarterbacks sitting around on the back edges that could vault into the list, guys like McKee from Stanford and whatnot. But as it stands right now, that would be that'd be my early list for it, Austin. And again, I will post up the full video with all of those guys I talked about here this week, in more of a truncated little upload for you. Edwin Munoz says, bring back Earl Thomas. I was thinking about that, Edwin, too. What about bringing back Earl Thomas? Slide Diggs over to strong safety, a position he's played before. What do we think, folks? Is it too late? It's probably too late for Earl. Probably too late for Earl. Or says we need Earl and his brother. 283 with a $2 donation says, little late, but did you watch the KJ and Sherm pod? I did. I mean, I caught the part where they spoke about Russell Wilson. They didn't say anything different than what they've been saying on this either of guy, and kind of what they've talked about with Russell. So it wasn't anything as far as what I felt like what I would contend to say 283 would be new information. This all felt like kind of stuff that we already had kind of been informed of and told. So there definitely seems some animosity that does continue on even to this day that was built on the back in the early 2013s. And maybe it all started by Russ not having any accountability put on his shoulders and being made to felt like he's special. And there's a lot of people that push back on that and say that, well, that's always how quarterbacks are treated. That's always how quarterbacks are placed. They're always up on the pedestal. The one thing that I would push back against that quarterbacks are always given a free pass by coaches thing, or quarterbacks are always never held with their feet to the fire thing, is the fact that there's a lot of times that may be the case, but we don't hear about so many players in retrospect being so willing to throw shade at those quarterbacks getting those benefits. And that does speak to there being something a little bit extra in this situation. I don't necessarily know what that little extra thing is at play. It seems to be the unspoken of thing as you see them talk with their wry smiles and sort of their inferments. But it does seem to exist in this situation to some degree as an added extra layer to this for why you're seeing so much kind of soft shade being thrown from former players towards Russell Wilson's way in this scenario. Can't deny it. Sam the Great says, man, Earl fell out hard, poor guy. Yeah, you feel bad for Earl a little bit on that. Though some of those wounds seem somewhat self-inflicted. Sam the Great says, nothing was the same after that middle finger. Nope. I think it also exemplified a little bit of where maybe his attitude was at the time to a degree, though, too. Barry Sanders and Bo Jackson were the best. They were they were indeed. Snail says that Aikman was definitely a better quarterback than commentator, bottom tier color guy. I'm with you on that. I think he's gotten also a little bit worse over the years. Can his eyes get any redder, by the way? That guy looks like he takes down like 3 blunts with his eye. He's not a stone. He's not into stuff, but it's like his eyes got like that Cheech looking thing going every time they go to his telecast. I'm like, are you okay, Troy? Everything all right? Seahawks Jose Rodriguez, you an Emmett guy, Jose? Randall's got finally a cohort in here. He's been ganged up on with his Emmett love. Tommy, so Emmett was like Brady, all rings and good teams, but Barry was like Rodgers, just the better talent on lesser teams. That is my opinion, of course. I like that. I haven't been able to find a good example, so that's as good as any. Sam the Great, how could I forget about AP? He was crazy at running. AP was great. Another phenomenal college running back, too. Big Country's got Jim Brown, Walter Payton, Barry Sanders, Emmitt Smith, LaDainian Tomlinson as my top 5. That'd probably be pretty close for me, too. I don't know if I could go with a better top 5 than what you just provided, Big Country, at the end of the day. See, that's where I'll throw this one back at Randall, where I'll be like, Randall, I'll flip out Emmett on that list and put it Eric Dickerson. See if I can get you to agree with me on that one then. Randall says, I think the Wildcat throw put a damper on what was some innovative running formations. I was stoked when Walker lined up at fullback and then got the first down. We saw them both on field a few times. Yeah, I liked watching Walker at the fullback. I'd love to implement that more into the future. I'm okay with that. I don't know about, I would say innovative running formations, Randall. I didn't see a lot of pulling back across space. When you have 10 rushes on the day and every one of those rushes is inside, there's not a lot of innovation in that. You're just running up the middle every time, you know? The Wildcat moment was certainly, that was the nail in the coffin for us in that game. That was no doubt about it. That was the one drive where you're really working up the ball well, and Gino was really throwing the ball well in that drive. I mean, great decisions. Ball was out on time, releasing it early with anticipation. Just an awful call in that game, and not the time, not the spot in the field that you want to do that type of play. "13th man, are we ready for another loss?" Not this week, 13th man. We're getting a dub this week. It's bounce back week. Bounce back week. We hold our home turf. The fans won't let it happen this week. I'm decreeing it. Sam Great, I know I'm missing another great back from the late 90s now. Somebody in there I'm sure we're forgetting. Dayatel, center skill gap is narrow. We only but emphasis on it because we've had the worst of the worst with Posick and Fuller. Yeah, it's kind of continued on with Blythe here now. So you definitely have felt not putting enough assets and resources into it up until this point. And it's been a long time since we've had good center play here in Seattle. Addicted to the Hawks. Brandon, calling our offense vanilla is an insult to vanilla. It's true. It's true. It's what's more of a vanilla than vanilla? It's spam. How about that? We'll go with spam, or like cheap grits. That's the Seahawk offense right now. Is that better? Priest Holmes was good. That's a good Seahawk. I don't know if he's one of the better backs in the 90s. Well, definitely not an all-timer, I wouldn't say. Sam the Great, Aaron Curry, worst pick for us. I can remember in the first round. He would be in contention on that, no doubt, Sam Great. Especially considering that's a top 5 pick right there. That's a top 5 pick. You know, you get those ones wrong, it's not good. Randy Wagner with the Hawks. I mean, we can all say Rick Meyer at number 2 overall. Randy Wagner, would the Hawks have had a better chance to win the San Francisco game if Trey Lance would have played the whole game? No, I don't think you were going to stop their run in that game, Randy. I just don't think you had the ability to do it where we're at right now with the scheme and where guys are playing right now. I think they would have ran for near 200 yards against you, kind of no matter what. I don't think Priest was better than Bo. Not my opinion. NFL Edit takes, I will continue to say that the difference in the time of possession is tiring this defense and killing this team. I wouldn't mind if we were scoring, but the difference is the same every game. It's an impeding factor, NFL Edit takes. I'll give you that. I think, though, that you did start out this game giving up yards on the ground right from the jump. You gave up yards last week against Denver. You You have been allowing teams to eat you up between the 20s pretty easily, no matter whether they're at the end of the game or the beginning of the game. And if what you're saying is the truth, then you should be seeing us at the start of games being pretty stiff defensively. And then, like you were saying, they wear down with being too much on the field because there's too many 3 and outs from your offense. So certainly the offense, to your point, it's valid to say the offense isn't doing the defense any favors from a time of possession standpoint. But the defense isn't doing the set defense any favors by not getting off the field consistently enough, by allowing too many sustained drives, by not creating any kind of pressure up front, and then only getting stiff when they're basically down by the goal line. 13th man, do you really believe Geno can score 27 points? I don't think he's going to have to score 27 points. If I ask him to do that consistently, 13th man, no, he's not going to be able to do that. Do I think he can do it against the Falcons this week, against one of the worst defenses in the league? Yeah, I do. Deadell, how do you attribute the difference in play calling on offense from the first game to the second? Look like 2 completely different systems. I don't know that I saw the same. I don't know that I saw that. You didn't take a whole lot of deep shots in the first game. You didn't take a whole lot of deep shots in the second game. You ran a couple of runs on the outside in the Bronco game. You started that game out with the pitch play. So I will give you that the rushing attack, you were running more to the outside. You ran a little bit more bubble screen stuff with DK that didn't really do you a whole lot of good in the Denver game. I certainly wouldn't go off that Denver game with those DK bubble screens and say, we need to run more of that after that game in Denver. Denver game, you ran no fly sweeps. You didn't really feature any of Eskridge. You continue to not do that this week. I saw the same sort of systems, to be honest, myself. There wasn't really a whole lot you were doing differently. You attacked up the seam with Parkinson. You attacked with Will Disley when you had him wide open on a broken play where Smith was about to scramble and the defender left the tight end to go try to deal with Smith and he was wide open. Those are the only 2 times you really tried to push the ball in that game. So I think it's more similar than dissimilar, these first 2 games. Jeffrey Thistle says Geno's getting that completion percentage up with those 1-yard passes too. Yeah, he is. The 3-yard tight end route is just silly. Keldon, Pete, I updated my playbook. Waldron, it looks the same. Pete, no. Look at the new trick plays in the back. It's true, Keldon. It's very true. No, the trick plays. It's completely different with the trick plays. Yeah, but it's got all the other same stuff in front of it. Yeah, but the trick plays. Addicted to Hawks, Brandon, glad to see you giving Hooker some love. Oh, was that a bad sentence? Not at all. Agreed on Hooker. Yeah, he's growing on me, man. And like I say, Addicted to Hawks, it's a list that's going to change. I'm not married to these guys all being in the same spot when it comes to the end of the year. This is just that ongoing assessment, and he's rising up. Can't deny it. Jeffrey Thistle, Geno didn't score points in the preseason, and he doesn't in the actual season either. Yeah, the preseason, though, was the drop situation as much as anything else. Guys not catching the ball, Fant not dragging a foot out of bounds. The lack of offensive stuff here to begin the season so far is really conservative offense, not attacking down the field at all, trying to push the ball, just trying to play it very, very safe. Tommy says Atlanta's sneaky good, and I think Mariota beat Seattle last time we played him. We did in Tennessee when he was a Titan. It's not going to be a free win, especially with how we played. Not at all, Tommy. It's going to be a tough one. Deadell, Hooker might slide to the 3rd or 4th due to age. If we can score him and scoop an edge and guard in the first round and get away with it, it would be ideal for me. I'm okay with that as a potential track day. You fit it in the same alignment that you'd fit the Will Levis situation, where to me, the advanced age doesn't necessarily impel me from drafting the quarterback. It would be different if we were talking about different positions on the football field, like let's say a 24-year-old wide receiver that you pick instead of taking the best center in the draft. But when it comes to quarterback, it's not as much a something I'm going to hit them for or ding them for. And you're right. He might slide down because Hooker is a little bit of an older prospect. NFL edits. I think Pete or DK said that they will throw downfield more, and we should. DK makes spectacular catches, and Locke is a great improviser. This duo is being underused, in my opinion. I agree with you, man. You've got 2 of the 10 best deep threats in the NFL over the last 3 years have been DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, and they're not being used at all in that respect. That's probably not very smart. Daniel says, okay, how bad Denver looks. Do you wish we got 3 first from them instead of the 2 instead of the 2 twos? In that division, they might be bottom 12 of the NFL next 2 years. No, I would have been more in favor of the 2 1s and the 2 twos. I think I want to get a little more immediacy in those picks because then I speed the rebuild up a little bit faster on that. I see where you're going with it, but I really like having the 2 1s and the 2 twos. Don't forget with it too, having them this bad this year without that certainty of that third year, you're getting that high first round pick potentially this year and then a high second round pick this year in addition to it. On top of that high second round pick you got last year. There's a difference between picking in that second round when you're the first 10 picks versus picking at the back of that second round. Sam says Geno has to be more involved in this game and in the future if we want to keep games close. Maybe. I mean, to me, you've been throwing the ball a little bit too much, Sam. I think you need to run the ball a little bit better here. That's what they really need to be doing more. I think they're doing a little bit too much Geno, in my opinion, at times. Or use Geno to have him throwing the ball down the field a little bit more. Dayatel says Diggs is too small to play strong. Will miss 5 tackles a game. It's possible. He has played that position before with the Lions and done it well. So it's would not be the first time he's done it. Tommy, I'd love a Cam Ward in the second or late first and a pass rusher with our first pick. That's just me though. I don't think we absolutely have to go quarterback with our first pick unless it's our guy. Very well said. And I agree with you, Tommy, on that. And I'm open to Cam. I like a lot of these guys. I don't have just, I know Levis is kind of my far and away the guy that I talk probably most about, but he's not the end all be all for me. There's other guys in this draft that I'm definitely getting warmed up on. Snail says, I'd be okay if we drafted only Cougs. Tommy, probably not a good strategy, though. NFL edits, there's a play to Ayuk where he couldn't be tackled when there were 5 Seahawks in close proximities at the same time. Hopefully that is a 1-week fix. Tackling's been an issue over the course of not just the first 2 games NFL edits, but also in the preseason. So probably not just a 1-week problem. And it will probably be continuing to be an issue at least a little bit going forward. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish, is there a commentator worse than Joe Buck? No. I like him the least of any of the commentators. And by a wide margin. He annoys me. Seahawks Jose says Earl Thomas is facing jail time. Well, that probably makes it a no then, Jose. Sam the Great, due to all those missed tackles last Sunday, I got to go defense with our first pick, then get a potential franchise quarterback with the second first-round pick. Just depends on how the draft goes. I'm a big guy, and let's read the draft. Let's go BPA. And I think if we go best player available and make that the guiding northern star for us as we approach this upcoming draft, that will lead us in the right direction, just as it did in this last draft, where every selection you can make a great argument for the fact that the Seattle Seahawks simply took the best player available on their board. Not what they needed, not what was where their franchise was as far as their roster for positional groups, just who was the best player available. And if they continue to take that track, I think it's going to bring more success in the future in the draft. Tommy Eaton says, do you remember the Fiesta Bowl with AP against Boise State? Yeah, that's the Statue of Liberty game, right? That might have been the best football game ever played. That was insane. And what a game for Boise State there to really put themselves on the map in that game, as they've been kind of dancing on the edges a little bit in college football, and that really kind of laid them in at that point, didn't it? But no, that was a great game. That was awesome. Wild. NFL Will Smith says, you think they attacked the middle because their edges were so elite? No. They attacked the middle of the defense because that's been their predilection for the last 10 years. And they are been a team that has been absolutely scared to run to the outside. And honestly, there's not some simple were they just scared to go into the teeth of the defense thing. It simply has been in a hole in the Coach Carroll teams, and it continues to be a hole. He can either address it, they can either call the plays, they can either give it a chance or not. The only issue I have, Will's, with the saying it's just that they have the elite defensive ends and that's what's stopping them is that, okay, let's run a couple of those plays. Run me one pitch play and have it fail with Joey Bosa destroying it to show me that is the case. But you take all 10 of their rushing attempts in this game. All 10 of them were inside runs. There's the one run with Kenneth Walker out of the 3 running back set down there by the end zone right before DJ Dallas did the trick play where he ends up on the outside, where he ends up bouncing it out, but that play was supposed to go inside. That's where it's pre-programmed to go. So, you run 10 times all inside. You can't just say, well, we're just so scared of the edges there. You got to at least do a little bit of trying to get to the outside of the defense a little bit. NFL edits. I honestly don't know what we were doing punting. Not like we were trying to protect a lead, but I guess Dixon can get a well-deserved Pro Bowl and a first-team All-Pro since he was snubbed last year. I agreed with the moments they punted in the game. It was the right call to make in the moment where it was at. Maybe they could have gone for it. Daytale, I predict if Miles Adams sees real playing time, we will win the game. I'd love to see Miles. I want to see Miles this week, man. He at least gives you a guy that can penetrate and be a problem up front. He's not just going to sit up there and be just a guy. He might get ran out of his gap. He might not be, he might have some rough moments, but he's at least going to flash for you, I feel like, if you put him out there. Sam the Great, Christian McCaffrey was a crazy college running back. He was. He was indeed. Our offense is those dollar store hot dogs. They got dollar store hot dogs. Great lady, 90s back, Terrell Davis, of course. Terrell was good. Ricky Williams was great. Another great college back in Ricky, too. Tommy says, I would say our offense is instant mashed potatoes, just mush. I don't know that those can taste good after a couple beers, though. And our offense will never taste good even after a couple beers right now. Daytel says our defense is Oreos with no cream. I don't know. At least they get some sugariness then. It's got to be like the knockoff Oreos then, right? Like the Kroger kind or whatever. MSR Rook says Kurt Warner is the Emmitt Smith of quarterbacks. I like that. I like that kind of. Curtis Martin, Ricky Waters, Jamal Anderson, sorry. Tommy says, trick plays with a bunch of running backs that doesn't scream Pete. I don't know what does. Dude loves him some defense and running backs. Yes, he does. Randy Wagner, a salute to the Hawks Nest and to the 12th man. Thank you, Randy. The Steelers had their home opener Sunday, and the fans seemed like they were at picnic feeding the ducks. Go Hawk, go Hawks Nest. It's the part I always say, Randy, that the young fans need to understand as they come along. As you enter that stadium, as you go into your family, as you go into it the first time, as you start to understand what it's about, fans across the country don't do what we do in that stadium. They don't make themselves as loud and noisy. There's places like Arrowhead that are close in the same kind of capacity of things, but more often than not, fans go in, modern fan goes in to sit there and quietly observe the game. That's not what we do. When we go in that stadium, we get loud. We get to the point where we should lose our voice every time we go in that stadium. I'm going to be going in that Cardinals game in a couple weeks. You better believe in the post game, you're going to hear me talking like this. It was a really good game. I can't really say a whole lot at this point because I can't. You should be that way after you leave every Seahawks game. No excuses. Because we've realized that we can have an effect on the game when we are simply that loud. And we've lost that at times over the last couple of years. I feel like we got a little bit after the Super Bowl, a little bit placated as a fan base, a little bit fat and happy, and didn't want to be as loud. And we're going to need that now. This young team's going to need that spirit and that energy in that stadium now. Randall says Russ was 23 when we drafted him. Okay. So he's about an average age of prospect coming out. Addicted Ox, is John Snyder going to have problems luring a great free agents to come to Seattle without Russ here now? No. I never really kind of bought into the whole we were ever an attractive location for free agents. We were an attractive location for a veteran player who's looking to go get a ring and have a chance at a ring. Sure. But are we going to get a player to come here and take less millions of dollars to come here because it was an attractive place? No. I don't think you're really going to pull that off by and large. At the end of the day, money talks and BS walks. And if you're the team that offers the most money to a given free agent, you're more likely than not going to be able to pull that free agent into your team. And we're going to, that's where we're going to win in free agency. I also think, though, that John Schneider's not really a big free agent guy. You know, the Achuna Owusu contract that he just signed for 2 years and $20 million for Uchenna is not really huge as that contract would seem. That's like the fourth biggest deal that Schneider has ever given out in free agency. He's just not a guy that does much out there in that respect. They did a little bit more when the team was in rougher shape in the early times. So, you made a big deal with Robert Gallery and Sidney Rice, and you signed Matt Flynn to the deal. So they did earlier on, but more recently they've been very, very conservative when it's come to free agency. But no, I don't think that there's anything to, who was the guy that Russ got to come here because of free agency? Greg Olson? Is that our big Russ signing? And even he costed $7 million a year. We had to pay top of the market prices for him. So you didn't get him on a discount to come here at that point. Snail, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, check out WSU linebacker Dayan Henley when you get a chance. 4 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, 1 interception so far this year as a senior. Dude is a beast. Had 4 interceptions last year. I will take a look at him, Snail. Absolutely, man. Give me stoked for him. We'll take a peek. He's that middle. I'm guessing he's a middle inside linebacker on that. Gina Ferrugia says, good luck with the Seahawks and the Saints, for coming from a Saints fan. Thank you, Gina. Good luck to you guys too. You're looking pretty good this year. Pretty good. Cameron, I was looking through my closet the other day. In the very back, I had a Legion of Boom shirt. Thomas, Chancellor, Sherman, and Browner, all of the 4 on it. I smiled and felt sad at the same time. Yeah, it's a little bittersweet now, isn't it? Just a little bit of a bittersweetness to that era as we look back on it, which is unfortunate. You'd love to just be able to just sit there and do nothing but smile. But yeah, there's no doubt about it. There's a little bit of what we had and what could have been. Randy Wagner, keep up the great work, Tommy. It's because of the Hawks Nest that I'm pulling for you. Go Hawks. Tommy Eden says, here's the problem I see on offense. Gabe Jackson. Number 2, oatmeal scheme. Number 3, until we get DK going, teams are going to put 22 men in the box and dare us to throw. It's Gabe and a coaching issue. Yeah, it's Gabe. I think the N3 guys, Tommy, I would kind of put all 3 of them in the same boat right now. When I look at Damian Lewis at left guard, when I look at the center of Austin Blythe outside up in pass protection, especially in run blocking with Austin Blythe, and then I look at Gabe Jackson, I think all 3 of those are issues for you right now as it stands. It's part of why I want to see Damian move over to right guard, is you can fix the right guard situation and then potentially get on the road to figuring out the left guard and fixing that next. I'm not sure that Phil Haynes is going to fix it, but at least you get back onto a little bit more of that road. Addicted to Hawk says, Brandon is right. Our pass rushing strategy was awful. Also, we never doubled up on Bosa with the tight end to help Lucas. Our coaches confused me. They confused the hell out of me, Addicted to Hawks, and thank you. They sometimes the things they do I don't know why they do them. I can usually backtrack most decisions and go, okay, well, here's what the thought process, I could disagree with it, but at least I can explain it as to why it occurred. Sometimes the things that they do, I can't quite explain. And yeah, I didn't see a lot of help being given to your tackles in this game either. Odd to see at times. I guess they just thought they were going to get the ball out of the hands of Geno so fast and they'll get the extra guys out running routes that will offset some of that. But it is strange. And the pass rush strategy is just woo. Kelton says, oh, that's right. Joey Bosa kept jumping onto the field. Did he have a steel chair like WWE? I couldn't watch. I was just listening to you. No, he was freaking... We did okay considering. Joey can wreck a whole game plan on a given game and just look unstoppable at times. I think we did okay against him. Again, you ran so much inside, you were going to neutralize his effect in the running game, and then you passed so quickly. You weren't giving him the chance to get to the quarterback, even though he did get a couple of sacks. But when he got his opportunities, he ate. Devin says, why haven't we played Miles Adams anyway? He looked really promising in the preseason. Not sure, Devin, especially considering how inept the defensive line has been up until this point. I can only guess that they wanted to run with Quentin Jefferson because they have paid him some money. I can only guess that they want to run with Brian Monet because they've paid him some money. But are those guys outplaying Miles based off what we saw from him in the preseason? Not to my eyes. I mean, I could watch plays in the preseason where Brian Monet was on the field at the very same time as Miles Adams, and Miles Adams was doing something, whereas Brian Monet just continually just runs up into the guard and becomes stilted and stopped. I don't know what the team seems in Monet at all. I don't. Like, he just does not show up on game days. Very, very strange. Chrono says, have you seen the graphic that our inside three guys are getting double teamed at the highest rate of anyone in the first 3 weeks on plays so far? Past plays so far? Yeah. I mean, that's understandable, though. Let's backtrack this. Why is that occurring? Because you're not running very much 3-4. If you're running more 3-4, you'd have 3 down linemen. Somebody said it earlier on this, Chronos. You're running basically a 2-4-5 like. So you have 2 down defensive linemen, and you're operating those 2 defensive linemen as one techniques. And so by one techniques, I mean, usually a one technique would be a guy on the strong side of the formation split between the guard and the center. Why I'm calling them 2-1 techniques is not to say you have 2 strong sides of the formation. What I'm saying on that is that you have 2 guys basically split between the A gap almost, where they're separated between the guard and the center on either side of that. And what that's opening the door for then is a lot of room between those 2 defensive tackles and your outside linebackers and their wide 9 technique. You've got a huge gaping amount of space, and you have multiple blockers on point then to then double team out those down linemen. So by the way you're running the scheme, specifically, you're opening the door to those double teams. What's odd with that is that if we're running the highest rate of those double teams, Chronos, how is it then if they're supplying so much double team damage to your down linemen, how are your linebackers then getting blocked so often on the second level? Because you can kind of choose to do one or the other, right? You can double team your down linemen, or you can double team or get your guys to the second level and get those linebackers taken care of. Whereas they're accomplishing both. And this is where, again, I come back to why are they accomplishing both? Because you don't have 3 down linemen like you would in a normal 3-4 defense. You're trying to operate it with 2 down linemen and 2 outside linebackers. And so the numbers game just gets really far out of whack, and you end up with a lot of offensive guys to block on very few down linemen there to deal with it. Sam the Great says, the draft was amazing for the Hawks. I feel like not paying a quarterback a crap load of money now shifts the focus on making our draft picks count. I'm agreeing with you on that. I agree, and that's where I would like them to continue to slide to. Let's get this back to more building up the complete team, not get as obsessed with what the quarterback, just it all being about the quarterback. I think it's where the new model of the NFL is going, with how much talent there is going to be entering this league at the quarterback position in the foreseeable future. And that will open the door more and more to the team that's going to be smart and try to build the team first, quarterback second, but it all does remain really about the team overall. Data tells us eventually Jamal will have enough surgeries. He will basically be a cyborg and will need a drink WD-40 halftime. That's right. It's got the mechanical fingers. It's got the Luke Skywalker hand, artificial tendons. He's got the cow tendon somewhere. Megan says, I'm going to scream, jump up and down, and truly make some noise. I've traveled too damn far to sit in silence at Lumen with B in week 6. You know it, Megan. We're going to be the loudest in that stadium. Randall, there we go. Western Family Oreos. Okay, Western Family Oreos without the cream. That's the best comparison I can give for our offense as far as if we're going to compare it to food. Dayatel, I felt there needs to be a minimum snap count for PFF grades. Some guy goes out there and runs a route in garbage time and gets a stamped with a 49. I think it would help them to find a way to put more in perspective those limited snap count situations. It would. It does make it a little bit tougher when you're going through the numbers and trying to kind of met everything out a little bit. Yeah, I agree with you. That's part of that refinement process with what they're doing that will come along, I think, in the years to come. Addicted to Hawk. Schneider got our left tackle. Forget his name right now. Too much bourbon. Oh, wait, Dwayne Brown. He did, but he traded for him, Addicted to Hawks. So that was a trade of a second and a third round pick to get Dwayne. Not a free agent per se. A motive. Miles Adams hasn't played a snap yet? Nope, not yet. When we have Puna and Al playing almost every snap, why not give them rest and play Adams? I just don't understand. How are we to know if we can play or not? I don't know, motive. I don't know either. It's again, somebody said they're confused a little bit by this coaching staff at times. I'm confused. It's not to where you get even is dismayed a little bit, but it's more confusion. It's more of what is the plan here? What is your guys' approach here? Why are you making it so hard to see what you're attempting to try to bring out and go with? And they've got a love affair with Puna. They've got a love affair with Brian Monet and Jefferson, and I don't get it. Jefferson's never really been all that. Puna has never really been all that outside of a one-tech, run-stuffing defensive tackle. That's all he is. But the coaching staff, with the money that they paid, with changing him positions to a 3-tech, with as much playing time as he seems to get, seems to be trying to turn him into something that he really isn't. Randy says, funny, I lose my voice at home cheering. Haha. I absolutely lose my voice every time I go to a live game. Totally. It's good to hear, Randy. I think most people do. I have been in that stadium in recent years where there's been some people that are staying real quiet in there. And like you can't even like, hey, come on, let's go. They need us here. Let's go. And they just look at you with this like dead-eyed look of a zombie. Like, do you have a soul? Come on. You're in the stadium to cheer. Let's go. Sean says, we are in year 1 of a 2 to 3 year rebuild. Some patience is required. Absolutely. Absolutely, Sean. That's where I say the patience comes in, and that's absolutely an appropriate part. That's the part, Sean, to lead with. Patience is the part to lead with this year, especially with the rookies and the young guys that we're waiting for them to come along. They're going to have their ups. They're going to have their downs. The place where patience is not to be applied, in my opinion, Sean, is when the team is hesitant to bring on the schematic adjustments that we are now year 2 of this offense. You're not adapting the new offense. I don't really want to be asked for patience on that. Why aren't you bringing this new offense to bear as we're in year 2? Why did you bring on these defensive adjustments in the offseason? Why'd you bring in Sean Desai and Luke Scott to run the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell, only to now not run the cover 2 shell? That's a little bit of counterintuitiveness as far as what you're choosing to do in an offseason versus what you're choosing to do when it comes to actually live games. And that's the part that I'm not going to have patience with. That's the part that I will be a little bit annoyed with, because they need to adopt. They need to practice what they preach, essentially, and not do things in just for the sake of it or for broad strokes, but to actually bring those changes in place. It's Nick Bosa, says Keldon. Sorry, did I say Joey Bosa? D Nugget, thank you for reminding me. Please hit the like button if you are in the chat and haven't hit the like button, even if you're listening to it on the replay. Dea says Monet gets stoned by Medusa halfway through his rep. That's it, man. It's like Medusa hits him with her 2 eyes, and you could just see him going. It's like Monet goes like this. I've got you. And he's just sort of cast and stoned through the rest of the play. Well said. Big Country, M's offense currently has 3 hits in 16 innings against the A's. Yeah, boy, what a rough end here so the season so far, Big Country, huh? God, it's like shades of last year where it's like they're just going to run out of steam right at the end. Sam the Great went to the Christmas game versus the Cards a few years back. Fun game against them. Hopefully I'll have a fun game against the Cards this year. That's what one I'm going to. I think the Hawks again agree with Brandon. Where are our linebackers when our O-line is getting double teamed? Coaches? Yeah, it's strange. You usually get the double teams on the defensive tackles. The linebackers are running free. If you get the linebackers on the defensive tackles, then the defensive tackles are usually able to get penetration because they're getting single blocked. Strange. Deatel says, don't know if you watch Top Billin', but he theorizes the defensive tackle is cursed by the booty shorts he wore in training camp. Anything's possible at this point. Booty shorts can do that to a man. Just robs you of your... I mean, look what it's done to Jamal, man. Look what it's done to Jamal. Oh, DT, defensive Darrell Taylor. Booty shorts. I don't know why that makes me laugh so much. Booty shorts. Oh, Lordy. Oh, that's good. MSR Rookie Brandon, if you have to guess, where do all these quarterbacks go between Washington, Detroit, Seattle, New Orleans, Carolina, New York Giants, maybe Tampa and Atlanta? You don't have to say all of them, but on whose list goes where, if you had to guess. Somebody mentioned Bryce Young with Detroit. That jumps out to me and makes a lot of sense. I'll go with Seattle with Will Levis just because I want it to happen, so let's make it happen. I would say that C.J. Stroud will go to Carolina. I'll say K.J. Jefferson goes to Washington. We'll go Tyler Van Dyke goes to... I don't know on that one. That's kind of all I got. I wanted to go Tyler Van Dyke with the New York Giants, but I'm not sure on that one. Well, we'll go with those from just a completely random aspect, Rook. We'll go with those. We'll go with those selections on it. Did I tell only prison love for Daryl Taylor? That's right. Todd Billen loves his prison love analogies. Don't drop the snow. Don't drop the soap. Pretentious Cameron, do you have a favorite football movie? Mine is Remember the Titans. I like me some Remember the Titans. I do. I think Sam the Great references the original Longest Yard with Burt Reynolds is probably still one that I hold in pretty high regard. It's kind of tough. Football doesn't have as much those quintessential great films as does baseball. Baseball's got quite a few that are kind of classics in that respect, and you go back and watch. Football's a little bit harder. It's been harder to kind of catch. So I don't have a better one than The Longest Yard, really. I did like The Program. I don't know if that one's held up as much through the years, but at the time I liked it a lot. But I can't think of any other real college, any other football game, that have come out that have been, Any Given Sunday to me was just all right. Certainly loved the Al Pacino speech, but it was kind of a muddled picture. That one was. Probably any of those. I did like Remember the Titans. There's some good ones some folks are mentioning in the chat. Sam the Great says, don't sit in the club love seats. They get mad when you're screaming. What an embarrassment. That is an embarrassment. You get mad when I'm going to be loud in a stadium. I'm going to tell you, shut up. Like I'm going to get real combative real quick if I'm standing in that stadium being loud and you're telling me to be quiet. We're going to have some problems real quick. Sam the Great, Tommy, and this is the Hawks Nest. Mr. Alo Morboye, I'm on board with it, man. I said I think he needs to upend Daryl Taylor for snaps at this point. He does. Atlanta Beck, patience, like Lockett on that return with the rookie bump, laughing out loud. That was a rough one there, Alana. Yeah, that one's not a patience one there. That's a bad play by a guy not putting all of his effort in there. You're getting pushed back into a returner. It's a lack of effort there on that kind of situation. So that's one where that's not one I'll employ patience on. So not all rookie mistakes are going to get the benefit of the doubt. Most will, I think, for a lot of these guys, especially when they're giving you the ups with the downs. But that Crawford kid on that block that's a huge no-no for a blocking on the blocking unit. There's a reason you rarely ever see that. Sam the Great says, Hawks Nest doesn't have the greatest view, but the most action definitely. Love it. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Oh, Rudy. I forgot about Rudy. I knew I was forgetting one. Rudy would probably be maybe my one up there. Rudy had me, I always had a little bit of a hate for Notre Dame growing up because they always got on national TV and just everybody's a little, But you got to give him credit. That was a good movie. It's a really good movie. Kraken Hawk, what's up? This channel is becoming a staple I have to watch, listen to. That's my goal, man. That's what I'm trying to do. It's good to hear, though. Tommy, we have never not had a good game against the Cards, not since the Bruce Arians years until now, at least. It's been a while. It's always close. Always seems like it's coming down to the fourth quarter against that team. Doesn't matter the year, doesn't matter where either team's kind of at. Robbie Red, hey, at least we have one of the best punters in the league, but our punting game, Robbie. But our punting game, brother. I mean, it's just out of control. Sean says no to Levis. What do you hate about Levis, Sean? Give me a little bit more than that. I need a little more than that if you're anti-Levis. Sam the Great. And of course, there was the one lame carrot in the Hawks Nest who told me to be quiet. We all let her have it. Go play checkers, you bum. Deadly says also a no to Levis. I've heard other people say he's overrated. Yeah, I've heard it as well. What I end up hearing, Deadly, is people say he's overrated and then they stop talking. It's a little bit like Sean saying no to Levis. I'm okay if you're anti this, but explain to me why. And it's going to come down to really the explanation will be something simple like he throws too much interceptions. Really? That's the end all be all in our assessment of Levis, is that he's too wild with the ball and the amount of interceptions he's thrown? Is there any context for those interceptions, if that is the reason that's pushing you over? But I won't speak for you guys. Let me know if you are anti-Levis. I'm okay. Just give me a little bit of understanding on your perspective why, so I can kind of understand. Megan says, okay, B's and 12s. Had a huge day at Disneyland yesterday, which I'm still dealing with after effects of, so I'm heading out. Not sure if I'll be on tomorrow, but we'll talk soon. Well, thank you, Megan. And I got my tickets all ready for my flight over there. So we are locked in. We're locked in. Day Hadell says Van Dyke to the Bucks. Ooh, I like that one. I like that one, Day. That's good. Yeah. I like that better than the Giants. That feels more natural. Randy Wagner, Brandon, is there any way that you can fly the Hawks Nest to Cleveland and do a Steelers live chat after the game tomorrow? The Steelers Nation needs the Hawks Nest for a successful season. I don't think I'll be able to pull that one off, my man. I'm due to be going live tomorrow on my own channel here at next Thursday. But I'll give you guys some spiritual love, you know? Give you some spiritual love from afar. Kraken Hawk says, what quarterback will Denver draft after watching Mr. Unlimited all year and realizing he might be fool's gold now? Ha 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 ha. Unfortunately, with the amount of money that they've just paid him, Kraken Hawk, they're going to be a couple years into this in process of, we've got to try to make the Wilson situation work. And that's what that does. Of course, we've done this with Adams ourselves, right? Adams got to the whole point where we've changed our whole defensive scheme around just to try to get the value out of Jamal Adams from that trade because we've had such a hard time doing so. So we ourselves have been down this road with a particular player, and unfortunately, or fortunately enough for the Broncos in this respect, they're about to head down that same road with Russell. And it's one that you're not going to get to bail on fast. It's a little bit of why I said Kraken Hawk. Odd for them to sign him to that new deal now and not at least wait a year to make sure it really is worthwhile to do so at that point. Just a little strange on their point. Dave tells us Keanu Reeves should be our head coach. Spiritual head coach, maybe. Blindside's a good one too, JT. A lot of good suggestions on your movies. Replacement's a good. I think Rudy might be my one that I'm coming back to now as I think about it. That might be phase one. And Tom Eden draft day is underrated. Unfortunately, our Seahawks have to be a little bit of the, we're sort of the antagonist almost in that one a bit by the general manager that's in that one, and it's completely unrealistic in a lot of ways, but it gets enough stuff right in the way they do it. And no movie's ever tried to grab in that way and really capture a draft in that way like they did. I like how they did it. And Costner was good in it too. It wasn't bad. It was solid. And they did make the Seahawks look like scrubs. It was not fun watching the way they were making us. Why it gotta be us? Why it gotta be us? Tom Eden says, The Last Boy Scout technically a football movie? Not really. Not enough football in that movie. It's more based around like a murder mystery thing almost. And I'd say Jerry Maguire's more of a romantic comedy with the backdrop of football there. So I wouldn't, and Jerry did a lot of good stuff too, because Cameron Crowe went and like followed around a football agent for a while to really get get that stuff right. He did a good job of that in that respect. That's why that does, its spots really feel authentic in moments in that movie, but can't fully call it a football movie. Sean Darrell Taylor has been a disappointment, man. I was expecting him to take a step forward, and rather than take a step forward, so far he has kind of regressed across the board. He's not gotten better in the running game, and we've not seen any flashes from him as a pass rusher. Sam the Great says, low-key baseball movies have the best movies. They do. Baseball's got this beat by a mile. Field of Dreams, Major League, the other one with Costner. Costner's got 3 baseball movies that are all awesome. For the Love of the Game, and then the one where he's in the minor leagues. Somebody will get it in the chat. But The Natural's not bad. I like me some Natural. That movie's held up okay. Kind of got some cheesiness to it, but it's held up okay. Sam the Great says, draft day equals pancake eating mother effer. Still one of my favorite Kevin Costner lines. It was a great line. I want all my picks back. You pancake eating mother effer. Tommy Eaton says, Darrell Taylor's a pass rusher playing early downs. He would look much better just coming in on third down IMO. He cannot tackle to save his life. That's where I see him as well at this point. Just bring him in on passing downs. Let him go from that aspect of things. Addicted Hawks, I think he broke his freaking neck. Longest yard, favorite line. It's a great movie. So good. Jordan Croft says Levis just needs to cut back on the INTs and he'll be good. Yeah, I want him to be a little more safer with the ball. But again, the INTs come into respect in they come into perspective here from a couple of standpoints from my aspect of it. Number one, running a pro style offense is going to be harder for a college quarterback to execute, and there's going to be more mistakes built within it because of that. Number two, he's got an atrocious offensive line. If we take all of the top quarterbacks that I've mentioned on this list out the gate, Levis has by far the worst offensive line that he is dealing with in pass protection. And then the last part being is that he's got to carry the team. He doesn't have a stacked team up in front of him. He's got to be the guy to make the plays, and that's going to lead to times where he's going to play outside of himself and his capabilities. But nonetheless, I think those parts will be able to be cleaned up at the pro level because he's not going to be asked to do as much. He's going to be able to make more of a quicker adjustment to the pro game because he's been running pro concepts at the college level. And I think he'll have a better chance of hitting that ground running. Greg Pfeiffer says, my coworkers love home games because I can't talk on Monday. My voice is gone. I love it, Greg. That's the way it's got to be, man. You're doing your duty. As I say, this is not just, it sounds silly and funny, but like really think about this, folks. This is something that I take pride in because this is us in the Pacific Northwest. This is something that I don't care if you're in Washington, Oregon, Canada, Alaska, Hawaii, Montana, Idaho, and you come up to see your Seahawks play. You know what time it is when you walk in that stadium. And it's gone back not just by one generation, not just by two generations. This is 3 generations deep, baby. 3 generations deep. Your grandparents came in that stadium and screamed their heads out. And now you to this day carry that forward. And it's not just about screaming. It's not just about cheering. It's not just about, hey, team, do good. It's about my voice in tandem with the rest of my brothers and sisters in this great Pacific Northwest can bring up such a force, such a thunder, such a noise that it gets into the heads of the opponent. That they go, how can it be this loud in a stadium? How is it I can't hear myself think? That is unique unto ourselves. That is a pride that we get to call our own, and we should never see it lost. And every person should remember that whenever you walk into that stadium. It is your duty. You're carrying forth your ancestors' great work. Do not let them down. Tom Eaton says, Levis plays in the toughest division in all of college football with all first-round pass rushers coming at him and on a team with no blocking, and he's still impressive. Highly draftable. Well said. Very well said. Jordan Kraft, I think Levis will be a very solid quarterback. Don't see why people don't like him. He's pro-ready. That's kind of why I'm picking on it. I'm open to having my mind changed on this. I really am. If you've got a perspective on it where maybe I'm missing something on Levis that I should be considering, that's why I do ask on these questions, is that I kind of want to know what am I maybe missing with it? He's not perfect. He's not the golden child of quarterbacks. Okay. But he's definitely a guy to me that has kind of stood out from the rest here early on in this process. Craig and Hawk, I know I was joking about Denver drafting a quarterback. It was a joke, laughing out. Oh, I know you were, man. It's all good. It's all good. Hey, you never know, man. They made this draft. Wouldn't that piss Russell off if they went into like the second or third round and they're just like, we just want to have some insurance. It's Russell. It's just insurance. You know, we love you still, but you know, it's insurance. We'll definitely not start him if he's better than you. We would not. We'd give you money. No way. No. Dan Tell says, most people I know that don't like Levis haven't seen him play. Stats don't tell the story with this one. That's me. That's a great way to put it, Day. Very, very well, excellent way to put it. Stats sometimes don't always tell the whole story. Sam the Great, there's always that one quarterback that everyone sleeps on. That second draft pick in the first will potentially be our franchise changer, perhaps. Very well could. You get it right. You pick that one right, and you're hitting that ignition switch at that point. Addicted Hawks is, I think Levis has great potential, but will Pete put the brakes on it because of his interceptions? Hope Pete listens to whatever Schneider recommends at quarterback. Well, hopefully he does. Hopefully Schneider's earned that. Addicted Hawks being the last time Schneider was in your ear about a guy. Said, I love this Wilson guy. Trust me on this. Carroll went, he's a little small. I tend to have a prototype I like to lean towards, John. He said, F your prototype. This kid's worth it. So hopefully he can, because I do trust John a lot more with quarterbacks than I do with Pete. Is he going to put his brakes on him? To a degree, addicted to Hawks, he's going to put his brakes on him. There's no ignoring that with Coach Carroll. He's going to do that with his quarterbacks. I'm maybe okay with that a little bit with Levis, because that maybe makes things a little more simplified for Will Levis, whereas things are maybe a little bit unduly complicated for him in college and what he's running right now. So that might end up being helpful for him, giving him more of a structure of A, B, C, D, and there is no E. But I would still take that risk. Sam the Great says, remember Aaron Rodgers in 2005? I did. And look, the old throwing motion of Aaron Rodgers when he was coming out was not great to look at, as far as you looking at a guy that was going to be a game changer on the scene with the way he spun the football. He really did rechange his delivery through those 3 years he was sitting on the bench, and change the kind of quarterback and his upside. That's another guy like in that Herbert mold, where it's the college quarterback he was not what he was going to become at the pro level. Tom Eaton says, also go listen to Rob Stan's breakdown. Russ, Luck, Mahomes, they all threw a lot of interceptions in the last 2 years of college. It does not factor in as much as it seems. I will give him a listen, man. And you could definitely sell me on that. You know, interceptions are not a great thing, but if it's also context of how those interceptions are occurring. And especially, I can't say for sure. Mahomes was running the air raid, but I know with Luck, he was running that pro-style system out of Stanford at that time. So yeah, you would give him a little bit more of that rope for those interceptions, because they'll be corrected at the next level a bit more than they are at the college level, I think, because of that. Sean says, my biggest issue with Levis is his inconsistent footwork. He's 23. His ceiling is lower. He's not Josh Allen or Mahomes. Agree with you on the back part of that, Sean. Agree with you 100% there, where I don't think that he's a ceiling guy that's in the trajectory of a Josh Allen Mahomes. My argument for you on that would be a little bit of, I don't know if we're looking for necessarily the need of a guy at that ceiling spot, especially if it's to cost you developmental time. Both with Josh Allen and Mahomes, you had to have Mahomes sit a year. You had Josh Allen take a couple of years to get to where he's gotten, versus maybe with a guy like Levis, you're getting a little closer to his top end out the jump. I didn't see as much the footwork stuff. I will concentrate, Sean, a little bit more on paying attention to it. I've looked at his mechanics pretty cleanly. His foot steps in the right place. He doesn't get too wide in his base. He stays up on his feet. He doesn't get flat-footed like you see with KJ Jefferson. So I don't know that I saw that same thing from his footwork standpoint of it. But like I said, I wanted you to bring up where you're coming from on that, because it gives me something to look at. And I'll take a little bit more of a closer view on that as I'm watching him, to see if that is maybe more of an issue than I've given it credit for being. Grug says, Face of the Giants is probably my favorite football movie. It's another good one. Bull Durham. Thank you, Jason Tudor. Can't believe I forgot that name. God, I'm getting old. I hate getting old. Stuff that I shouldn't forget, I forget sometimes. Daniel says, Levis throws picks trying to compete. Bryce Young and Stroud don't have to worry about keeping up. That's true. Very true. Grug, Sandlot's my favorite baseball movie. It's another good one. Another good one. Right during that time frame, Hollywood was really, like, there's a 10-year period there for baseball movies. They were right there in the barrel with it. They couldn't miss. Motive, I still have Necessary Roughness, Waterboy. All those both good movies. Waterboy's great. I haven't watched Waterboy in a long time. Alan says, do you think Darrell Taylor could play at inside linebacker spot better than he does the defensive tackle spot? No. I don't. Instinctually wise, it's not been great when he's been asked to be an outside linebacker, and inside linebacker is a lot about instincts. I don't think he's got a natural ability to necessarily read and feel things where he's at right now in his game. Could develop as the years go on, but he's definitely a little bit at times he gets confused and redirected and bites and takes the cheese and then gets beat over the top. I think that stuff would be even on further display if you put him in the middle. North Dallas 40 is a great movie with Nick Nolte. That's a good one too. Nick Nolte as a receiver. Oh, God damn it. Kick this goddamn stuff. Kick that ball. You never think Nick Nolte outside wide receiver, but he does a good job of playing one in that game. It's really good first view you got with North Dallas 40 of like what it would look a little bit really behind the curtain of an NFL team, not in the sort of an idealistic thing or, what the fan might think, but a true, real view behind the curtain. Pretentious Cameron says, McGuire is the perfect movie to watch with your girl. She gets the romance and you get Tom Cruise in football. That's it, man. I agree. That's a good go-to where you can get a little bit of that in-between game. Usually when you do the romantic movie, you're like, oh, God, I'm going to be in this for an hour and a half with no interest. Let's just count the minutes till this thing ends. But that's one that's not. And it holds up still. Still a really good movie. I like Cameron Crowe overall. He's kind of fallen off a little bit as a writing, directing at times where it's not been as solid in some of his recent work, but Almost Famous and the one, God, he did the one in Seattle too. They had Pearl Jam in that one, I think, too. But he did a couple there in that time that were really good. Jeffrey Thistle, League of Their Own. There's another one. That was another good one. There's no crying in baseball. You crying? You crying? Yes. There's no crying in baseball. The Rookie, good baseball flick too. It's always a little, I watched The Rookie and there's always something a little bit that freaks it. There's something unsettling about when the kid, he breaks his arm and then the arm heals and he takes the ball. Whenever he pulls the ball back to throw, you hear the tendons twisting up in his arm as it's gearing up to throw in the movie. And they do the sound effect every time. So it's like, and then he throws it. And it always threw me off in the movie when I heard that sound. I was like, ugh, that's gross. Motive, Dennis Quaid was good in Football Movie 2. Everybody's All-American. That's right. He played the Ghost. Wasn't that guy's nickname in that movie? They called him the Ghost. Dennis is a running back. UE2K's favorite sports movie is the Bingo Long Traveling All-Stars and Motor Kings. I've never heard of that movie, UE. I'll have to go look that up. Dayatel, I think it was up to Pete. He would want Bryce Young, but it's not up to him, supposedly. And I think Young will be the first quarterback off the board anyways. I'm not as convinced on that. I think people are going to ding Young a little bit for his size component because he does not have the Kyler Murray twitchy, I can just run around people all day long if I can't see over the pocket or whatnot. And there are times with him where you see him taking an extra bit of time behind the pocket. I kind of think it's a little bit because sometimes seeing down the field and needing that extra time, being a little bit of a smaller guy. I do think he goes in the first round, Dave, but I don't think that he's going to go. I don't think that he's going to go early or be one of the first 2 or 3 guys even taken. I think Pete wants to go back to more of a bigger guy, Day. I think he liked what he had at a Russell, but I think where he was at with USC and the traditional quarterbacks that he tended to want to go to was the big guys that could see across the field and make all of the throws. I think that's more of a Pete type guy. That's part of why I think Schneider Dayatel had to sign Pete up for Russell Wilson, as opposed to Pete being on board Russ right from the jump. He had to be kind of talked into it because it went against his natural inclination for what he looked for out of the quarterback position. Randy says, my 18-month-old grandson watches The Sandlot continuously. Those kids, they can just watch games over and over, can't they? It's amazing. Snail with a $2 donation. Thank you, Snail. Says, Blue Mountain State is a hilarious TV show. That is a good show. I watched I've caught a little bit of it at times. I haven't been able to get fully into it. It hasn't been able to quite pull me in, but I know it's got a big following. I like what that lead in that show just did with the Jack Reacher series on Amazon. I thought he was really good in that. I thought they did for an opening season. That was a pretty solid opening season for them on that. The guy who played Thad Castle. Jeffrey Thistle with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. A League of Their Own, Tom Hanks. There's no crying in baseball. I don't have baseball players. I have girls. Hanks was so good in that, playing the alcoholic who's can't believe he's out there coaching women in baseball, who still wishes he was playing or coaching. And that was a really good role there for Hanks. Funny movie. Very, very, very funny movie. No crying in baseball. You crying. You crying. He's got that great line where he's like, I struck out 3 times. My parents watching the crowd. I had my manager, Bud McGraw, tear my ass out on the middle of the field. Did I cry? Did I cry? No. Oh, goodness. I got to go back and watch that movie now. Tom Eaton says, my favorite sports movie was either Major League or Tin Cup. Maybe Dodgeball now that I think about it. Tin Cup, another good one there. Tin Cup's great. Another great flick. Some really good scenes in that one. Leatherheads is a great movie as well, says Yui. I tried that one, man. I couldn't get into it. It had lost me about a quarter of the way, and I tried. I gave it a good shot. Sam the Great, which baseball movie was the one that had Charlie Sheen on the Indians? That movie was cool too. Yep, that's Mr. Wild Thing from the Major League films. I think he was Major League 1 and 2 he was in. Tom Eden, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. That was actually pretty good. I can hit that impression pretty good 3.5 hours into the stream. HB says the noise is directed towards the opposing sideline with the stadium design apparently, so it makes it that much worse for them. Yeah, it's part of what I loved about Paul Allen and understanding this history that's been built before him as he comes in and then building upon it. Good that he did it. So we shouldn't let him down. We shouldn't let the makers of that stadium down. They built this for us to continue to take advantage of this. And all the more reason, if you're quiet in that stadium, you're basically pissing on your ancestors' memories. That's what you're doing at that point. Taking a warm, hot, steaming one right on your ancestors' memories if you sit in that stadium quiet. Dayatale says, I disagree about how ceiling for Levis. I think he has the highest ceiling besides Richardson, but also bigger bust potential than Young, Stroud, and Jefferson. Ooh, I like it. Spicy. I don't know, man. This is where to me, I think Dayatale, I do go. I got 24 years old coming out at that point. It's a little more of the finished product versus, let's say, a CJ Stroud at 21. That's just kind of where I stand from it on it. But I hope you're right. I would love it if he's got more ceiling to him. Because I'm already in love. Kraken Hawk, any thoughts on talking Kraken to help cross promote the fan base? Would be great. Another topic for you to talk about and keep the show fresh. Here's the only issue with that, Kraken Hawk, is I don't know anything about hockey. So it's a lot of me going, who's this guy? Who's this guy? What happens when this happens? What happens when that happens? And I'm old, man. I'm going to be getting in my mid-40s here soon. I'm going to be getting far beyond the ability to be bringing on a new sport with the old dog, new tricks thing as far as that goes. So I got to try to figure out a way to get more into hockey on it at that point. I think more of the path for me on this Kraken Hawk is going to be more of doing the separate channels. So we've got when this gets to more of the full time that I can do this, for instance, we're going to have the baseball channel and the Crow's Nest to do for baseball stuff. And eventually we'll get the Sonic basketball back and I'll have a Sonic channel. So we'll have this kind of split up in that way long term, but that's definitely more of a long-term view of things with all that kind of, fitting out. UG says, I'm not impressed by Levis at all. Besides, mayo and coffee is definitely the sign of a sociopath. I can't excuse him on the mayo and coffee. That is a abomination and a slight against God himself. So I'm not going to excuse that part of Levis's behavior. Ritter has skills. Desmond Ritter? He's liking Penix. He is looking okay so far. That's true. Moto says Kenneth Walker played versus San Francisco. He's good to go. Just needs the touches. Yeah, I don't know why they don't want to go with more Rashad Penny myself. I don't know why after what he did the end of last year, why you wouldn't try to get him some more carries and why they're so obsessed with it, making Walker the guy right now. Randy Wagner, we are getting Kenneth Walker back. Is he ready to go full force? He was back last week, Randy. But again, I think to me, it's more should be Rashad kind of running this right now. HB says, I think we have bigger holes to fill before we get the quarterback. Maybe. Well, I do hate waiting 2 years on that. That would be tough to have to wait that long to eventually get to our guy. Randy Wagner, Brandon, you have a doctorate in communication. Your communication skills are top end. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that, man. Nope. No doctorate off that. I guess they come naturally, whatever it is. But you guys keep me engaged here, man. It's as much the chat here, the intelligence in the chat, where you guys come from for your perspective of things. It always does keep me, it keeps me rolling. So obviously I really want a second round quarterback and a first round pass rusher. First round quarterbacks are slot machine bets. Yeah, but I'd say then second round, if a first round pick's a slot machine bet, then a second round pick is a roulette table, isn't it? Doesn't it get even more trickier finding a good second round talent? Robbie Red, we got to get Noah Fant involved more. Geno has only targeted him 5 times so far. Agreed, Robbie, and I'd say get him more involved down the field too. These little 3-yard routes they're running to the tight ends aren't accomplishing jack diddly dandy. It's time to start trying to move this thing a little bit further down the football field at times. HB, I'm praying we don't take a quarterback in the first round. That anti of it, huh, HBO? I mean, I get it. You could have a guy where you're taking another player outside of a quarterback in the first round, HB, and then you've got 2 more second round picks that you can pick players at other positions beyond that. I mean, that's, at that point, when you make those selection, HB, even if you had taken a quarterback, that means over the past 2 years at that point, of you've had, we would have 3 plus 4. So you have 7 picks in total in the top 2 rounds of the last 2 years. You've made 1 a quarterback selection. I think you've done a good job at that point of putting a lot of resources, if that turns out to be the case, into other positions on the football field to fill those out. I don't think you've just done too much unduly into the quarterback position at that point. I understand what you're saying, though, and wanting to make sure everything's in place before the quarterback, because, of course, that is what I'm advocating for this team to do. But boy, to wait next year would be tough. Addicted Ox, yep, sure hope Pete trusts Schneider to make the call on quarterback, but Pete chanting the ball is sacred mantra. Will be fun to watch the 2023 draft. Press fast forward, please. DJ Jimenez, how about Varsity Blues? I like Varsity Blues. It's pretty good. Little of the schlockiness to it. Just a little bit of a ham-fistedness to it, but good. Randall says, don't forget Brian's song. Well, there's your sad one, Brandon. There's your, Randy, there's your tearjerker one. Deadly says, which quarterback in the draft do you think has the best decision-making and mental processing? Drew Lock taught me that there is way more important traits than arm talent. Well, it's again, this where we go to, is it as simple as that, Deadly? So let's take 2 quarterbacks that I would say at the 2 highest points on that list. I would put Will Levis in there as far as mental processing goes, despite the interceptions. And I would put CJ Stroud in that list. But both of those 2 guys have 2 different treks for how they process. Will Levis has to process in 0.5 seconds because he's about to have somebody take an elbow upside his head. That's what he's got to deal with playing and play out. CJ Stroud knows he's going to have about 5 or 6 seconds to make his decision. So Stroud gets to nice sort of laissez-faire, go through his reads and eventually arrive at the one he wants to throw to, and then he picks the right one after 7 seconds. Levis gets a little bit less time to make that kind of same decision. So both of them are very good processors. I think Levis does process faster, even though he has more mistakes, but I think more of those mistakes are born out of the fact that he has less talent around him and he's being asked to do more than some of the other top quarterbacks are at other college programs, like CJ Stroud, like Bryce Young. Doc, the baseball players in the movie The Warriors was my least favorite baseball moment in movies. Yes, very well said. Sam the Great, I hope Will Anderson drops to our first pick. How Kayvon dropped to the Giants, and who knows, maybe your guy Levis or KJ Jefferson, Anthony Richardson, or someone else falls to our 2nd round pick. It is possible, and I'm not married to any one guy. I do have Levis as my kind of number 1 guy right now, but he's not the only guy. I definitely like a lot of the quarterbacks in this draft. Greg, do you think DK stats will go up now that we've allegedly gone to take more shots downfield moving forward? Yeah. If they start to throw more shots down the football field, they will get more completions to DK Metcalf. If you attempt 0 shots down the football field, as they have through the first 2 weeks of the season, there will be no stats to be had there for him. And that is easy to see why that would be the case. Doesn't mean you're going to have success every time you're throwing down, but you've got to commit when you have a guy like DK to throwing the ball deep a couple times a game, giving him a chance down the football field a couple of opportunities a game. Daya tells us, I don't listen to a lot of draft analysts. I remember they compared Josh Allen to Joe Flacco and Daniel Jones to Kurt Warner. Yeah, I remember Daniel Jones getting compared to Peyton Manning even when he was coming out. Quarterback's the toughest one, Dehatel. That one seems to be the hardest one to sort of pin down for most folks that they're going to get wrong in making assessments of these guys. It seems the toughest of any of the positions. But understandable, man. Draft is a bit of a crapshoot still to this day. And I try to get good at it every year in my assessments of it and be as on point as I can. But certainly that crapshoot aspect is still a real thing. Jacob Davis says, if the Seahawks can't beat the Falcons, then we are seriously in trouble this season. Should be one of the easiest wins of the year. How are we supposed to beat the Chiefs and Bucks if not the Falcons? Well, I think you're right about that. If you can't beat the Falcons, you got no chance against those teams. I already am pretty reticent to believe that we can hang with the Chiefs or the Broncos or the Bucs as it stands right now. But I'm predicting a win this week, Jacob. I think we take the Falcons. Jason Tudor, all the right moves. Leah Thompson. Grrr. Oh, yeah. Young Leah Thompson was, yeah. She was definitely the type of thing that would awaken a young boy. You know what I mean? U2K 42. That's a good one. The story of the Jackie Robinson story. I like it. Always these great suggestions here by you guys. V Tiger 75. The movie Grader is a good football movie. Grader? I got to check it out. I haven't heard of it. Basketballs is HB. UTA says Seahawks are tanking this season. Wins are not important. I don't know if they're out and out tanking, but we can be okay with wins. To me, you're right about it's not about wins and losses this year. It's as much about the process and progression. Jeffrey Thistle says Young equals Tua. I kind of am in that. Jeffrey, I'm kind of in that lane. Yes. I'm kind of in that lane. I could be wrong on it, but that's where I'm sort of leaning towards. Jacob, I think we can get that final wild card spot or even win the division if the Rams lose enough of their games. I still believe in Geno to game manage us into the playoffs. Jacob, I love your confidence, and it's possible. They've got to get some things ratcheted up here in the right direction. There's been some oddities in the way that they've tried to go about winning games through the first two games. And if they keep trying to take the track they're taking so far, Jacob, a lack of commitment to running the ball, an inability of stopping the run game, having your game manager, Geno Smith, throwing the ball at a 2-to-1 rate versus what you're trying to do running the ball, that's not going to breed about success. You've got to reverse some of those things. If they do so, then absolutely they can have a chance at that. But they've got to reverse it real quick here. HB says, yeah, it's called sucking, not tanking. I only saw the one game of Levis on TV recently, and the eye test told me he will be a good quarterback at the next level. The smaller, fast guys get hurt too easily. Agreed. It's my kind of latest thing that's gotten stuck a little bit, my own little craw on this being that these smaller quarterbacks, I think it's the Russell Wilson effect, where everybody looks at Russell Wilson and goes, oh, look, no, a sub 6 foot quarterback actually can withstand this punishment and play every week. And he's not just going to get broken into by the sheer level of his size. But Wilson was a little bit of an oddity in that respect. And most of these guys that are small quarterbacks trying to come out there and play week in, week out are going to get hurt. I think it's a real issue. Hey, Brandon, Seahawks today tried out both Dorian O'Daniel, an inside linebacker, and Terrell Adams. Seahawks need to sign both. Well, they do need help at inside linebacker, but we got to make sure that it's good help, not just sign help for the sake of help, but that it's actually guys that are improving the roster. And neither of those two names do I recognize very much. So I don't know if those guys would be very big upgrades for us. UE2K, I agree we suck, but it's by design. There we go. Sam the Great, we're going to get anywhere from 5 to 8 wins this year. Got to be realistic. I'm at 7, Sam. It's where I've got to sit at. Day, I think intentionally not acquiring talent in the offseason is as close to us tanking as you get in the NFL, sans the Dolphins. Yeah, sans having an owner actually buying off players. Yeah, the way they spent this money this offseason, you could say would be a little more indicative of a tank-like approach and that they weren't aggressive in trying to get free agents. That's for sure. I think they kind of recognize too at the end of the day, when you're eating the $40 million of dead money hit, it's not going to really matter where we spend our money at that point. That's just going to be too big of a bridge. That's going to be too high of a mountain to have to overcome in itself, regardless of the secondary moves we make in addition to that. You had to kind of clear away the dead money. There was no way around it. They decided to rip the whole Band-Aid off at once, and that's going to set you back a little bit for a given season when you pull the whole Band-Aid all off all at once like that. Jacob, I think the Hawks have enough talent that they don't need to tank just yet. Quandre, Uchenna, Tyler, Michael Dixon. I'm not in favor of tanking, man. No, I don't want to see him tank. I want to see him try. We'll see. Mr. Rook, Brandon, I'll go with Stroud to the Seahawks, Levis to Carolina, Young to Detroit, KJ to New York Giants, Hooker to New Orleans, Tyler Van Dyke to Tampa, Ward to Washington, and if he declares Richardson to the Colts. This will likely change, though. I like it. All those make sense, man. Those make sense. KJ to New York, I like that. Yeah. Mighty Ducks for hockey, Sam Gray. Mighty Ducks is a classic, man. Tom Eden, if it's, oh no, we suck again, then we might just be the worst team in the NFL. We might. Sean says, Will Anderson is such a stud. I'm willing to lose out for him. I love me Will Anderson, Sean. Sign me up for Will. Wilbert Knight, salute, Brandon. We need some studs. We do indeed, man. Got to just keep adding to the stable at this point. Jacob, I honestly don't think any team is trying to lose games this year, save for maybe the Falcons. Again, why this Sunday is such a must-win game for us, taking the rest of the season into consideration. Agreed. I don't think there's anybody out and out tanking. There's some teams that have set themselves up for their future quarterback this next year, like a Houston team and whatnot, but I don't think there's anybody out and out tanking. DJ Jimenez, hey, Brandon, I don't see it happening, but if it were to, would Jody have to pay out Pete and John's contract if she were to fire them both after the season? Yes. Coaches' contracts, general manager contracts are guaranteed. So every last dollar bill. Sean, exactly, Brandon. There we go. All right. We're on the same page. Addicted Ox, Brandon, don't worry. Nobody in Seattle knows anything about hockey. Teasing, bad joke. You'd be great covering Kraken. Oh, maybe at some point here then. Maybe you guys will talk me into it. Tommy, there's a good chance there is a quarterback that emerges this year that nobody is talking about. Joe Burrow was nothing special, and then he was the number 1 overall pick. Nobody's pulling away in the NCAA yet. True. There's not been that one guy that's jumped forward. Very well said. Jason Tudor with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jason. Says, I love Levis and want him for the Hawks, but with his release, toughness, and the number 7, he kind of reminds me of old Horse Teeth himself from the Donkeys. Well, see there, we can undo a bad in our history. We had a chance at Horse Teeth, okay? We had a chance at that buck-toothed bastard, and we passed because we weren't willing to give up one little measly extra first-round pick to get ourselves Mr. Elway. Let's not make that mistake again. If the squeeze is worth the juice, if the price is right, then you got to pay it. The only thing I'll say to the Horse Teeth thing is at least he doesn't have the knock knees thing, you know? He hasn't got that pigeon toe thing that John had. He at least can walk right. Daya tells his arm talent can't be coached, but processing can. Well said. Will R says, I'm a big fan of Levis. Hopefully we can get him next year. Presumably he's a top 5 to 10 pick. Would you think we will have to use much trade capital to get him? I would tend to think that we're going to try to probably just pick the best quarterback that falls to us, Will R, being that John Schneider has never traded up in a first round in 12, 13 years of drafting here in Seattle. So I don't know that I would expect him to do so now. Maybe he would love Levis so much to do so. But given that I think, well, there's going to be so much of a depth at the quarterback position, I don't think that we're going to have to take that particular approach this upcoming year. So I do think that Will's going to be in the top 10, but I don't think that we would trade up to get him. I think we're just going to stand pat and take the best that we have on the board for who we want. But it could be changed. I'm just kind of fitting to what I've seen in recent history, Will, when it comes to Schneider. Tommy, you guys got it wrong. Space Jam was the best sports movie of all time. I kid, of course. D-Nugget, amazing how, Brando. What's up, D-Nugget? Mr. Ollo, that Metcalf deep catch against perfect coverage that Gall called back is why we need to throw it to him deep even when he's covered. Some guys are open when they aren't open. 100%, man. 100%. And if you got him in single coverage, I'm going to trust him in single coverage. Give him some chances. He's that good. You paid him the money. You know, what's it going to cost you with as miserable as this offense has moved over the last 6 quarters to dedicate yourself to throwing 4 times deep a game? What's really the downside on that versus where your offense has been not only this year, but in last year? And I think it's worthwhile to do so. DJ Jimenez, I saw Gary Payton at the Muckleshoot Casino. Hell yeah. Gary gets out and about. Do you not can cast with the cats for 5 hours? I can. All right, the little one's in the small... She's in this little, so you guys can't see her. She's the one going on the top shelf here. She's on the bottom shelf here on the cat tree. She's feeling a little low. Addicted to Hawks, Leah Thompson. Grr, that really made me laugh out loud for real. Yeah, man. She made little 11-year-old Brandon feel a certain way. So what's this feeling? Why am I feeling this when I'm looking at her? I like me some Leia. Leia and the girl from Labyrinth when I was a young kid. Oh, Lord. She's still hot in the Maverick movie, by the way. Man, she has aged amazingly. But my goodness, you talking about having a crush on that girl. I was like, oh, man. HB, I'm done with the Wildcat. Oh, agreed. Let's put the Wildcat to bed. I think we've seen enough of that. Randall, what are we looking for from K9 on Sunday? I think they're going to probably try to mix him in about 7 or 8 carries. I got to feel like this week by week 3, they finally decide to dedicate themselves to running the football. And that means that everybody's going to get a little bit more carry, a little bit more run in that respect. But no doubt about it, Randall. I mean, Carroll's chomping at the bit to get this kid included into the offense. So I expect him to get his share of handoffs. And that's probably at the expense of Rashad a little bit. Greg says, do you think Geno not throwing the ball down the field or the play calling? Greg, I can 100% say it's the play calling. I went back over the last couple of days and watched the all-22 tape of our offense, every single play, and you were not running a lot of deep concepts. When you would run a deep concept, it would be one single deep concept, which would often get led into a bracket coverage by the safety over the top. So they're just not trying to press very much down the football field as far as that part of the game goes. It's, I think, why Carroll mentioned it as he did. I'm afraid Levis could go number 1 when the draft comes. Would you move up a few spots to get your guy? I would, but not significantly so. If we're talking about a few spots, if we're talking about a little bit of draft capital, then yes. But if we're talking about I've got to give up a San Francisco 49er-like haul that they had to for Trey Lance, no. There's too many other good quarterbacks in this draft to feel like I got to go jump for that one guy on this one. Corey says, what was wild with the Wildcat? I don't know if I've ever seen that from Pete. If he is, I don't remember. No, they've never run the Wildcat. Never. That was the first time I've ever seen it. You're absolutely right on the button on that one. Greg says, I know we're barely into the season, but what would you say our top holes are right now? Defensive line, interior of your offensive line, middle linebacker. That would be my order. Green 80, Brendan, you're the GOAT, man. Still on here talking Hawks. I could talk 12s all year long. I could do this all day long. I'm like Captain America. This all day long. HB, that was Waldron, and he's on thin ice after that Wildcat stuff. Yeah, what the silly stuff, especially at the goal line. And again, as I've come back to, it's ridiculous when you're going to run a trick play out of a Wildcat with a three-man backfield because the defense is naturally in a read and react mode. You're trying when you run a trick play to get the defense in an over-aggressive mode. Read and react is different from over-aggressive. And it's silly to think that you're going to get them in an aggressive mode in that kind of formation and look. They instead are going to sit and read the play. And once they're reading the play, they read that it's a halfback pass and it's done. It's cooked. Jeffrey Thistle says, my 91-year-old grandma could stand behind the Alabama line and score touchdowns. Never trust an Alabama quarterback. They all suck. Jordan, I hope to see in the later games of the year Kenneth Walker go on a rampage, just like what happened with Rashad Penny last year. I'd be okay with that. TJ Wilburn. What's up, TJ? Broncos versus Seahawks. It was Broncos country. Let's cry. Broncos country. We tried. Broncos country. We must hide. Tommy says it's not tanking. It's more like folding. We knew we didn't have a strong hand this year, so pass on the bet and wait for a better hand. I agree. Yeah, it's like, tanking would be like you soup the hand up, you fill the pot, you get it built up. This was more like, nah, we just don't have it on this hand. Cameron says, when Pete retires, I'd like to get Mike Tomlin. I'm good with that too. Fits to the marker what I'd like to look for the next coach, which is a legitimate guy, a guy that we know what we're getting, not a question mark that he's established. Doesn't mean it's going to be 100% successful, but that's been a successful path for us to take. UGK says, Young and Tua have a little in common other than Bama. Young throws with touch and has a nice delivery and is accurate. Tua has a little to no touch, very stiff, not smooth at all. Maybe. I don't know if I look at Young and go, he's super smooth as well. There's a little bit to me on that, which I might apply as much. I don't know if I go as nice delivery accurate. There's a wind up to him that he comes up over the top on. It's a little bit to me. I'm not in the same mode on that one. I'm not saying they're exact matches, UH2K, like they're mirrors or clones, but I can see probably more that makes sense in their games than goes in difference. Daya tells us Hackett out here tanking on accident. That's right. Kel, DJ Dallas's PFF. Yeah, not great, huh, Kel? That interception got him dinged quite a bit. He had a horrible return day as well. Just awful. Jonathan JQ Concepcion. Gito is Pete's new Trey Flowers. I don't think we're going for a quarterback next year. I don't know, Jonathan. We'll see. I think with having the 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks in a deep quarterback draft, it's going to be just too. It's going to be too hard not to turn that down. I think. We'll see though. Jacob, I'm relieved I was busy working at my job while the Nightmare Seahawks Niner game was on TV. I'm going to every Hawks home game and hope I'm not even a season and I'm not even a season ticket holder. Hope to see more W's than L's. Me too, man. Me too, Jacob. Tommy says Jonathan Elway wanted to go to Seattle. I think his wife was from Seattle. Correct. We blew it, but so did every NFL team that draft. Quarterbacks didn't matter as much at that time, Tommy. That was a little bit of the running backs were kind of carrying the day as far as the value goes at that time in the 80s. But boy, you look back on that one of this close to getting a guy in Elway and what that would have done to this franchise if you got John here, what that could have meant for Seattle. We can only wonder and hope. Dantel, Elway was a great player, but not a great person. My mom worked at one of his restaurants, and he had his boys would regularly heckle people and mistreat the women. That's not good to hear. Well, as a player, he was good. Tommy says it's true, but everybody had a shot at Brady and Marino and passed. They did. Addicted Ox, Will does look great. Might be the wise number 1 pick for us. I wouldn't be sad by Will Levis. Are you meaning Will Anderson or Will Levis? Either one would be good for me, man. TJ says, if we have the first overall, do we trade down? There's a lot of quarterbacks this year. Probably not. I'd probably just go for the best player available on the board at that point. Unless trading down, you can still get a guy you're targeting a couple picks later. So I'm open to it, but I would say probably not. Because you're probably going to miss out on really a true defining talent at that point. But again, it does depend context on this, TJ, on how's this draft shaping up? How deep is that tier 1 group? How close are they? It's kind of early on that to make that assertion. I'm not sure. Tommy says DK's faster than everyone in the league except Woolen, and Woolen is on our side. Throw it deep. Let's go, Tommy. HP says the glove stays outside. U2K, Jody's a full-time absentee owner. No way in hell she wants to have a coach search. Agreed. Seahawks can go 1-16 and Pete's job is safe. Pretty much agreed. No coaching changes until ownership changes. Guaranteed. Fairly well agreed with you on that one. All the way around. Yeah. I think she's only basically going to own this team for the next year and a half. And there's no reason you'd want to make a change during that time because of that. Addicted to Hawks, laughing out loud. That's twice now with the Leah Thompson. Oh, and Jennifer Conley. That's the one. Those are my 80s girls right there. Leah and Jennifer. Ooh la la. Young Brandon did not know what he was seeing at that time. What is this? Holy Lord. Randy, be careful with the Falcons. They've played some close games. Falcons 26, Saints, and the Rams. Falcons are scoring some points, and they haven't even unleashed their star tight end so far. No, they're doing good, Brandy. They've been very, very competitive, surprisingly so. And 2 losses combined by 5 points, those 2 losses. So, yeah, it's not going to be an easy game for us. I am saying that I think we're going to win it, but I do think it's going to be a dogfight. Somebody asked, is Gino allowed to call audibles? Not that I've seen. Yeah, he's called an audible or 2, but he doesn't have a whole lot of control there at the line of scrimmage. Motive, I love Jennifer Jason Lee, and who can forget Phoebe Cates? Well, Phoebe was nice for especially that one scene. Jennifer was good. Jennifer was good too. She had a little bit of that like traumatized sort of thing going on in her face a little bit. Like there was a dark past to her that sort of would temper it down a little bit. You know, it was just cute. Tommy, you can't move up a few spots in the first round for a little bit of draft capital, unfortunately. No. That's, again, I'd probably want to stand pat when it's all said and done in this draft. Just let it come to me, best player available. Yui says, yeah, the Falcons have the Seahawks game circled as a win on their calendars too. Their fans saying, if we can't beat the Seahawks, we're in trouble. They already know they're in trouble, Yui. They knew it coming into this year. Sam says the coaching staff will remember the running game and attempt deep balls. Seattle 31-24. I like it. Randy, Wildcat in motion is college stuff unless it's Brandon's Wildcat. That's right, man. That's the only one Wildcat I want to see. Sean, Brandon, who was your first celebrity crush? That's a good question. Connolly might have been it in Labyrinth, to be honest with you. If I'm thinking about the one where I was just, she was that one got me pretty good. I'll try to think if there's another. I feel there's probably one I'm forgetting of here. That was a little more of one that was that, but her, man, she was, and then she did that mannequin movie too with the guy where she's the mannequin that comes alive or something, I thought. But yeah, there's one scene of that mannequin movie where you can still go find the clip on YouTube, but it's kind of pervy if you go watch it. It's just her on one of those old mechanical horses riding it slowly. It's such a pervy scene. It's not sexual. There's like guys in the scene just sitting here staring at her like anybody would in that moment. Like, yeah, she was, that's definitely, yeah, Jennifer was well put together lady there. Tommy, I thought Brian Flores would have been good here, but I'm still holding out for Kellen Moore when he's mature enough. Well, Kellen's definitely getting beat up a little bit, and Dallas has landed from the fan base a little bit. They're not loving him as much as they once did. Oh, no. So it's Greg Pfeiffer's name jumped to mind on this, Greg. Sorry, your last name jumped to mind. It's Michelle Pfeiffer and Connolly. Those would be my two. Pfeiffer was absolutely ridiculously hot back when I was a kid. She was real fine. Greg says, I love this chat. I can talk football all night. Who are the best defensive linemen in the draft top three? Jalen Carter, Will Anderson, and I don't have my third quite yet, Greg. I usually am a little late on my rest of my college prospects to getting them up, so I'm just starting to ramp up on kind of locking in on some of these defensive linemen in this particular draft. But Jalen Carter from Georgia, Anderson, definitely 1, 2. Somebody in the chat will probably give me the third that I'm forgetting of right now, but I'd say those right out the gate, those would be your first two. But thank you, Greg. It's good to have you in here, man. Green 80, who's your top 5 quarterbacks so far next draft? Top 5 are as follows, Green 80. Will Levis, sorry. So Will Levis, number 1. Number 2, CJ Stroud. Number 3, KJ Jefferson. Number 4, Bryce Young. And number 5, as it currently stands, is Hendon Hooker. Those would be my top 5. Garth says the most intelligent thing Pete ever did was let John draft Russ. The least intelligent thing he did was hold on to Russ when he could have had Josh Allen or Mahomes. Sweet Pete. Very true, man. I think John was ready about that time with those guys coming out to maybe move on and get the next quarterback. Tommy says it's not Pete's call anymore if we go for a quarterback or not. At least that's what it seems. I think John makes the first overall pick. I could see him doing that, man. Especially if he has a guy that he really loves. Sean Hines, is there a reason that they don't use Eskridge, Midge, or Goodwin on punt or kick returns, especially with their good speed? Up until last week, DJ Dallas has been a plus player for you, a better than average guy for you as far as a kick returner. So there's not been a real reason to make a change there, Sean. As far as punt returns, I think the reason that you have Lockett back here is he's the most sure-handed guy. In this last game, it was really rainy and wet, and they wanted a guy back there who could basically fair catch and then catch the ball. This, of course, blew up in their face when the blocker got banged into Tyler and caused the fumble. But I think that that's the thought process in play. I do think Eskridge will eventually get some snaps there at the punt as the punt returner. But if it's a wet conditions or windy conditions, I don't think that he's going to be back there. They'll just put Tyler back there as the guy that they know that'll be more sure-handed. Daniel W., if Russ keeps playing like this after 1.5 seasons of his play with us, you feel any better about being robbed in Jamal Adams trade? I think we robbed the Broncos. 34 used to be old. We robbed the Broncos. 34 used to be old for a quarterback. 34 used to be a little bit older for a quarterback, and he certainly has gotten some diminished skill set in certain respects. I don't know if it'll impact how I look at the Jamal Adams situation. I don't, Daniel. It'll make me feel good that we've gotten the better end of a trade, which has not been the case at times in recent years at all times, but it will make me feel that. So it'll at least be encouraging. It'll help to get over the loss of assets in the Jamal Adams trade and all the money that you poured into that situation on top of it. But it won't cover it up. It won't cover up that scar. Sean Hines, Eskridge or Goodwin? I'd go with Eskridge on punt returns. Tommy, Will Anderson or Will Levis? It's a will to win. Can't go wrong either pick. I like it. Will to win. That might be the t-shirt we need to go with, man. Or hey, Brandon, John Elway and his dad were from Port Angeles, Washington, and he hasn't gone back there. Sometimes, you leave the nest and you You go see other things. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. I encountered a fellow who went by the name John Elway, number 7 in a stream. The way he behaved in the chat was very similar to the waitress encounter. Thank you for the $5 donation. I can't say I'd be surprised if you're like, if somebody was like, John Elway's a misogynist and he's just a sexist and he's just a dog. I wouldn't be shocked if somebody were to tell me that was the case on things. I'll say that. He's got a little bit of that. A little bit of that energy coming off John through his ears. Cameron says, I think Wilson's just as dysfunctional as Hackett. So together they are pretty bad. They're definitely not, there's not a lot of great chemistry so far between those two as it stands at the moment. That's for sure. Randy says, Mike Tomlin's unfortunately taken, but one of his favorite sayings is, we don't live in our fears, but it's evident this year and their offensive coordinator, they are. Yeah, they're in a tough place right now. They're turning over as well. They're not in the full-on rebuild like we are, but they're trying to turn it over too. DJ says, let's get Josh Rosen. He was a first pick for a reason and never got a chance, or put Drew out there, and let's see what he can do. I don't know, DJ, and watching the film, Gino's not been the problem up until this point. I watched the all-22 tape. I watched all of our all of our offensive possessions and all of the offensive throws. And TJ was not what was inhibiting us by my view of things, at least. G&D, no NFL team would even think about starting Geno Smith at quarterback. We need Locke in the next game. Again, I can understand people wanting to make the change for making changes' sake here. I get where people are coming from. But I watched the all-22 tape, folks. He can only throw to the routes that the coaches are calling. Right now, the issue is in play calling. Right now, the issue is in a lack of commitment to the running game. If you change out for Drew Lock, that does not change. Those issues that are impeding the offense right now will still continue if you put in Lock. So just simply making a change of quarterback doesn't really change what is the problem at hand, in my opinion. Jason Tudor, to finish off the early 80s crushes, Elizabeth Shue in The Adventures in Babysitting. She was very, very hot. Yeah. She was another one that was right there on that. That movie in particular, too, yes. I think I was 10 when I saw it. It was so confused by what I was feeling. I know. My young self, it was always the blondes that got me in trouble. Those ones always just been a little bit like that in adulthood, too, frankly. Green 80, Eskridge is just, yeah. He's just the Eskridge is basically a rookie thing. They had tell that Carroll was talking about. So ridiculous, the statement from Carroll. Not a rookie, not a young rookie last year. It's really shouldn't say that. He shouldn't say that. It really was just silly. Tom Eden says, I live in Georgia. Nobody's under the impression that the Falcons are any good, but we are used to it here. There's genuine excitement, though. I think Smith is doing a good job. He's got the team playing hard, man. He's got the team playing hard. And there is a little bit of a turnover situation from moving on from Julio Jones and moving on from Matt Ryan and some of the dead money that they had to deal with their cap situation. They'll get back on the other end of this, but this is a turnover year for them. Jam the Great says, Jessica Alba was my first crush. That's a good one too, man. Was a dark angel. Gene D, if Pete was thinking about trading Russ a while back, the best option was to start Geno Smith after Russ leaves. Laughing out loud, joke of a team. Pete was thinking about trading Russ a while back. His best option was to start. Rook, is Geno better pre-snap than Russ? I would say yes. Geno doesn't need 10 seconds to audible and read the defense pre-snap like Russ does. You see all the delay of game penalties from Russ recently. Yeah, he's okay pre-snap. He's making the right reads. That's part of why I said on the all-22 tape, I mean, where he's looking to go with the ball is where he has to go with the ball based on the all-22 that I'm watching. You'll have this route covered, this route covered, this route covered, and this is where you need to be going with the ball, and he's going with that ball over to that side. He's throwing with anticipation. He's throwing before the guy breaks out of the read. He is making the correct reads pre-snap to what he's seeing post-snap. So, yeah, maybe better in that respect. I think Russell's way better post-snap in his assessment of things, but the pre-snap stuff may be a little bit better with Geno. Jason Tudor, the mechanical horse, is a career opportunities. Yeah, that was. Sean Hines, Brandon, did you know Disney is remaking The Neverending Story? Disney's remaking everything, man, and they're not doing a good job of it. Disney's right now just got their head up their behind on what they're doing with their content. They're all about pushing out about a bunch of content, but it doesn't matter whether it's quality or not. It's just get out content. And it's not great. They're going to mess it up. They won't bring in any of the dark aspects that were there in the Neverending Story for being a childhood story, which gave it its teeth and gave it its feeling for when you were younger watching that movie. So they'll avoid all that. You know what I mean? It'll be missing it. Jacob Davis, I had a massive crush on Ali Sheedy when I was a kid. The Breakfast Club, War Games. Jacob likes those quiet internal types, huh? You like those kind of emotive. I know what you like, Jacob. Ali was cute. Greg, what about Michelle Pfeiffer? I was just saying, yeah, Pfeiffer and Jennifer Connelly would be my 1-2. Pfeiffer she was stunning. Mariah Carey instantly brought me to puberty, seeing her on Star Search when she first started, wearing a tight black outfit. Labyrinth Chick is hot. I felt the same way. Yeah. Young Mariah was good too, yeah. Mariah got kind of like buck wild as she went on. It got weird, but she was that young. I was like, ooh. She was very, 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 very pretty. And I like me some Jessica Alba. Can't go wrong with the Alba. You can't. Kim Cattrall was good too as a young Kim Cattrall. She had a couple roles that was, yeah. She was a little vixen, wasn't she? Grug, any inside linebackers you like in the upcoming draft? Not that I've seen so far. Again, I've got to be, I got to be honest, Greg. It's been a little bit so far of just staying concentrated on the college quarterbacks, and there's so many quarterbacks right now. I've been a little bit invested in just trying to stay up on them. So that's put me a little bit behind on the rest of the prospects in the draft. But nonetheless, I don't like Sewell. That was one of the guys that was hyped up as an early line. Boy, he disappointed me on the Georgia tape. I think he's really overrated. So I'm still kind of getting into it. TJ mentions Miles Murphy. I've heard that name mentioned. I've got to take a little bit closer look, but I've been a little bit behind on some of those viewings. Big Country, Levis, Jefferson, Stroud, Hooker, Richardson. Richardson has fallen a bit. A little bit. Addiction Ox, good top 5 quarterbacks, Brandon. Now how do we make it happen? We just let the best one fall to us, man. Let the best one of the bunch fall to us. Let Schneider fall in love with one. Trust his ability with his quarterback eye. I think that's one of the positions that he knows pretty well. And let him work. Gene D, start Drew Lock for Pete's sake. I can't watch any more of the 6 quarters without a touchdown. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. Tommy Nolan Smith of Georgia, is he an outside linebacker or an inside linebacker? I think he's outside linebacker. But Tommy, he is a stud too. Henry, too, from Alabama could be good. Some good names here, TJ. Motive, Brooke Shields was damn fine back in the day as well. That was the one that threw you off because she's on that island show or that island movie, right? Castaway, whatever island it was. And then they just put her nice, lovely locks right over the breasts. So this is a kid, you're watching that just waiting for the hair to slide to the side for a little nip action. Addicted Ox, what's the word on Will Rogers, quarterback, Mississippi State? He's kind of my dark horse. I do like what I've seen. Randall McDaniel put me a little bit onto him a couple weeks ago. Throws the ball well. Obviously, he's within the air raid, so you always worry a little bit with the air raid quarterbacks, though it's not a complete death knell for those guys, as we see with a guy like Patrick Mahomes that's been able to take off from that. And Kyler Murray, who's had a moderate amount of success coming out of that same kind of system a little bit. But yeah, I don't have a good yet hard, honest opinion with Will Rogers and Penix. Those are two guys that I'm still not quite sure on what I think with both of those two guys. Still a little up in the air for me where I'm sitting with them. Garth Knight with the $5 donation, Sector 7 with the $5 donation. Appreciate your Sector 7. Says, have you seen the clips of KJ on Sherman's podcast? Really good listen. Talks about Russ versus Pete. I have Sector 7. KJ did quite a media tour this offseason where a lot of what he said there on the Sherman podcast, he's kind of said in other places at other times. And so there wasn't a lot of groundbreaking information that I got from that I hadn't heard already before. But it was good talk. It does confirm a lot of what we thought about the dynamic that was going on between some of the people of the Legion of Boom, some of the other folks in that locker room versus Russ. There definitely was a schism there. There is a bit of an odd relationship between the two parties there that's going on. There's a lot of bitterness that's going on between those two parties that doesn't always make a lot of sense to me. You think there would be more time heals all wounds. We won a Super Bowl. Everything's kumbaya and great. Instead, there's a lot of bitterness. There's a lot of that towards it. You can be a Russell guy. You can be a Legion of Boom guy. You can say it's all these people fault or all those people fault, but there certainly is a bit of some kind of friction that is still ongoing to this day. Someday we'll hear the whole story of it. We're still, I feel like, getting just a little small view here, and there's this whole other story like an iceberg that's beneath this story as to why there is this much vitriol. But it does exist, and it is undeniable. There's no doubt about that, Spectre 7. So, I don't know what Russ did, but he did rub some people the wrong way, and it's lasted. I'm not trying to throw shade at Russ on that, but that's just the fact of the matter. And you can say that the Legion of Boom's being childish, or that they just they wanted all the credit, and you can make every excuse for why they feel the way they do with that, but they do feel that way. It is not just a made up thing that we're all just, thinking up or imagining up. It actually has occurred, which is something that people would say through these years. And then, no, they're fine. There's a little bit of, there's a little bit of ribbing, but it's nothing serious. I don't know. Garth with a $5 donation. Brandon, what did Sherman and KJ say about Russ? Are they just being wanks because they didn't make it 100th of the money he did? No. Again, I'm a guy, Garth, that leans into the direction of saying stuff is rarely about all being on one person's problem or all being on this person's fault, or this person was just everything that was causing all of the problems. I think it takes two to tango. I think there's a lot of ego that existed in the early 2010s out there. And I just think that at the end of the day, that's really what the reasoning is here, and that everybody's guilty. Nobody is out there just flying on the wings of an angel with a little halo above their head. And they were just this innocent little flower through this whole process, just trying to be a good football player. And then just this, I was flying up in the clouds and I was high and it was amazing. And then the 747 hit me. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. Everyone's got a little bit of responsibility in this situation. And I've tried to kind of put this together, Garth. I don't know if it's the truth. I don't know if it's right. I can only take these little broad strokes and vagaries that these guys talk in. I can only kind of try to pull apart from that and read between the lines, because nobody's just coming out and saying it. Nobody's just coming out and saying it. Sherman and KJ with little smiles and smirks are sort of saying in general terms of, I don't like Russell. But they won't just come out and say it. They kind of say it with everything without saying it, but they're not fully saying it. So I don't know. Again, I feel like there's a situation that's occurred here, and I'm getting a little small view of this huge situation, this little just microscopic view, while there's this whole rest of this thing out here and nobody's talking and nobody's saying, but there's a lot of people inferring. A lot of inferring going on. I don't think that it just comes down to money bitterness. I don't think it comes down to just, Russell Wilson was elevated onto a pedestal and now they just have this crazy bitterness to him for it. I think a little bit of what Russell did and the way he went about his business rubbed people the wrong way. The thing that I've referenced on this, Garth, the thing that stands out to me as a story during this time is right about the same time that you're hearing Sherman and KJ and what you said, what they say about him. They said he wasn't held accountable through his years. He wasn't held through accountable. They said it did change a little bit as it went on, but through the early part of his career, he wasn't held accountable. One of the things that I've said over and over, Garth, when pointing to Russ over the last couple of years, and frankly, I've taken a lot of flames for it from a lot of the pro-Russell people on this, is I've said Russell has a hard time taking accountability for when things are not going right, and he is the part of that process to cause it to not go right. He does not want to embrace and take responsibility in those moments. He instead wants to make excuses or turn towards the positivity of the situation rather than really addressing what's wrong in order to then fix it vibrantly. And that's frustrated me. So when now I've said it for years and now you're hearing players saying it, maybe there's a little bit of a modicum of truth behind the fact that Russell Wilson has a problem with taking accountability for how he plays on the field when it's not going great and amazing for him. And I think that that's valid for them to point that out. I think that that's, again, a thing that I've pointed in Russell, where if Russell wants to tap into the next level of his game, Russell right now with Denver is not shot out of the cannon here with Denver. He is struggling. You have the fans booing by this first opening game of his time in Denver. They're already booing. There's some issues here with Russell. Even you most pro-Russell people have got to see it by this point. There is some issues, and it all comes down to things that he can correct and he can fix. But if he decides that he never has to fix them or correct them, if he decides that there's never anything wrong in the first place, I am perfect and beautiful and wonderful as I am, it's everyone else's fault. If he continues to take that track, he will never fix the issues, and he will never tap into that next echelon of his career as he rounds into his mid-30s. Maybe he does, hasn't as of yet. It remains the big question mark on him in his career, Garth. But I don't think that this is just simply sour grapes from the Legion of Boom players. There's maybe a component of that, but that's not necessarily the full explanation for it. Sean, what do I think of Penix from UW? I'm still gathering my my assessment on him. I've got 3 games to go off of with him, Sean. I'd like to have more games to make kind of a full assessment of him. He's got a very live arm. He's got a good, strong arm. I like his ball placement. I like his delivery overall, but I would still like a little bit more to go off of from him. Everything's being run out of shotgun and spread formations, and he can just kind of throw the ball over the field and stuff, and he looked good doing it. No doubt about it. But it is a little bit early for me to kind of get to that spot where I can say I know what he is at this point, or I know where his projection status goes at this point. Some guys for me, Sean, just take a little bit longer for me to kind of figure out who they are, what they are, and where they're going. Trading that much capital for any safety is a bad trade, even Ronnie Lott. At least we treated Jamal as if he was a quarterback. Yeah, you shouldn't trade that much for that. That's probably true. Daniel says, everyone keeps saying don't worry about the Mariners, but we lost. Orioles won, and are only 4 games away. At what point do we start to worry? We have 3 losses in a row versus trash teams. I'm worrying, Daniel. I'm worrying. The team is fading right now, and the inability to hit the baseball this year, and the guys in this lineup that just go completely ice cold for huge, large swaths of time inexplicably. I don't get it. You know, you go from being a guy like Crawford that's up over 300 this year, and it's just like slowly diving down to like 245 by the end of the season. And France, I don't know if they're just wearing down, but it's just everybody's average just keeps, even Mitch Haniger comes back and hits and then just falls into the barrel and just can't get anywhere. And then you got Eugenio with the fractured finger, and, you know, they've got back spasms with Julio. And yeah, I think the team we're in a concerning state at this point. It's worrisome right now, big time. And much what you're not playing great for when you get into the playoffs. You're not at your strongest at that point either. All right, so we're at 4.5 hours in. I do have a show tomorrow I'm going to be doing here, folks. So I do need to save my voice here for tomorrow. We will get a little bit of the last of the questions in on this. We're going to kind of bounce through this because I'm definitely going to, I got to be careful this year. We're not going 5-6 hours every stream because I've got to be able to do more streams this year. So I got to save the voice just a little bit on this. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. It's because there's nothing to say and they're total losers. You think Richard Sherman wouldn't say what the full explanation was by now? No, I don't. Because he understands how it will be viewed if he says, and KJ as well. I think that's why that they've got to parse their words and try to be very careful about how they say it. That's why I say you can see it a little bit more in their smirks than anything else. I don't think I would put losers behind them in that. I don't look at it in that fashion of things. I think KJ is not a loser. So I don't, again, I understand that there's a tract on this, Garth. There's the pro Russell side of it where he's just being done dirty by Carroll, and he's being done dirty by the Legion of Boom era players and the Doug Baldwin types and all of that. I tend to say, well, maybe there's reason that there's smoke to this particular fire. Maybe rather than it being that there's all of these guys who you can say what you say about Richard being a live wire at times and going half tilt and all that, but I wouldn't say that necessarily about KJ, and I wouldn't necessarily say that about Doug necessarily, even though he's angry Doug Baldwin or passionate Doug Baldwin. But I think when you hear so much of this coming out from that side of things, there's a little bit more to it than just simply, well, Russell's walking on water and people are throwing rocks at him. I think that there's something in what he did. Again, Garth, going back to just take this situation, for instance, you have this young kid who comes along at the very same time they come along, and they're there holding this team down, and they're the strength of the team early on, and Marshawn's the strength of the team, and you're in 2015. And you've gotten off the Super Bowl year, and now you're going into the Mariners. You're going to the stadium again. And the Mariners are playing, and Russell's got his own box up in the stadium. Garth, okay, he's got his own box up in the stadium, in Mariner Stadium. And hey, Richard, come on up into my box. Hey, Michael Bennett, come in my box. Hey, KJ Wright, come in my box. And you walk in the box, and the first thing Russell does is have one of his people come up with an NDA for you to sign. Now think about this for just a sec. What? I got to sign an NDA for you. You need me to make sure I don't say anything about what happens in here. You're having me sign an NDA? It kind of speaks about where Russell's mindset was at that point to do that. I know I keep bringing it up, but it's a very important little thing. And it's a story that you heard brought up on purpose because it was going to rub people the wrong way. And if you apply that kind of way that Russell was going about his business and he was doing that over a variety of different things, That would wear me out as a teammate. That would get old. And I think that there's more to it. I do, Garth. I don't think it's just, well, these guys are losers and this guy's great. I think it's a lot of ego, and I think there's a lot of blame to pass along in this situation. It's not just going to land on one person's plate. Greg Pfeiffer, I agree with Gino. I just don't think he's helping himself or the team. I feel like he's just out there. I mean, it's Greg. It's, as I said, like, I went and watched the All-22 tape, Greg, to specifically address the people who were saying Drew Lock, Drew Lock, Drew Lock, Drew Lock, as I'm hearing Drew Lock in my chat 24/7 after the game. So I said, okay, you Drew Lock folks, let me go look at the All-22 tape. Let me watch every offensive play. Let me watch every pass that was made. Let me try to make the assessment whether or not Gino's missing reads, or he's not making the right read, or he's not making the right throws. I went through every one of Gino's throws in that game. While he was not perfect, he hit 80% of his completions. He made the right pre-snap read pretty much every single time. He wasn't asked to throw downfield because they weren't running routes up the field, down the field. So based on what they asked him to do in executing this offense this past week, he did what he was asked to do. It's what I saw on the tape. All I can do, Greg, is say what I saw off the tape, and that's what the tape told me. I didn't walk into it with any, I want to see Gino be great here, or I want to see Gino be bad. I said, just what does the tape tell me? And the tape tells me they were running a lot of short routes. Gino was hitting those short routes. Then when he had the best drive of the game going up the football field, they decided to take the ball out of his hands and give it to a running back and have the running back throw instead. It's hard to put that kind of thing on him in that moment, in my opinion. So that's the thing with the Drew Lock is I'm open to Drew Lock being the right guy to go bring in there and change out Gino, but Gino's got to at one point lose the job for you to move him out of it. You don't just make a change for the sake of making a change. That doesn't make any sense to me. If I'm going to move out a player for another player, if I want to move out Gabe Jackson, it's because I want to put Damian Lewis in there because he's a better right guard than Gabe Jackson. I don't know that Drew Lock's a better quarterback than Gino, and he hasn't earned the job. And I just think it's a dangerous place to be giving a guy a job just to give him the job, just for the sake of making a change. Gabe Jackson gave up 7 pressures on Sunday. Unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. He's been miserable, Sean. Miserable. Hawks, what percentage chance do you give the Broncos to win the Super Bowl in the next 3 years? 3%. Dayatel, did you hear about the Broncos crowd counting down the play clock for them in the Texans game? I did, Day. And I'm look, that's the first home game Russell's ever played, and he's got the fans counting down the clock because they've become that frustrated with the situation. Not a good look. Certainly indicative of Houston, we've got a problem in Denver. And that is a pun because they just played Houston, of course. Kel, closest quarterback to Russ? In the league, Kel, or do you mean in the draft? In the league, the closest quarterback to Russ is probably Kyler Murray. In the draft, probably Bryce Young in the draft, Kel. Jason McEward, Sherman, and KG didn't hold back. No, there's still a little holding back. There's a teensy bit of holding back, but I mean, they're certainly doing nothing to turn away from what we're seeing to be kind of the case. Corey Olson's got Gwen Stefani. It's a good one. Jessica Alba again. Some more Jessica love. I was 6 when I first saw the money. Rachel Weisz was hot. That little space between her teeth, I don't know. It gets me. It gets me in the good way. I like it. Randy Wagner, I think it was Jordan Palmer who fixed Josh Allen. Josh Allen required a lot of correcting after college, I understand. He did. He's had to clean up those mechanics a bit, but he's done a sensational job of going from a guy with just really, really questionable accuracy to turning that around completely. He's been a poster child for that kind of progression. Sean Hines, do you think the Seahawks can't run because the guards are Blythe's size as a center? I think the guards are holding them back more than Blythe is at this point, Sean. Blythe's not been great in the run game either, don't get me wrong, but I think the guards have been really bad. At what point do I pull Gino for Locke? When Gino loses the job or when Locke is better. Gino won the job in training camp. Gino won the job in preseason. Gino has not played bad through the first 2 games. Our Seahawks have problems on this team right now, and we have issues. Gino is not the problem as to what's holding us back right now. Just, he's not. TJ says, have you noticed there's no good guards in the first round? Well, that's been that way fairly recently, historically speaking, TJ. Yeah. I mean, what? I think one was taken last year. Wasn't it Zion? That was the only one that was taken. And the previous year, I don't think there was one taken in the first round. I don't believe. So yeah, it's certainly not a valued position right now. Daniel W. says, Russ made people sign an NDA just to speak to him. Wow. That's all I can say is wow. Well, it's not an NDA as much to speak to him, but it's if you want to come in this box to watch this baseball game, you need to sign an NDA that speaks to the fact that you'll say nothing about what occurred in this box after you leave. Why? Again, too, if that's not just a one-off situation where if you're running into that with Russ in that situation, then that means that you apply that mindset that Russ applied to require his own teammates to sign an NDA when they walked in that box. Apply it all the way through now on all the rest of the interactions you have with him. Maybe that's a little bit of a reason why some of this went sideways as well. Does that not mean that there's still room for some bitterness there, and the fact that they don't like the fact he's making so much money and his star gets to shine bright, and some of this is just some childlike bitterness from that Legion of Boom team as they view Russ? That's still a part of this too. Again, as I said, it's not all of one or all of another, but I think that again, both, you can understand how all sides kind of come to where they come on this when you see how this kind of plays out. Brady Hessel, what Seattle franchise wins a chip first, Mariners or Hawks? I'll go Mariners because they're closer right now, Brady. And I think they've got the stage more set for the future here. Motive Brando, the movie with Brooke Shields was Blue Lagoon. I was 6 and in love. How could you not be with her in that? A very pretty lady. Greg Pfeiffer, Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman. Best Catwoman ever, man. And she's her as Catwoman's all-time stuff right there. Jose, Lions, Packers going to be good. Lions going to run all over them. They're going to give them a fight on that game, aren't they? Packers do feel like they're a little bit hindered this year. They got a little bit of a hitch in their giddy up. Dara, see what's up with the tackling? Hard to say, Dara. Hard to say. You certainly can't work on it as much as you have in the past. I think it's a league-wide problem in general in this day and age. We're certainly maybe a little worse at it than some of the other teams in the league as it currently stands. But I don't have an explanation for it because that has tended to be a good part of Coach Carroll's teams. Even if you're schematically a little bit vanilla, you still at least usually rallied and tackled well. So this is a very odd oddity to see, and it's not been one that we've run into here in Seattle in a bit of time. Big Country Penix could be a late round pick if he stays healthy. I agree, at least that right now. Yeah. I wouldn't like a guy either mouthing off that he's Mr. Unlimited. Yeah, that probably wasn't a really well received on that one. A lot of rolling eyes on that one. Adele, I think Cam, Lockett, and Baldwin were the only mature ones in the building at the time. I agree. There was a lot of the childness, like immaturity is a big part of this too. And I do kind of drape it across the board a little bit with that. Jack Shaw says Russell just unsubscribed. Russell unsubscribed for me quite a long time ago, Jack. No doubt about that. Meow Mix, laughing out loud. Broncos already booing wrestling. Laughing out loud. Let's ride. Garth Knights at Brando. So they are lawyers now? Brando, so they are lawyers now. KJ and Richard? Are they lawyers now? I don't know what you mean on that one, man. I'm sorry. I don't think Russ walks on water, or walks, for that matter, works on water or walks on water. It's good to hear, man. It's good to hear. I wouldn't accuse you of that. Addicted to Hawks, but there have been folks in your Garth that I have dealt with in the chat quite a bit over the last year and a half that do believe that. 100%. Addicted to Hawks. Agreed, Brandon. KJ and Sherman are not losers, just being financially smart, holding their tongue. Agreed. That's why when people are saying they didn't hold back, no, they're holding back. There's something else here at stake. Maybe we're going to have to wait for the books to be written 20 years down the line. But there's going to be a point when we get some more stories that come out from this situation where all of us, no matter where you stand on this situation, do this. Oh. Okay. That's going to happen at some point, I believe. And that's what I say when I say there's more to this story. There's something else lingering here, I believe. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you for all your donos tonight, Garth. Says, Brando, I'm glad Richard and Doug exposed Russ for the maniac he is. I hope that the kids at Children's Hospital will be comforted by angry Doug and Sherm. Well, again, this is where again, Garth, this is why I like to say we don't paint a whole picture broadly into one area. I'm talking stuff about Russell. But it's not to say that somehow KJ and Richard or that the Legion of Boom people that were in that clique of saying we should get all the credit here, that they're somehow, again, that they get a walk on water. They're not walking on water. They're not above, maybe they should have been a little bit more humble. Maybe they should have been a little less worrying about who gets credit on stuff. And absolutely that should be the case. So they're not necessarily themselves, not to be put under a little bit of a critique here in this respect. And again, I think you can say everything that we're saying about Russ as was as a player and maybe as a teammate and still say, wow, he did amazing things to go into that children's hospital. That's human beings. Human beings have layers and they're complicated and they're not easy. And it's not always simple to sort of break down what's happening in a situation. Things are tricky, messy. I think that's a little bit of the case here. But I don't think to say, look, as a teammate, he made it kind of hard sometimes. For them. He didn't always take responsibility. And it was amazing that every week he went to the children's hospital in that cancer ward like he did. I think you can say all those things. Meow mix bubble water. Russell walks on bubble water. Jason Tudor, wait, what? Where did you hear about this NDA thing? That's very freaking weird. It was, I've got to backtrack through. It was not in a news story. It was listening on the radio that was being talked a couple years back about the situation. So I don't know if I was hearing it from like a Brock in the morning at one point recounting it, but it really stuck with me when I heard the story. It really jumped out. That's why yeah. Addicted Ox, it's kind of strange. I never heard Beast Mode throw shade on Russ that I can remember. Weird. No. And some guys are going to take the high ground. Some guys are going to take the low ground. That's for sure. I think Beast Mode is a high ground guy in that respect. I think he's pretty pro all former teammates. You never hear Beast Mode talk bad about anybody. Jack Shaw says Drew Lock's a train wreck. I agree. I think he comes out there and people that are advocating for him to be on the field, I think he goes out there and throws a lot more interceptions and turnovers, whatever he gives you on the plus side, and it completely is offset by that. Sam the Great says, stick to Locke, stick to Geno. Locke proved himself to be insignificant in the preseason. He lost his chance. That's where I stand with this, Sam. As I said coming into this preseason, as I said coming into the training camp, let the best man win. And he who wins deserves the job. And we can make excuses all day and all night for Drew Lock. He didn't win the job. Randy, what time is it Hawks Nest live chat today? Thursday Night Football. It's Thursday now on the Eastern Coast. We'll be 7 o'clock for the next live stream show today for the next show. For the next one. Renowned Rivers, Pacific Northwest. Guys, if we're about all year, Drew Lock will get his chance. He just might. Just might. 12th North Chad. Hey, Brandon, what letter grade would you give Shane Waldron after 2 games? D. 12th North Chad. Not good. He's not running anything that looks close to what the McVay style offense is. No fly sweeps, no bubble screens, no flood zone concepts, no outside zone runs. This is like a stripped down version with no doors of the McVay offense. Sam the Great, the Richard Sherman interview with KJ showed the light. It did. Definitely opens it up. You're getting a very clear view of it. Pretentious Cameron, Denise Richards and Wild Things. Denise Richards was hot. That was a good movie too. You got a little bit of that girl on girl action on that, which you didn't get a lot of movies with that kind of situation, mainstream movies. And boy, yeah, she was pretty good too. DW, after hearing about the Russ NDA, we should have brought Golden Tate in to raise the 12th flag versus the Broncos. Just kidding. Can't do that to your teammate. Yeah, that would have been cold-blooded. That would have been cold. 12 door Chad, that call of Dallas throwing an interception rubs Geno the wrong way. Yeah, it would be too. He had his best drive of the day, and then you take him off the field right as he's about to go get the score. That's rough. It's rough. Daniel W. Seeing Tua's rise has convinced me Bryce Young will be special in the NFL. I'd be 100%. Seeing Tua's 100% okay if the Seahawks ended up with him. Short quarterbacks are just maxed out, 32-ish instead of maybe playing to 40. Fair point. Fair point. He's going to give you a good season this year, Daniel, and I do see him being a first-round talent. I sure would like to not have to get another undersized quarterback, though, that you got to kind of work around. That would be nice to have, not to have, or to have, not to have to work around. Cody Hill, do you think the Seahawks make a move here and realize hiring the defensive coordinator from inside the system was a good idea? Why can't we get Gus Bradley back or our our Super Bowl defensive coordinator, like Quinn, I think. Quinn's a guy that if they can't get Sean Payton, I think that they're going to go with Dan Quinn there in Dallas as the next head coach. I think that's their backup plan there. So no chance he's coming back here. Bradley's not exactly lit the world on fire as a defensive coordinator nor as a head coach when he left Seattle. He's been kind of, I would say, at best case, middling in that aspect of things. Hiring from internal has been what they've done, Cody. You hired from internal when you went with Chris Richard. You hired from internal when we went with Ken Norton. You hired from internal when you went with Cleveland Hurt. I didn't love necessarily going in that direction of things. I didn't think that you're going to find your best defensive coordinator always from within the building. I happen to think the whole rest of the world might have some better potential out there for you. It felt like more of a hire to get you more of the yes men in place who were not going to challenge Carroll and his precious system. So I don't think you're going to see a change anytime soon on that while Carroll's here at this point. He made his change this offseason, and they're going to keep rolling with it. Greg, I'm with you. It doesn't matter who's at quarterback with this team. It's not really the quarterback. For the quarterback, it isn't helping the team either. No, it's just there's bigger fish to fry right now as it concerns this team. The inside of your offensive line cannot push anybody off the ball to get you anything as far as any rushing of the ball goes. That's a problem. You still are not diverse in your scheme. That's a problem. You're not trying to even attempt to hit deep shots. That's a problem. You're not running fly sweeps or bubble screens. That's a problem. But again, those are all problems that will continue with Drew Lock if he's the guy at the helm. Big Country Walden gets an F for the last 6 quarters. Agreed. It's a D, but if you want to go last 6 quarters, it's a purified F. It's a pure silver F. Jason Tudor, yep, every couple of years, a new offensive coordinator, and Pete's still there dumbing down the offense. I'm afraid Waldron might be the scapegoat fire after the season. Usually it's someone. Could be. It's possible. Jack Shaw, Shannon Elizabeth, American Pie. Ooh, that was a good one, man. I was getting a little bit older for that one, so I was already past that young state where you're just going, oh, okay, girls aren't so. Here we go. But boy, yeah, she was. Oof. Mina Savari from American Pie. Yeah, she was pretty nice in that one too. Little petite thing in that. Little petite girl. Shannon Elizabeth. Yeah. Goodness. I'd make any man go a little bit too soon there on that one. Any man go a little too soon there. I like Garth's questions. I like Garth's perspective on it. I don't think he's alone on this and his kind of stance on this, that it is sour grapes a little bit coming from the LOB guys. Could be. Sam the Great, NDA from Russ, glad we got rid of him. Yeah, it's when I heard that story, it stood out to me, and I'm glad it's resonating with you guys as well. It's a very oddity, and again, fits the type with Russ a little bit in some of the stories we've heard with him a little bit. I think he's gotten a little bit in that, I need to get my star grid. I want to eventually own a team. I eventually want to be president of the United States. I eventually want to go accomplish this. I want to accomplish that. And it's just that vision's there. The vision's in place. But you get lost a little bit moment to moment, interpersonal relationships a little bit, and just sort of start flying past things a bit. I don't know. Again, we will see it someday. The whole story will come out someday. We'll learn the truth someday. But, today's not quite that day. We're getting little peeks behind the curtain, but not full views. Daniel W., dream scenario. 49ers end up being bad, but beat the Broncos Sunday. Kyle Shanahan is fired. Shanahan replaces Waldron as our offensive coordinator and Pete as our head coach in 2 years. Boy, Daniel, I think that even if Shanahan gets fired, I think him getting to the Super Bowl and the success he's had with the Niners, he's going to get another job somewhere. I don't think he's going to have to be an offensive coordinator for any amount of time. He'll go and bounce right over to a new head coaching job if he was fired. And I don't know if he's on the hot seat there, really, in my opinion. But if that were to go down like that, Daniel, sign me up. I'm on board. Hell, I'd bring him in as the coach. I'd be all on board with that. Sal Zero, you think Seattle would sign a minority race coordinator to be a head coach since you can get draft picks from it? 49ers got 3 picks from it. Yes, it's essentially that you're having a minority coach hired to be a head coach. So a guy like Sean Desai might come up on some people's radars this offseason as a potential coaching hire at that point. And that very well, if that happens, could get them a draft pick returned back to them. So Seattle's definitely got themselves in a bit of position with that, with some of the guys they've got. If Hurt were to turn this around and get himself right, then maybe he could be a guy like that too. But yeah, that certainly is, that draft pick situation is certainly going to fuel more teams probably being more open to trying to bring on minority, especially not head coaches, but bringing on minority assistant coaches for those positions to get those kind of picks. Jack Shaw says Russ will run for office one day. He's already said he wants to try to be president someday. Best of luck to him. Cameron says, whatever book is written, I hope we hear about what happened between Harvard and Tate and Wilson's divorce. It's very TMZ, but it's crazy. Nothing concrete has come out about it. I know it is crazy how much it's been able to stand to wraps, despite there being some definite rumblings. And I heard from direct sources within the VMAC at the time with Golden Tate and Russell Wilson, that situation, people that were connected in the building, that thing was, that did occur. The Golden Tate, Russell ex-wife situation that you guys have heard about, that was indeed something that occurred. I can't help but think with Harvard and Tate, I feel like it was Tate talking smack to Harvard in the locker room because he probably wasn't running out his routes or doing all of his little P's and Q's on being a receiver, and he's coming back late in the season and they've been on it. And he's like, you got to do this right. You got to do this right. And Harvard's like, don't talk to me. Who you talk to me? And then it broke down from there. But we'll hear someday about the details of that little fight. W, you're right. A team like the Panthers would jump on it. Derek Sanchez, off topic. Do you think the Seahawks life would have been different if Malik McDowell never got hurt? Maybe. I mean, he's a guy that even when he came back to Cleveland to reclimate his career and look good for a moment there in Cleveland, he fell right back off the horse as far as off the field stuff, then clipped him. So I don't know if it was not inevitable with Malik McDowell that the off the field stuff was going to be a problem with him one way or another. Maybe he doesn't drop the ATV on his head, but it's something else that he causes a problem with. And he's had at least 3 separate issues, from the ATV to wrestling with a cop to showing up naked, I think, on a playground. Just the screws kind of loose with Malik, I think. And that's a little bit what you heard with those interviews he gave at the Combine. One of the worst interviews I've ever heard coming out of the Combine for a young player. And so I don't think so at the end of the day. I think he was going to play out. He was going to play out. Seattle took a risk there where they probably shouldn't have taken a risk. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Jack Shaw, Russ is too old school for politics now. Rick Sherman and Doug Baldwin, who pretends his dad wasn't a police officer, are better fits. Maybe so. I don't know. Russ not going to offend anybody. That's the thing about it. He's got to not be able to offend, and he's got that down. He ain't going to offend nobody on that. I ain't going to count Russ out. Puts his mind to it. I wouldn't count him out on it, Garth. You never know, man. Thank you for all your donations, though, brother. Zal Zero, I'm hoping Tanner Muse can finally play safety. Last time he was a safety in college, he had 7 INTs and was a first team, I believe. He was always a safety in college anyways. I'm open to it. Isn't Desai more qualified to be our defensive coordinator than Hurt? Was it that we had already promoted Hurt? Yes and yes. So you're right. Desai is more qualified technically. He's got a baseline of being a good defensive coordinator for a Bear team last year that didn't have anywhere near the talent we have even right now on this team. And yes, Hurt was already promoted by the time that you brought in Desai. Zal Zero, Muse is not a linebacker at all. I agree. I think he's a little too small. He's just too small for it. Kobe Hill, I want to see Pete go and us hire Ken DeBoer, head coach Steve Sarkisian as our offensive coordinator, and the soon-to-be-fired Rob Seliggy as our defensive coordinator. Landon Collins' Jamal replacement looks nice. I like it, Cody. Very interesting hires in there all the way around. I think Sark's going to be more of on a trajectory of, if he can get Texas right, he might have more of a a head coach route to get to the next level, though, of course, he's got the little bit of the black marks on some of his records there at like UW and whatnot, for instance, that might hold him back a bit. But I love Sark. I love him as an offensive mind, very creative guy in that respect. So I like where you're going with it, Cody. Randy Wagner, Al Michaels, and Kurt Herbstreit will be in the broadcast booth for Thursday's game. I'd rather tune in to your broadcast booth, Brandon, for Thursday Night Football. Well, thank you, Randy. I appreciate that, man. That's high praise. High praise. Paul Third says, Bayside, let's ride. Big Country, Robert Saleh, he'd be a good defensive coordinator. Yeah, maybe. I'm a kind of a Robert Saleh's a little bit of an overrated guy. I thought he got to benefit a little bit from all those first-round picks in that defensive line, and it made him look good, and I don't think he's done a whole lot with the Jets that's got me all that encouraged. Sal Zero, I'm also open to giving Buda Bolden a second chance, second shot. Yeah, he's okay. I think he's a little bit slow to be able to do much for us out there. Kind of like to see what Joey Blunt can do if he can get back. Myself. Yeah, Robert, Big Country. I know Robert's is a kind of a name on it, but I do wonder about that just a little bit, you know. You had Fred Warner, all his defensive linemen, Sherman there for a year, still playing a little bit of a good ball there at the end that really got him bursting onto the scene. All right, well, let's wrap this up. We got 5 hours in. We just crossed here, so I know I said I was going to wrap it up early, but let's wrap this one up now. We're going to be back on tomorrow at 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time for more of a game preview of this Atlanta Falcons Seahawks matchup that's coming up this Sunday. Another great stream here with you guys today. And thank you so much again for keeping the chat lively, discussion lively. Again, I really do appreciate it. Garth Knight, rest of you guys in here. I know even when we do disagree, I really do appreciate that we can keep it respectful and just kind of have talk over the points, talk over our disagreement. You know, I appreciate where all of you guys come from. And even if I do tend to have moments where I disagree with you, you catch me and not just me and you, Garth, but anybody in this chat that we don't have agreement. I do respect where you're coming from. And I do really value your guys' opinion on this because, again, as I always say, I don't want this to be an echo chamber type chat. I want this to be a chat where we have fun and a wide variance of discussion, and we can talk about anything, anywhere, anytime, and nobody's going to get butthurt. Nobody's going to get up in their emotions about it. We're just going to have some good, honest discussion and maybe crap a couple jokes along the way. That's all the goal of what we're trying to do here. So I really do appreciate all of you guys for keeping that spirit and energy here and always seeming to keep that spirit and energy here when there's so many toxic places online that just seems to bear out every turn, no matter what you do to try to stop it. So you guys are amazing in that respect of it. Well, I'm calling this bounce back week. I'm saying we're getting back to the horse. We're getting back up on the horse, okay? Sometimes you get knocked off of the horse, okay? The leg breaks and you got like that Trey Lance situation where your foot's turned sideways and your other foot's turned this way. And it's like, oh, that's going to definitely require some surgery. We don't need some surgery this week. We got bounced off our horse. Our butt's a little sore. We got a big bruise going down our side, right down the thigh, side of the thigh. That's all right. We're going to get up on that horse. We're going to break that horse, which is this season. We're going to find our way back around. Winnable game here against this Atlanta Falcons team. We're going to break it down tomorrow. We're going to get into all of the matchups of this game tomorrow. But know that the Seahawks are going to come back strong. We're on a short week. We're back home. Those fans are going to be alive and vibrant. The ticket prices have gone down, so we got more of that element in the stadium that is that true blue fan that's going to be loud all the way through. So let's go get this win. Let's get back to 2-1. Let's get back on top of this division. We've let the rest of the division feel like they got a chance. Now let's go take this back on and see if we can grab this one back and shock the world. Shock the world, I say. See if our Seahawks can't do some damage this season. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys as always. Thank you for all of the support. If you do like what you're listening to on this, even if you're listening to it on a replay, do me a favor, please. Just a small thing. I know it seems insignificant, but it's huge in my heart. And that is that you go up and you hit that like button for me. It just helps this channel grow, helps me show up on the search algorithms. It is really beneficial if you can go do that for me. As well as if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed. We're on the road to 10,000 and we are moving fast towards that mark as I would like to hit that here before the end of this season. We're right on pace right now. Help us keep that pace. Help us get over that mark. I would really, really appreciate it. Thank you guys again for an amazing chat. You guys are awesome. I appreciate you at every level. Let's see what we can do this week. Let's see if we can turn this around. I will be back at you guys in a mere, about 13 hours. We'll be back live here on this stream as we break down this Falcon game. So thank you guys. Appreciate you guys. And please don't forget, even after a tough loss this week, don't you forget, keep that faith. I know even in a year of rebuild, I'm going to sit here and remind you at every step, do not forget. We're in rebuild mode now. This is not a 2 to 3 year process. This is a 1 year process, damn it. We're getting back. So Niners, Rams, enjoy your little state of grace. Enjoy your little moments where you can lay out on the hammock and sip on your drink. Those times are coming to a close very, very soon. So you better get while the getting's going. And don't you forget, Seahawks fans, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.